Go.
We are go. There we go.
The audio version will have Lucky counting down. Hello, everybody. I see hellos already. Hi, how you doing?
Hello.
We had a little bit of silence before the sound came on. Ooh, you framed that up even. You got cinematography.
Yep.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to What's Up. Welcome to us continuing to fiddle with things.
I like fiddling with things.
Yeah, I mean, it makes me want to fiddle with things. So I even said I need to make sure to... Because... Well, we can jump right to that one. Finished Alan Wake this week. Only took us a couple hours for you to do the second half of...
The Signal.
The Signal? Yeah, and then... What was the last one? The Writer?
Yeah, The Writer.
Yeah. So the epilogue stuff, you did all that.
Mm-hmm.
It was good. We talked about it. Some fun stuff happened.
Mm-hmm.
Some not fun stuff happened. You got demolished by Jeeps several times. But I said that our current plan is to, on Monday, move to me playing the new God of War, Dad of Boy.
Dad of Boy.
Because I've never played that before. It's, got the setup. It's that, or I, dust off my Horizon gameplay because I need to beat that game. But also, I don't know if I want to restart that game. I got several hours in before I stopped playing it. So, yeah. God of War probably. We'll go with that.
Yeah.
Just settle in. So that'll mean I'll probably want to at least get the chat overlay going, which is something I've never futzed with much. But we'll see. Hi, how you doing? It's What's Up.
It's What's Up. This is the weekly show that we do. Well, weekend show, I should say, where we're just going to talk about anything and everything. And then sometimes nothing at all.
Yep.
It's great.
And I have once again pulled up a notepad for this, which I started writing down last night to make sure I didn't forget anything. So I have several items of general use.
Yay!
But first I would like to bring up, you may have noticed with this thumbnail and with Let's Talk FGO's thumbnail that came out, where we're kind of doing the unifying of the thumbnails.
Yeah.
I like the red and black look along, and it like he's soon to be go for unifying, so we're switching some stuff up a little. I have integrated the border into What's Up. I'm not 100% sure I like the current composition, but also moving around our visual assets, it's hard. Trust me, I tried to use the free select tool and scooch around the couch and the robot and the rabbit. It's hard. It's a little hard. So we might do some fine tuning on some of that. I'm not 100%. Even when I moved it, I'm not sure I liked it. So
it might
want to like adjust up and down.
It might just be time just to get a new couch or something.
Yeah, I might just reset the whole fucking thing and keep the vibe.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. But yes, so we're experimenting with the new thumbnail. I hope you enjoy it. I certainly think it pops a little bit more. We use the same border for Let's Talk FGO now. I will probably, when I make the new thumbnail for progression for our next season in a couple of weeks, we're almost to the Pendulum era.
Pendulum.
So I will probably try and integrate, red and black there as well. And I may or may not. I'll probably ditch the logo insert because it's got its own logos, and I like to use that free space to write the title of the episode. Fancy colors, catch eyes. But I might leave the number in. I number them.
Catch these eyes.
I'll have to see what the framing is for everything. But we hope you enjoy them.
Yeah, we're trying.
Click on them. Click on things. Especially, click on lots of things. Especially, please click on the progression episode. You may have noticed I changed the name like 4 times because I'm trying to get you to click on it. Please click on it. And I don't want to call it Please Click This. It's a good episode for the most part. The first 3 matches are great. The second half are, anyway. There's a reason why some cards get banned this week. But it's not doing super great. I'm a little confused. You guys should check it out. It's cool. Unlike the Sprawl, which for our APs is doing phenomenal. It's got double the amount of views we normally get on this shit.
Nice.
Session 3 is 41. And then the Nakamura Hotel job is 37. Which is funny because the final countdown is our last Star Wars episode we recorded, which is number 90, is directly below that, and it is currently only 20. I understand, though, there's a difference between 3 and 90. That's probably why, but, it relates better to people watching stuff.
You know what we should probably start doing? Instead of, just numbering them as, we should just name them by, arcs or seasons. And keep the...
Yeah, possibly. I mean, I think the Star Wars we might be a little too blocked in there.
Yeah, it's a little too late, but next time we start something big, we should totally just be all just pull out arcs or something. Just name an arc and just... here comes death.
Figure out some stuff, set it up that way so we're not as reliant on the... I mean, using the Roman numerals is different from numbers, but it definitely probably feels like it's not any easier to get into, even though the names are very funny.
Yes.
But yeah, so there's our usual business preamble. We like to preamble. Some of you who may be coming off Let's Talk FGO earlier, may be asking us, if we're going to talk about Anime NYC stuff, which I would currently say, no, not really. It wasn't streamed, but there were, live people on the ground reporting it. And there's some interesting stuff that Albert said, but the videos are already on YouTube, and it sounds like nothing is going to happen really big until the 30th anyway, where we have a broadcasting station for Lost Belt 5. Mm-hmm. And with no Lost Belt 5 pre-release announced yet, well, there's no guarantee that it'll drop that day. Trust me, you guys will know ahead of time. But other than me telling you now, it looks like next week's going to be Lost Belt 5 pregame just to be safe. So that'll be a big chunky episode to do lots of post mailbag stuff.
Oh yeah.
There's not really anything to bring up. We'll keep you filled in as we go along. So,
yeah, not to say that things happening at Anime NYC aren't interesting, but I don't think it's anything that can spark a big long discussion. It's just like things are happening. It's cool. People are showing up. The Japanese ambassador showed up and cosplayed and played a sick guitar riff.
Yeah,
that was pretty badass. We got a mural to I want to say, is it fucking Kenta? Berserk's mangaka. They have a tribute wall to him. There's a bunch of cool stuff happening over there, but trust me, trying to go over it, it's not going to be the greatest time. So
that'll be like whenever we go over any big event and we're bad at it.
Yeah.
It happens.
It happens.
So let's see. We got a couple of big headliners, I think, but also there's some other news we can follow up on things. Mm-hmm. So I don't know where we want to start in my list of things, but I have a lot. As usual, the best would probably be if we did one of our headline stories and we did the VGAs right away. I will also use that to dovetail about other stuff.
Yeah, go for it.
But I could also fire into other things. But if we want to just dive into the Video Game Awards, let me go pull up the nominees.
Yeah.
So let's view all categories. Okay, this is a box mode. I'll go to the top of Game of the Year. So, as you do, the Video Game Awards are happening again. They will be December 9th, I believe, Microsoft Theater. And so you have the amazing total list of things, which will absolutely agitate everybody. And it doesn't matter anyway, because what you vote isn't what gets picked, as we learned last year. Your opinion doesn't matter, probably. Maybe. We'll see. But yeah, so we got a handful of categories as usual. We're gonna run down the line of the nominees really quick, so that when the awards actually happen, we don't need to reiterate ourselves. But we'll probably scooch to the awards that matter. We will skip the 5 that are esports and the other 3 that are content creators, because we never know who any of those fucking people are. No offense, we just don't know. And focus on the actual Game Awards. I appreciate that they acknowledge esports and content creators, but usually they don't acknowledge anybody I've heard of.
True.
So, at the top, Game of the Year, 6 nominees. I think an interesting list, because we did have some very good games this year, but the list has maybe some call-outs you might be surprised by. So, we've got Deathloop by Arcane Studios. Mm-hmm. It Takes Two by Hazelight Studios. Metroid Dread, Psychonauts 2 by Double Fine. Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart by Insomniac. And Resident Evil Village, Capcom. So, all of these are games I have heard very positive things about. Mm-hmm. I have only played one of these games. Guess which one I voted for. Deathloop, by the way, in case you forgot. I don't know for sure if Deathloop is the best winner out of all of these, but it is the one I have played, and it is a very well-made game. But yeah, I think all of these games sound like they are probably worth it. Most of them have generated big positive buzz.
Yeah.
Yeah. Metroid Dread was hugely anticipated, record-setting sales. People love Resident Evil Village. I think they were saying it was a Game of the Year contender back when it came out.
Yeah.
I've heard, positive responses to Psychonauts 2 and Ratchet & Clank, of course. Obviously, like I said, with Deathloop, one of the reasons why I picked it up right away is because people were saying, after early reviews were coming out, that this would be a Game of the Year contender. I was like, oh, shit. It's excellent. I don't know. I mean, It Takes Two seems like a little bit of a softball, but it is very popular. I see a lot of content creators playing it, because it's a co-op game. Funny, quirky co-op.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it makes sense. I am not offended by any of these choices. And nobody really should be. These are all games that were good.
Games that were good. I voted for Deathloop as well, just because I knew Omega was going to vote for it. And honestly, here's my problem. I actually haven't, played any of these games.
Yeah, no, this actually is a problem I had too. A lot of these games I have not played. I've been very busy with games this year, but not with a lot of these award ones. It's been a lot of catching up in backlog, or we've been playing weird aside games. Though you'll see a few of games we know about on here.
Yeah.
So the next one is Best Game Direction, and as always, it's very important to read out what the awards are supposed to be awarded for. This is awarded for outstanding creative vision and innovation in game direction and design.
Yes.
So basically, this game is not the best overall game, but this game was really creative and cool, and we liked it. Mm-hmm. So there's only 5 nominees, and 4 of them are the same as that last one, so we'll run through those really quick. It's Deathloop, It Takes Two, Psychonauts 2, and Ratchet & Clank. And then the 5th slot is Returnal by Housemarque. So all of those, again, do seem to be kind of creative, unique, quirky games that people are really like. Obviously, I would vote for Deathloop myself. That's the only game I've played. I mean, I know Returnal is improving, but
the Returnal had kind of had a quirky start of its own. So
yes,
I wouldn't say necessarily it was the best.
Yeah.
But Deathloop, I think that Deathloop's greatest sin is that it was overmarketed to death, I guess I could say.
Yes, and I definitely, I think there's something to be said about that. Like I said, this will springboard into a separate conversation after we're through all this for me as well, because you guys there's gonna be some certain games that I'm gonna bring up as we come to them. But yeah, Returnal I think has its own ups and downs, but Deathloop is definitely very creative and very well put together. It's just that I don't know who was responsible for the marketing blitz, but who knows? Maybe it was Sony. They were trying to milk that Bethesda egg before Xbox put it in their back pocket, and we're like, no, fuck you, egg, PC and Xbox only. So I don't know, but yeah. That is, by the way, a lot of people have brought up that Deathloop is probably going to be, an award-winning, max-selling game on PlayStation, and Arcane may never make another PlayStation game. Exclusives are weird, y'all.
Yeah.
So our next award is Best Narrative for outstanding storytelling and narrative development in a game. This one actually switches up some. You'll notice some samies here. We've got Psychonauts 2, It Takes Two, and Deathloop again. But we also have Life is Strange True Colors and Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. So this is an interesting one. It's nice to see a couple of Square Enix parented companies on here. So I don't know a lot about Life is Strange True Colors. I haven't picked it up myself yet, but I remember the original Life is Strange. That's kind of probably why we have this channel and these podcasts now. Is because we decided, it was free on PlayStation one month, and me, and one of our other friends all decided to play all the bits. I streamed them long ago on the channel. You probably shouldn't watch them because I didn't understand what the fuck I was doing with my audio and anything, but they're there. So, that's got a long history for us. I'm sure that game has good writing. Now, this may surprise some people, but having actually completed Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, I voted for that one.
No, I voted for it as well, because unfortunately this is one of those things, it's hearing a make a discussion about the story, it's no, I'm sold on it. If anyone knows narrative excellence, I would believe Omega, so go with that.
Yeah, no, it's really well written, and it has good storytelling. I got sucked into the story. I loved playing it. I had to stop myself, because otherwise I would be playing it until the sun came up, That's a good sign of a game. I like Deathloop. Deathloop's narrative is very, investigative, very find it yourself, audio logs, reading post-it notes on stuff. It's good, but you have to do a lot of the legwork yourself. Guardians is a much more polished, direct, here is a story experience, and I loved it. So we have another fun one. Best Art Direction is number 4. Outstanding creative and/or technical achievement in artistic design and animation. So you will see Deathloop, Psychonauts 2, and Ratchet & Clank on here, in addition to The Artful Escape and The one I voted for, Kena Bridge of Spirits.
No, I voted for that one too.
Because holy shit, that game was pretty.
Again, like, we can say shit about the gameplay, but the visuals were amazing all the time.
Yeah, you'll notice that Kena was not in the narrative department or the best game direction, but art direction, fuck yeah, that game was beautiful. And all of these games, though, definitely have their own very distinct art styles. I think these are all, once again, no. Well, I don't know if there's snubs. You only have 5 slots, but there's no major what the fuck markers here.
Again, I'm having the problem again of I haven't played most of these games, so I can't actually tell. So I have to go off of secondhand knowledge, which unfortunately most of it's coming from Omega.
Yeah. Though at least with Kena, you watched me and you remotely played some of it yourself, so we got input on that. Well, Lucky, here's something that you will probably be able to put an input on. Let's go to number 5, best score in music. This is a category.
Oh.
So, this contains Deathloop. This also contains The Artful Escape. It's got a picture of a guy with a guitar, so I assume there's music in it. Keep in mind, this is to outstanding music inclusive of score, original songs, and/or licensed soundtracks. Okay. You will also find Near Replicant version 1-point numbers. I'm not going to read it all out, even though it's displayed before me. And then the 2 ones that really bamboozled me. You've got Cyberpunk 2077, nominated for Best Score in Music, and Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. Which, I'm
going to out myself. I voted for Nier. Listen,
yeah.
I love Nier music. I play that shit often.
And it calls out. It's specifically saying, Near Replicant, Keiichi Okabe, composer.
Yes.
Under. So, that totally makes sense for you. This was a little rough for me. I chose Cyberpunk 2077 because I do think it has really good music, very thematic.
Oh, no, I love it.
The aspect of the fact that, it's got this aspect of the band, which is critical to the gameplay. That is a literal side quest you go on with Johnny to do a reunion tour, right? And
right.
And like I've said this before, I still listen to Chippin' In. So I vote for Cyberpunk because I want my vote to be counted. It will not win. Nier probably won't win. It's going to be Guardians of the Galaxy because licensed soundtrack is included, and that game has the killer soundtrack. Was it a cool song in the 80s? It's probably in Guardians. And I brought this up. The original in-house band Star-Lord and the actual orchestral score are also really good. It probably deserves this award, but I know it's going to be such a slaughterhouse because it's got shit like Tainted Love, Holding Out for a Hero, Take on Me, we're not going to take it. The fucking works. It's going to win.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to lie. If I had my second choice, I would pick Cyberpunk because, there's something to be said about Cyberpunk, trying to create new genres of music while in, our times. And
hiring actual appropriate artists to, play the fake bands, right?
Yeah, but I'm I know Cyberpunk's, in a couple of these things. I'm just worried, that people's bad takes, I'll call them bad takes, of them is making people being all no, it's Cyberpunk.
Oh, yeah,
no.
So many people. So, I'll do my full thing later, but this is the point I want to jump on is to talk about Cyberpunk, because when these awards are announced, Cyberpunk trended for 2 days straight, after already trending because the GTA release was arguably more technically worse. And hey, guess what? Rockstar apologized, they're offering refunds, the whole song and dance. They should have learned something. It's literally been only 1 year.
Yeah, no, the wound is fresh.
But the amount of people who are shit-talking Cyberpunk because, to bug, to crunch, it's you didn't try the game, did you? Or you tried it for 5 minutes back when it was really fucked on a PS4 or Xbox Slim or something, right? And then you stopped. Because the game is good. I think we said back in the day it was probably a high B, maybe a low A for us. It's only 80-ish% there. But it's a good 80%. The 80% of the game that is there is solid. And actually, I read somewhere that apparently the actual devs were thinking that it probably should have been pushed to 22.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But the executives really wanted to make sure they didn't lose out on any of the PS4 Xbox market, which was kind of dumb because they probably should have predicted that nobody's going to be able to buy new-gen Xboxes and PS5s, but they were thinking it would, sell like hotcakes and they'd be out in the cold, right?
Right.
Losing a whole market sale. So they pushed to get it out in 2020 and make all their fiscal years and get those big sales, and it didn't work. If they had actually pushed it, it probably still would have come out in 21 because I'm sure that the executives were losing their shorts over how many delays it had. but it probably would have been at the point it is now patched, and then they would have been like, okay, next gen, extra DLC, all that stuff coming in 22. It still would have been buggy, but it wouldn't have been as much of a publicity event. But that makes me very interested to see, because now they've said that all of our like next gen updates and free DLC are pushed to 22 anyway. So I'm like, so it sounds like 22 is going to be the magic year for Cyberpunk. But yeah, like, so many people are just upset that it's nominated at all. And for a later award we'll come to, I think they may have a point.
Mm-hmm.
That category is very interesting, though. I want to talk about it. I know I don't want to spoil the discussion, though. A lot of people who know the nominees will know already. But yeah, like, it was a really interesting conversation, because also, amongst all the people shit-talking Cyberpunk, there are a lot of people going like, man, I'm really glad Cyberpunk got something. Like, the core of that game, under all that, you know, bad publicity and early wave of glitches, is really good. Mm-hmm. And, you know, like, I think that the category it's nominated for makes sense. Like, the sound is very important to that game.
Oh, yeah.
I hope it gets the credit. But it won't, because, like I said, Guardians will fucking destroy. It's an 800-pound gorilla. So, let's move on to Best Audio Design. This is a weird one, but this is for Best In-Game Audio and Sound Design. So, which game sounds the best? You've got your Deathloop, of course. Mm-hmm. Deathloop's in everything. I'm wondering if Deathloop is going to be one of those cases where it's going to get nominated for fucking everything and then it wins like 2 awards.
Well, honestly,
we'll see.
in my books, being nominated is a win. Is a win enough.
Yeah. Especially when we consider, like I said, that other category that Cyberpunk is nominated for. The fact that you're on the board at all says so much, because lots of good games have come out this year. You know, we haven't even played half these games that are being nominated, but it's interesting to see them out there. So Deathloop's up there. Forza Horizon 5 is up there. Ratchet & Clank, Resident Evil Village, and Returnal. So, I mean, I've only played Deathloop. I think it does sound pretty good. You've got, you know, good sound cues, nice natural sound.
Fun fact, I actually voted for Resident Evil Village. Scary games usually live or die by their sound design, honestly.
That's true. Having played the maiden demo, that fucking freaked my shit a little.
Yeah.
So now we go to a real person award. It's time for Best Performance. Individual for voice acting, motion, or performance capture. So this is going to be another interesting one. We've got Erika Mori as Alex Chen from Life is Strange True Colors. You've got Giancarlo Esposito as Anton Castillo from Far Cry 6. Mm-hmm. You've got Jason Kelly as Colt Vaughn from Deathloop. You've got Maggie Robertson as Lady Dimitrescu from Resident Evil Village. Damn. Tall vampire lady memes. And then you've got... Oh, I hope I am pronouncing your name correctly, miss. Azioma Akaga? There's an H in that last name. As Juliana Blake for Deathloop. So our two main characters from Deathloop who do all the talking, Giancarlo Esposito, and then the protagonist of Life is Strange True Colors, and then Lady Dimitrescu.
I voted for Giancarlo because I've always loved Far Cry villains. Well, 3 and up, I should say.
Yeah.
And
I mean, it's like playing Fallout. It's like you have to be very old school to remember some of those first couple Far Cries.
Yeah. But no, just seeing John Esposito just in the moment, you know, talking to you, giving that dictator, I'm like, oh no, it's like you're charismatic, but I want to kill you. Like, I love this.
Yeah.
So
and I picked Jason Kelly as Colt Vaughn because I talked about this when I picked up Deathloop. That is one of the best things about the game, is just Colt either having his bants with Juliana or just muttering to himself about this bullshit. I haven't played Far Cry 6 yet, so. So here's our fun little category. You know, if you're one of this is the kind that may make people do the cringe, or not. Number 8, games for impact for thought-provoking game with a pro-social meaning or message.
I cringe a little, yes.
So you've got Before Your Eyes, which I don't remember at all, but it's the game with a Boyfriend Dungeon, which I have heard of, and I'm waiting for it to go on sale.
What is it?
Sorry, it's a Boyfriend Dungeon. It's I don't know if it's a roguelike, but it's a dungeon crawler where you also date your weapons.
Nice.
So your weapons are people.
That's cool.
And then you date them, and then you use them in the... Yeah. And it's It's in games for impact because it's one of those games where you can, date all kinds of people regardless of their various genders and body shapes and stuff.
I am for the transhuman revolution, yes.
You've got Chicory, A Colorful Tale, never heard of it. Life is Strange, True Colors, and No Longer Home. I voted for Boyfriend Dungeon because, like I said, I want to pick that game up when it's on sale.
I didn't know about it, so I voted for Life is Strange. It was the only one I knew in the damn listing.
Yeah, no, that happens. Oh boy, here's another one. And I know what you for here. It's time for number 9, best ongoing. You've got Apex Legends. You've got Fortnite. Of course you do. Genshin Impact. I'm still slightly nettled about all the Genshin nominations, and FGO never got a nod. Awards. How dare. Call of Duty Warzone, and the thing that Lucky picked, and also I voted for, because I do think it is the best ongoing game they've got out there. Final Fantasy XIV.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. Listen, I've played Apex. It's cool. It's a battle royale game. You guys don't. The fucking image they've got for Fortnite has it's got carnage in it and shit, and I'm just like, I don't know.
I can't. I fucking can't, y'all.
I can't even. Please don't. Naruto with a gun. Stop Fortnite.
It made me laugh a lot though.
Oh, it's funny, but also it's like
it hurts.
Jesus Christ, what do we live in?
It hurts.
What are we? This is the cyberpunk future.
No, but as someone who's been playing Final Fantasy almost nonstop since February, no, I'm on board with this. I'm playing it right now. I'm literally gonna have a problem in 2 weeks when Endwalker comes out, because I actually did check this. Yeah, no, we technically are not supposed to stream it during the early access, so yeah, so I can't stream it that Saturday. I'm just thinking, do I want to stop playing long enough to do What's Up? I don't actually know. I don't know.
Maybe we won't stream it. We can't stream it. Maybe you'll just throw up the title card and we'll just talk.
Maybe
talk over it. No video.
I'll just throw up the Endwalker card and I'll put on the sound design or something. I'll just
yeah, give it some bed meat. So number 10, best indie game for outstanding creative and technical achievement in a video game made outside the traditional publisher system. You've got 12 Minutes by Piranha, Death's Door by Devolver Digital and Acid Nerve, Inscription, Dan Milmon's games in Devolver, Loop Hero by 4 Quarters in Devolver. You may notice Devolver's on here a lot. And Kena Bridge of Spirits, Amberland. I've heard good things about 12 Minutes, Inscription, and Death's Door, but, obviously I played Kena.
Yeah, same. I've seen Kena.
Again, I will say, production value-wise, considering it is still classed as an indie, this game was also nominated for Best Art Direction. Damn, dude. I don't want to say anything on those other games, but, Death's Door and Inscription and stuff, they look like Devolver games. They are nice, they're kind of quirky, but, Kena is an art piece. There is a lot of technical achievement in making that game look that good.
Oh, hang on 1 second.
He's hanging out. He's currently a cube. What is with these weird digital-ass cubes? Blank white health. Sorry, I'm watching the preview window of whatever Lucky's dealing with right here.
Yeah, this is the Nier raids, because Yogotaro decided to put his fucking his stuff in Final Fantasy, and Yoshi P was all like, let's fucking do it. And everyone was sad forever.
I see. Yes, no, okay, now I get it. Yes, this is very neat. But that was best indie. And here's the one of the which is the okay, all right, guys. This is best mobile game presented by Verizon. You've got Fantasian? I guess that's how you say that. Genshin Impact, League of Legends Wild Rift, Marvel Future Revolution, and Pokemon Unite. Which I've heard a lot of people like Pokemon Unite, so I don't know, but there it is. I feel, once again, rather annoyed Genshin's in here, because that came out last year. Why can't you, consider award-winning 5-year running Fate Grand Order?
I play a lot of fucking mobile games, and it does irk me on a yearly basis that none of them is here. None of them.
Yeah. Like I said, heard good things about Pokemon Unite. It seems popular with people. Pokemon Go was a huge craze, so we could believe that maybe Pokemon games do good, but
yeah.
Netmarble's Marvel Future Revolution, League of Legends, anything. Like, I know League is super popular, but also I still have my own. I haven't watched Arcane, guys. I still have my own thoughts and feelings about the company of Riot Games because they've, much like Blizzard Activision right now, they've had a lot of bad press over the last year as well.
Like, if we could, are we gonna talk any about Arcane? Because like, I want to say something. Like, I haven't watched it either, and like, this is because of my bias against League, because I have played it a while, and like I said, their community was toxic as fuck. Correct. And all that crazy stuff. So I'm not like into getting. I mean, I'm not into League or its lore. So everyone's saying, "Oh, it's so fucking amazing." I'm like, is it amazing? Is it amazing, or are you just?
I do think it. At least artistically, I do think it has a good art style. I remember the other night, Red from OSP, everybody drink. She was like raving about like the art style and stuff. Mm-hmm. Like, and I don't. Those guys aren't like, they play video games. They don't seem like hardcore video game people. There's no way they play League. Like, seriously, at least anymore. And that's not a value judgment. I've never touched League, so. But, so, I don't know. I think artistically, it seems like it's got some merit, but, I mean, as I don't give a shit about League or its lore either, so. I don't know. Maybe I'll try and watch it to see if it is, like, worth standing on its own, but, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I agree, having seen, like, the trailers and previews on Netflix, it looks good.
I took that for the team.
Also, I'll throw it out there. Legendary saying Japanese mobile games. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, listen, I don't want to be like conspiracy theory, stringboard, but I feel like given the element of the jury who is mostly Western and the fact that a lot of the video game nominees seem to prefer Western studios, and given games that win, I feel like perhaps there might be a little bit of bias because culturally Japan doesn't play the same game over here as like, talking about like either business and technical stuff like, the dreaded crunch or anything, or perhaps the social issues that are a big deal in the West. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. But you'll notice that a lot of the times there aren't a lot of the big Japanese games nominated except in RPG because apparently the West can only make a decent RPG like every 5 to 10 years. And then they sell it to you for 10 years straight. What is that, Skyrim? What? 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 What was that, Todd Howard? But yeah, so I literally have no vote in this. I don't play Genshin anymore. I've never played these other 4 games, and I'm like, I don't really care. I never played Genshin on mobile, so I can't talk to its mobile experience.
And how many people are actually playing it on mobile?
I really don't know. That's also the other annoying thing about Genshin. I'm like, do people play this on mobile? So I think our next one will be a little bit more interesting. This is Best Community Support. Recognizing a game for outstanding community support, transparency, and responsiveness, inclusive of social media activity and game updates patches. Your nominees are Apex Legends, Fortnite, No Man's Sky, Destiny 2, and Final Fantasy XIV Online. I voted for 14 because from Lucky's experience talking to me, I know that they're actually quite good about this.
Oh, yeah, no. Like I said, they're very interactive on Twitter. They have a lot of collabs. They literally just released a music video for Endwalker, and they're like putting it on billboards and stuff. They're engaging. Like when Yoshi P, the man at the fucking top, gets on live streams like, semi-regularly to be all like, hey, let me tell you what's happening. I'm going to hang out. We're going to talk to you. We're going to be cool. I'm going to drink wine, make cookies.
Yeah. Also in good consciousness, once again, Fortnite should not win this award because their updates are Naruto with a gun. Mm-hmm. Naruto gets bodied by Ariana Grande. It's what is this? But yeah, no. I mean, I could go with Destiny 2, but I haven't played Destiny. I'm glad that No Man's Sky has done, especially because of our conversation about Cyberpunk, I'm glad No Man's Sky has done this full loop, and this is like, I think the second year in a row they've been nominated for Best Support, right? Because that game has really taken the long view and turning itself around. Mm-hmm. And a lot of people swear it's good. So, this next one is Innovation in Accessibility, presented by Chevrolet. Cars know about accessibility. And this says, recognizing software and or hardware that is pushing the medium forward by adding features, technology, and content that helps games be played by an even wider audience.
Oh, this one is going horribly.
We've got Far Cry 6, Forza Horizon 5, Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, and The Veil Shadow of the Crown. Had not heard of. I mean, I would vote for Guardians here. You know, they have some pretty extensive menus that let you futz a lot with both like difficulty and also like how certain options work. Like you can straight up, you know, if you have bad reflexes, you can turn off QTEs, stuff like that. Lucky, did you really notice any of the accessibility or anything features in Far Cry?
I did. Like, right when you start off the game, they actually get you immediately into the accessibility options. That's why I did. I did vote Far Cry 6. Because, like I said, you don't have to, like, stumble through, like, all the menus to get to them. I was like, no, before we even get started, we're going to make sure that you are taken care of. So I was like, no, I can respect that. It's probably not the best, but it's the one I know.
And Guardians does the same thing. They have this big menu right away, which, like I said, lets you set all your audio, visual, lets you turn on streaming mode if you're streaming, and then lets you adjust difficulty. So yeah, we're in a good place. We'll see what the actual like features and stuff were, and hopefully the sizzle reel this year makes sense, because I remember when Last of Us Part 2 got nominated and won, everybody was confused because like the sizzle reel for it was just like you highlight enemies, but then somebody in our chat audience, because we watch it live with a bunch of people, was like, no, it actually had like lots of different like colorblind and audio filters. Okay, the award ceremony did not communicate that to anybody who, say, hasn't played Last of Us Part 2 and never will, that it deserved that award. But 14, Best VR/AR, Best Experience Played in Virtual Augmented Reality, respective platform. This is another weird one. We don't have the VR. But they got Hitman 3, I Expect You to Die 2, Lone Echo 2, Resident Evil 4, and Sniper Elite VR. Didn't know Resident Evil 4 had a VR, but I bet it's good.
Yeah, no, I voted for that.
Yep, I suspect that's the correct one. Now we get into the genres, so this is where shit starts to get freaky.
Oh no.
This is where it gets real. So, best action game. For the best game in the action genre, focused primarily on combat. So we can include first-person shooters in here as well. We've got Back 4 Blood by Turtle Rock and BB Games, Chivalry 2 by Torn Banner Studios, Deathloop by Arcane, Far Cry 6 by Ubisoft Toronto, and Returnal by Housemarque. So, I mean, obviously, out of these, I'm going to go with the one I played, Deathloop.
Same. I went with Far Cry. Far Cry 6 definitely lets me scratch that I want to shoot stuff vibe.
Yes. And having watched you play it and talk about it, it definitely looks like a good shoot-shoot-bang-bang game.
Yeah.
I will probably eventually pick it up myself.
Yes, I'm going to need...
You know, when I'm not in a 120-hour quest or however the fuck long a Stray Ascending's going to be.
Guys, I'm going to tell you right now, I have a Stray Ascending on standby right now. I just have to push a button and we switch over.
We're going to go there. That's on my list. I've put about 3 hours into the game and have barely scratched the surface.
This is why there's actually no actual like game title. Guys, if there's no actual game title in the fucking the stream, that's because we're doing
you're doing the switchery-do.
Yeah. Oh, Aresh, if you can hear me, you're leader. You can do a motion to kick.
Oh, you got some bad eggs in your raid?
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think that's pretty fair. I think all of these games are probably good. Maybe not Back 4 Blood. I know some people have kind of been talking about maybe it's not perfect.
Yeah, no, I heard like it's a good game, but it's not worth it. Aresh, I think you have to go to the. It's either like right-click his name or check the duty settings.
But yeah, so all those games are, other than maybe Back 4 Blood, seem pretty solid. You know, you got the whole thing up there.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I suspect it's probably going to come a lot too, especially because they are more recent. It will probably come a lot to Deathloop or Far Cry 6. So for our next title, we have Best Action Adventure, the best action adventure game combining combat with traversal and puzzle solving. You've got Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy by Eidos Montreal, Metroid Dread, Psychonauts 2, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, and Resident Evil Village. Interesting, but I think appropriate for them to characterize Village as action-adventure rather than action.
Yeah.
Considering that they don't do, like, best FPS, they do, you know, action games and then action-adventure games. I voted for Guardians of the Galaxy, obviously. It was a great action-adventure game. This will be an interesting one, though, because, like I said, Resident Evil Village is in here. That got a lot of acclaim. A lot of people repping for Metroid Dread.
I voted for Metroid Dread because I did see a lot of people talking about it.
Yeah. Here it is, the big one, number 17. So this is best role-playing. Best game designed with rich rich player character customization and progression, including massively multiplayer experiences. There's no MMOs on this list this year.
Everyone died!
Your list for best role-playing is Monster Hunter Rise by Capcom, Scarlet Nexus by Bandai Namco, Shin Megami Tensei 5 by Atlus, Tales of Arise by Bandai Namco, taking those nominees home, and Cyberpunk 2077 by CD Projekt Red. This is the big one people are rustled about. Is Cyberpunk in Best RPG? And honestly, I'm kind of surprised by Best RPG as well. I guess did no like really big budget good Western RPGs come out this year? I guess not.
No, not really.
Because this is all JRPGs and then Cyberpunk, which obviously, because it was delayed the second time or the third time or the fifth time, whatever, the last delay put it after the cutoff for the VGs. So I mean, always it was probably going to get a nomination, and listen, Cyberpunk is a really good game for purposes of character customization. Also, it's the only game on this list I've played so far. I am interested in SMT5 and Scarlet Nexus. I have not played them yet. So, I voted for Cyberpunk. But like I said, it's interesting because this is like 4 JRPGs and then Cyberpunk. I know some people are kind of like up in arms that Neo World with You wasn't nominated. You know, there's probably a couple of other ones out there. But I think it's really interesting, like I said, because I would feel like, you know, some of these are maybe the kind of games that maybe your panel at the Game Awards would not go for, but here we are.
I voted for Cyberpunk 2077 because, like, we don't get, like, in my personal opinion, we don't necessarily get enough sci-fi RPGs of any sort.
Yeah. Hell, Starfield's not gonna come out by the time the awards go out, so that'll probably be the one next year.
Yeah, no, and Scarlet Nexus, well, I do like it. It does have its own problems and whatnot. So, like, as the, you know, Cyberpunk 2077 right now is my, you know, Cyberpunk experience. Yeah. My sci-fi RPG experience. And say what you will, you know, leveling up was smooth. You had plenty of options to choose from. You had plenty of ways to play the game, do the things, all that stuff. You have various quests of all sorts of things. It's like, as like, you know, as like a game, you know, glitches and whatnot, it was completely and utterly fine. It was a great Western RPG. It was just plagued with,
and it's only getting better. You know, apparently they've been updating stuff, including adding like new stuff subtly. So unfortunately, lucky they've nerfed quick hacks.
Oh no.
A little bit. They made contagion way weaker. The damage is less, and they made it so ping doesn't reveal enemies behind walls, but it does still reveal cameras, so you can like do the camera hack to like still ping people.
Oh, okay, maybe it's not as great now.
Yeah.
I mean, like hacking was bullshit, y'all.
Yeah, that was the stealth way to play. Also, apparently, any enemy, if they realize you're not using covert hacks, can like try and trace you. So you got to be like faster, or more aware. But they also improved overall stealth. They made it so that enemies don't raise the alarm right away individually, so you can like get seen by like one dude, and if you get in really quick, not every dude knows you're there. That was a major problem with stealth in the previous version. And also, they straight up added a new cyberware mod. You can get cloaking.
Oh,
you can get invisibility. For 5, 10, and 15 seconds at the highest tier.
Yeah, no, that was one that was always planned. It was actually in the code. I remember this.
Yeah, it was in the code, but they finally actually made it playable in patch 1.3, and I'm like, ooh, neat, good.
I would like to, like, I probably would have like maybe leaned more towards SMT5, but I haven't got it yet. Listen, I'm drowning.
Yeah, like I said, I'm interested in it. I've seen some quotes of like the dialogue. It seems super like fresh, and the like models are really good. You know. I know some people have said that the number of usable demons is smaller, but that's because they all have 3D models now. You know, they're not 2D sprites. So, like, yeah, no, it seems like they're doing stuff. So I don't know how that one's going to go, but we'll see. No matter what wins, RPG nerds on the internet will be butthurt.
This is going to be how it's going to be for most things on this. This is why we have to say, like, we always have to start about frickin' about award ceremonies. It's all like, don't take award ceremonies as your end all be all. Just take them as, you know, the people's popular choice.
Yeah, because I'll throw this out there. they like I'm looking at their list of the outlets who are responsible for the jury panel, right? Like,
right.
So you're looking at perfectly normal like Ars Technica, Games Radar, Game Informer, Giant Bomb, IGN's on the list. Entertainment Weekly and more mainstream like LA Times and Newsweek, and Vice also. And then they've got like more niche stuff like Kind of Funny. I follow them. They're in here as well. You've got GameSpot. You've got What's Good Game, Easy Allies and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So they got a mix of like super mainstream and then much more gamer focused stuff. And they do have some international, like they've got like some outlets they pulled from like Argentina, Australia, Brazil. There's more outlets they pulled in Brazil than in Canada. So like they've got a decent spread of people. Ooh, we got some interesting. We got some input from Japan. Famitsu, Dengeki, board game.
Well, they got Famitsu and Dengeki. They got the big ones.
Yeah. That's probably what we do. You reach out to the biggest outlets. But they've got a decent spread of the jury panel. So, like, that unfortunately means that your results are going to be homogenized because they're going to be filtered through fucking everybody.
Yeah.
So you're probably looking at a lot of lowest common denominator wins. But you never know. That sometimes is... Some people have this hipsterish reaction to like, mass popularity.
Mm-hmm.
It's not inherently bad. Like, if something appeals to a lot of people, there's a reason why it did that. But... You are probably going to look at some cattiness for everything.
Oh, yeah.
Like, for instance, let's talk about Best Fighting Game, our next category.
Mm-hmm.
Your nominees are Demon Slayer, the Hinokami Chronicles, Guilty Gear Strive, Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl, Virtua Fighter 5, and Melty Blood Type Lumina.
I mean, I voted for...
French bread.
I mean, yeah, man, I voted for Melty Blood because Jesus fucking Christ, man.
Of course. Come on, we got to rep.
We got to rep.
But this is going to be another, like, all of these are great games to be nominated. Like, I know people who like Guilty Gear love Strive.
I mean, if Melty Blood wasn't here, I just would have just voted for Strive on principle.
Right. I've heard that the Demon Slayer game, like, looks really good.
Mm-hmm. Like, I want to get it. Like, I do want to get that game.
And honestly, if you're into mascot fighters, the Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl game is, like, nuts with, like, its character rosters and stuff.
Oh, yeah, no, like, a lot of companies are coming out with their all-star brawlers. Fucking, the Warner Brother one, it has fucking Shaggy in it, and that's killing me.
Yeah, I know, it's wild. I can't wait for Ultra Instinct Shaggy. And let's move on, though, to category number 19, Best Family, a.k.a. Nintendo Eats Itself for Awards.
Nom.
So, you've got It Takes Two. That's the only other game we've seen anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
I feel kind of bad that some of these aren't included, like, but I guess some of these are repackages. So you've got Mario Party Superstars, you've got new Pokemon Snap, you've got Super Mario 3D World Bowser's Fury, and you've got WarioWare Get It Together.
I voted for.
You've got It Takes Two, and then 4 fucking Nintendo games.
I voted for Mario Party. I mean, that game. It's not the best, but I have fond memories of all the Mario parties.
Yeah. And if we were unconcerned with the future of our business, and if both of us had Switch Online, we could probably pick up Superstars, but that would require a little bit of extra setup.
Yeah.
Also, we'd probably want... Well, I don't know. We could Game Grumps it and have 2 AIs. I would not be an animal like Aaron and set one of them to super mega hard. But we could just AI ball it. But no, we probably want some friends, which we don't have. Cry emojis in the chat. I voted for Super Mario 3D World because... I've played that game, Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser Fury. I played that. It's a very good port with extra content that is good. It's a solid, Super Mario game. But yeah, I would probably want to play all those Nintendo titles. Like, WarioWare looks really good from what I've seen of people. I'm still interested in new Pokemon Snap. It's on my list. I think maybe either in the next month or like next year, maybe, since I'm going to be blocked in on a couple of games. I need to maybe knock out some of my Switch backlog. I've realized I still need to finish Hyrule Warriors and I guess finish Skyward Sword. Get it out of the way. Yeah, I'm not enthused about that second one there. And pick up a couple of the titles I realized I haven't gotten it to. Maybe a 5, new Pokemon Snap. Maybe pick up Brilliant Pearl. I'm kind of middling on Gen 4. It's all right. I do like Pokemon, but I never did. I like Pokemon, but I never bought the season pass for for Sword Shield. Maybe I'll do that instead.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, best family, as usual, is just the Nintendo box. That probably says something about what the people think. And as always, Lucky, our favorite category, best sim/strategy.
Oh, no.
God, why? Guess what? Microsoft Flight Simulator's in here again.
How?
Every year, it's the only fucking... I know it's popular, guys, but come on. You don't want to put Power Wash Simulator in here? That was popular. Anyway, the real nominees, because there's no fucking way Flight Simulator's going to beat them, is Age of Empires 4, Evil Genius 2, World Domination, Humankind, and Inscription. So I haven't played any of these titles, but I want to play Humankind. I am waiting for it to be on sale properly, and not just like $20 off, full $60 game. But I do want to pick it up because it sounds like a really interesting take on the Civ building theory. But yeah, I've heard good things about Inscription.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know Age of Empires is popular.
I mean, I vote for Age of Empires, but that's because Age of Empires has always been my RTS of choice.
Yeah, no, I figured it's got the pedigree. Like,
yeah.
Other than the fact that they're still bundling this with sim games, because I guess otherwise Microsoft Flight Simulator has nowhere to go to get nominated for awards. Oh, boo-hoo.
That's true.
It's weird.
I do think that RTS strategy should be different than simulation, though.
Yes. And then we get into a kit bash that actually works. Best sports/racing. For traditional and non-traditional sports and racing games. Your nominees are F1 2021, FIFA 22, Forza Horizon 5, Hot Wheels Unleashed, and Riders Republic, which has been getting a lot of press lately.
I don't even remember what I picked for this one. I just clicked something and moved on.
Yeah, I don't even know. Here's another big one. We've moved up to 6 in this one as well. Best multiplayer for outstanding online multiplayer gameplay and design, including co-op and massive multiplayer experiences, irrespective of game genre or platform. Your nominees are Back 4 Blood, Knockout City, It Takes Two, Monster Hunter Rise, New World, and Valheim. I'm going to guess New World or Valheim will win because mirror internet. Also mirror Amazon money.
I'm mad because, again, 14 wasn't on here.
No. You got some other nominees, but not in the best multiplayer. Maybe in this case they want to highlight newer games.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, I don't even know. I know Rise is popular, but I have literally played none of these games. I guess Back 4 Blood can win this one. Do we even want to read out the best content creator of the year? I have literally no idea who any of these are.
We don't know these people. We can't really.
No comment.
Yeah, no comment. No comment.
So one thing we can comment on: best debut indie, best debut game created by a new independent studio. You've got The Artful Escape by Beethoven and Dinosaur, The Forgotten City by Modern Storytellers, Kena Bridge of Spirits, Sable, and Valheim. I have, of course, voted for Kena.
Yep, Kena.
That Forgotten City game looks kind of... I had to look it up. But, yeah, some good titles here. Here's another big one. This is a weird one. Welcome to Most Anticipated Game presented by Prime Gaming. Your nominees are Elden Ring, God of War Ragnarok, Horizon Forbidden West, the sequel to Zelda Breath of the Wild, they still have a name, so they still call it that, and Starfield. Shout out to fucking Sony having this on lock. Like, okay, Starfield's exclusive, but that's it. You've got, like, Nintendo. I think Elden Ring is still multi-platform.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Elden Ring's gonna win that, because people will not shut up about it.
No. I mean, like I said, it looks pretty cool. This is a hard one for me. Which one of these am I anticipating the most? I think it's got to be Breath of the Wild sequel.
No, it's Breath of the Wild sequel.
It's Breath of the Wild.
Listen, I'm excited for Data Boy 2. I'm excited for Horizon, but it's Legend of Zelda, man.
Yeah. Breath of the Wild lives rent-free. Fuck, once again, everybody drink. This week's OSP was they did a detailed diatribe. I don't think it was their best because it was kind of unfocused and very general, but for 50 minutes, Blue and Red gush about how cool the, world-building storytelling in Breath of the Wild is, and how it makes you feel how fucking old that setting is. Like, yeah, no, it does. It's really great. It's full of little touches. I can't wait for them to, activate on the sequel, because, like we said, Breath of the Wild is a really good game that captures that original Legend of Zelda feel, but even then it kind of, doesn't quite, because it doesn't really have dungeons, It doesn't really have gadgets. It's got a couple of, you have the Divine Beasts, but they're very limited and often specific.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously you have all the shrine challenges you could want, but those are much more self-contained,
Or you don't want.
And you don't. Yes. Fucking motion controls. Oh, that was. I think that was the only thing I ever cussed up a storm at in Breath of the Wild was doing the fucking ball puzzles with the motion controls. I'm like, the Switch is flat, game. What the fuck do you want from me? But yeah, like there's some polish there, but that game is really good, and that's my most anticipating for sure. But all of these are bangers.
Oh yeah. Little worried about what I'm gonna do about Starfield though.
Yeah, no, I mean, oh, it's Bethesda. I'm sure they'll make it accessible. I need to juice up my somehow. I need to like research and when the new year starts, you know, we'll probably get a decent infusion of people's yearly memberships. I need to put some of that cash towards figuring out, you know, graphics card, extra RAM and stuff because I'm getting a little antsy because Microsoft dropped Halo Infinite's multiplayer for free on PC and Xbox, and I'm like, ah, shit, fuck. People are talking about playing Halo, and it's new, and I'm not in it. Damn. But yeah, like I understand as well. Like Starfield is like, shit, what am I gonna do? I think it will still be cheaper to upgrade my PC in some way than to buy an Xbox and like sub to all the Xbox stuff. Mm-hmm. Though probably only just. So we have, my God, this is the most 2021 category ever. Best esports game presented by Grubhub. Your choices are Call of Duty, just Call of Duty, no subtitle. I don't know if that means all Call of Duties or if there's a specific Call of Duty with no subtitle they mean. You've got Counter-Strike, Global Offensive, still. Dota 2, League of Legends, Valorant. I play literally none of these games, and for some of them, you would probably have to kill me before I would play them.
Nah, same. Again, I've talked at length of why I don't like multiplayer games in general, or PvP games in general, yes. I should say.
Best esports athlete, no idea who any of these guys are. I do notice that, like, if you want to make some biting commentary, I do notice that they are all white guys or Asian guys. Dude.
I mean, I can't knock and like fucking.
Also, one of these guys' nickname is Simp. Way to take it back, bruh. You've got best esports team once again.
Dunno.
Guys. But they're all playing those games that were nominated for best esports game. We've got best esports coach, no idea. Best esports events. Oh, that's it. Okay, we're done. Cool. It's all esports, as we did. There's like 5 esports ones. So, yeah, that was the Game Awards. We hope you like that rundown.
Mm-hmm.
So, there's some interesting choices there. There's some letdown. But, yeah, like I said, I had a little bit of a mini Twitter rant. I used 4 whole tweets on that.
Mm-hmm.
About Cyberpunk, because what I said on Twitter, and I'll reiterate here, was I kind of hope Cyberpunk wins some awards because I know that people are going to go fucking nuclear malding about it.
Yeah.
And you know, after all the riffing people did on it and all the cheap publicity talking about how blah blah the game is awful, never be forgiven, they must apologize to me personally. I'm like, all right, you deserve it. You deserve this. On the other hand, I would also be deeply annoyed when this turned into the inevitable free clickbait press cycle about how the Game Awards are dead. Cyberpunk is bad, actually. They never apologized to me. The game will never be good. Crunch time.
I mean, that's just everything nowadays.
Yeah,
like, God, because again, I made a tweet about this on like another situation that happened over the week that I will not comment about.
No, we probably don't want to bring that. That's playing with some fire.
That's playing with some fire.
I don't know if YouTube will like that.
No, we won't like that. But again, I feel like a lot of people literally can't see past their own noses in a lot of issues and just are out for themselves. Just out for themselves.
Yeah, we get a lot of like, not even necessarily themselves. We get a lot of like my guy versus your guy type stuff where we pick a side and we refuse to see nuance or question anything.
We refuse to compromise, refuse to bargain. It's just like my way or highway, and if it's not my way, well, fuck you. I'm like,
and that's just an ugly time we live in, where that seems to be where a lot of people are going, and it's not very helpful, guys.
It's not.
My way or the highway only works if your way is like better and the highway doesn't go someplace. Like, you know, it's we could all stand to be a little more understanding and cooperative, even with people you think are dumbbells, you know? Even dumbbells are human beings too, probably. Mm-hmm. Unless they're lizard people. I don't know. But yeah, it's a weird thing, and it's definitely, you see it all over. I will say, at least I kind of have liked some of the way I've seen certain press stories handled. Like, I've seen a lot of people being, like, surprised and positive about, like, Halo Infinite dropping, or like the Elden Ring preview, right? Like, people were able to do positive clickbait basically, right?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like they had genuine enthusiasm. They actually spun that into, like, oh, hey, Halo dropped. Oh, hey, Elden Ring game test, kind of a thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to the dogpiling, which I've seen a little bit of people being like, oh, man, is GTA really that bad? Oh, Rockstar's apologizing, kind of a thing, right? But, like, not, for some reason, not as intense as perhaps Cyberpunk got it, which bothers me a little, because one of my subpoints in my tweet was that I would like to bring up that a game being overhyped and overmarketed is apparently no great sin. It is apparently no longer damnation, because, guys, look at Deathloop. Deathloop is nominated for multiple fucking awards, including Game of the Year. It deserves those nominations. It's a good fucking game. I bought it and played it. After that game was fucking strung out and sucked of all its juices, all the blood was slurped from that stone by marketing. Literally everybody, ourselves included, who I ever watched see a new Deathloop trailer, like on a PlayStation, like a Sony Live or whatever, would audibly, like, groan when the trailer came up. They would be like, oh, it's this shit again. Or, like, the trailer would end, they'd be like, that didn't tell me anything new. Like, everybody was fucking fed up with Deathloop's marketing. And here it is. It came out. The game is great. And nobody cares that the marketing killed it, right?
Right.
So, clearly, nobody actually gives a shit about that. The only reason why you're butthurt about Cyberpunk being overhyped is that it, to a decent chunk of the populace, underperformed. And I have to say decent chunk because I gotta be real. The game didn't underperform for me. I got to play it on PS5. It was fine. It was literally no worse than the first time, tiny baby Omega put Fallout 3 in his PS3. And God, though, Bethesda is known for their glitchy-ass games, right?
Right.
And God, fucking, the engine they used for Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas sucked. I had those crashes, right? Like those, my game fucking froze opening doors, right?
Right.
Like trying to load into zones and shit. And those games are still great. Todd Howard shills Skyrim every year for 10 years, and people are still buying it. Skyrim was also quite buggy on different platforms,
I think I kind of think it's partially because people are still modding the fuck out of some of these games, though.
True. I think they have those long life because of the modding potential, yes, for sure.
Yeah.
As evidenced, I think, by the fact that Fallout 76 just kind of exists.
Yeah.
We tried to do this Fallout Battle Royale as a surprise thing. It was a big flop, I want to say. Had really bad marketing with its, limited editions having shitty merch bundled in there that was, subpar. Player base was awful. Went through several revamps. May or may not be okay now. Never tried it myself. Probably not. Don't want to because, I'm pretty sure you can just mod New Vegas to be multiplayer these days, guys.
Probably, yeah.
Which would be way more entertaining for you and me. We should bark out some time for that. We should look into that. Play fucking multiplayer New Vegas with mods.
That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, because we like New Vegas, and that game's, that game runs on potatoes. That's how old and ugly New Vegas is. I say this with love.
We can probably find the master suite of mods to make it good.
Yeah, we can touch it up a little, fix some bugs, get some new content. Check out those sweet DLCs. But yeah, so like, it's just I am shocked about how many people are still butthurt about Cyberpunk literally 12 months later. When I feel like Cyberpunk didn't do a lot that other games don't do. Other games do crunch all the time. Yeah, sure. Like CD Projekt Red said they weren't going to do crunch, and then they did crunch anyway. Things change. People lie. Circumstances change. Shit gets fucked up. That's real life. I'm not going to hold that against them. That's for their employees to hold against them.
Mm-hmm.
And it sounds like there was some holding against them kind of a thing. Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you in chat, Boss Hunter, that the GTA thing was not overmarketed. It was very subtle. I think they only announced it like earlier this year, and they started the press push like a couple weeks before it came out, and then it came out and it was bad. and it was universally bad. Like I said, Cyberpunk played fine for me. Yes, once a session, it would usually hard crash to desktop, but like I said, that was not any worse than me playing, like I said, like Fallout 3 back then. And I like New Vegas way more, but I still like those games. Like, they turned me into a Fallout guy. So, yeah. Well, they turned me into that Fallout guy. I don't know if I can say I'm a Fallout guy. I still haven't played Fallout 4. And 76. I am slightly nettled by the fact that Bethesda seems a little butthurt that people clearly prefer New Vegas, or at least people with taste. I'll say it. Also, I mean, if you want to talk about business practices, Rockstar said they're going to undo this, but originally they delisted the OG versions from like storefronts to make you buy the new remaster, which turned out to be shit. Yep. Now they're going to undo that, but again, talking about like scummy moves, like it's everywhere, and you need to like take a sit back and look at this with a higher perspective. I understand a lot of people were super overhyped for Cyberpunk. We were warning people about it for years. Mm-hmm. I think my phrase was Cyberpunk 2077 will not cure cancer.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you said that.
Which is how a lot of people seem to be treating it, right?
Right.
Like, it was going to be this miraculous perfect game, and I'm like, no, it's not. But it's going to be a Cyberpunk RPG, and that's going to be pretty cool. They got fucking, Johnny Mnemonic himself, Keanu Reeves to play, your main sounding board. Great performances for all the characters. Great character storyline. It's a great game. Great 80% of a game. Needs that last 20%, please. CD Projekt Red sometime in 2022. Make stealth perks worth taking. Knife throwing is cool, but maybe give me unlimited knives.
I mean, I can throw a knife, or I can just shoot someone in the back of the head. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I think that's the primary problem with stealth, and why every stealth character was actually a netrunner. It's because the stealth perks were kind of like creative but not useful. Mm-hmm. If I do a build again, I'm almost assuredly going to do full like body, big guns, go with gorilla arms again, and be like, no, I am Big V.
No,
I'll still play Girl V, and I'll be tiny, and I'll just be like, no, machine gun, you die.
No, I gotta play Man V this time. I played Girl V last time.
Well, you can romance Pan Am then.
Yeah, I know. That's why I want to. That's the only reason.
That's fair. That's fair. that would be why I would play male V, because Sherry Lee is a great female V, and Judy's okay. I like Judy.
Judy's alright. But no, it's like, no, I'm like, next time I'm already gonna, I'm gonna build fucking Claymores. He's gonna be big, black hair, big shotguns that run at everything.
I would say I had as much fun playing Cyberpunk as Deus Ex, probably more, because Deus Ex is good. It has a little bit more of a tighter focus. That's also a decent Cyberpunk RPG, though that third one never came out that they were clearly planning on making after Mankind Divided. Mankind Divided having its own problems in that it's a clear, baby Act 2, we want to make a third one of these, but we don't have the time to do it yet, so we're going to give you the sequel now.
Am I gonna die? Am I gonna die? No, I'm safe. Other people died, though.
I would say it was as fun, if not better, than the original Human Revolution. Like, Human Revolution has its own memes. Mm-hmm. And I think that the games do different systems, like hacking, especially quick hacking in Cyberpunk, is way cooler and makes you feel more Cyberpunk than Deus Ex. Mm-hmm. Like, Deus Ex hacking is like unlocking security panels and,
yeah, Latiners, listen to Kaine Prelude version, Final Fantasy 14. Suffer. Sorry, beautiful.
No, I know. I see the chat. So, like, yeah, I think they both have their ups and downs, and I honestly think that after a few years, I think both Human Revolution and 2077 will be, like, landmark Cyberpunk RPG games in our history.
I limit breaked into death. Good job, me.
Because, like, there's definitely some positive and negatives to both, and they both got their own. But yeah, all in all, like I said, I'm you know me. I was not overhyped for Cyberpunk, but then I had a good experience with it, so I'm willing to go to bat for that game.
Oh yeah, same.
Some of the discourse is a little annoying. It seems to be dying down. I had my thoughts and feelings I wanted to get out there, and we'll see where the future brings. Like I said, because we've got a lot of Cyberpunk on the brain right now. I'm like, do I want to sink another 120 hours into Cyberpunk in a different build?
I'm still just waiting for that next gen update. That's it.
Yeah, I think that's the big wait, and I hope that will come with some free DLC stuff. Like, I know that they actually, like, patched in some of the patched out, like, iconic weapons, for instance, you know. I'm interested in them doing more stuff with that.
Oh, thank you, Rush.
Also, please, for the love of God, like, you've got the assets. Please code weapon and vehicle customization. Like, just, you know, let me buy a terminal for way too many new yen dollars in my little armory room I have. I literally have a room for this, and you know, add some paint shops and garages to the world map where I can get my car painted. Because obviously we know from stealing cars, there's a lot of variation in cars, but you're kind of fixed in the patterns you get when you buy cars. Other than that, there's a couple you can find. I'm still had, even though it steered like a cow, I still love the fact that I went into a tunnel and I found one of the supercars. I think
oh yeah, that's right. I remember that.
Arendite, the Merkman car, and I'm like, this is the Merkmobile. I'm like, this is a car.
Bye!
I have a supercar.
Goodbye, world.
I died at the last stimulus that calls this. Whee! There it is. You were like 2 pixels from crossing the line into the safe zone. Too.
Yeah, I was.
Yeet.
But
yeah, Cyberpunk's still good. I think I would, especially since they did nerf hacking a little, and that was clearly the pro way to play. I would probably go big guns, high body.
Mm-hmm.
Because that was also a problem I had in the game, was whenever I wanted to be cool and intimidating, I never had enough body because it was all in those bits. But I believe that was something they made accessible within early patches, was like they made more vendors with the big reset and stuff, and I think they eventually lowered the price. So there's a lot of fun stuff. But yeah, I'd love to see the next gen update and some free DLC. I'm still willing to go for the bat for Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a short intermission because that sucked up about an hour of our time, which I think was good. I think then that my next big thing is that I want to ramble about Killzone Shadowfall, just to keep the continuity.
Keep it going.
So before we do that, I need to go pee.
Go pee.
Stretch my legs. I got to be ready for that, because boy howdy, hold on to that one. So I'm going to pause the audio. I will let Lucky entertain you as he gets thrown off buildings over and over again.
No more getting thrown off buildings, but let me see if I can get... Wait, hang on. I'm being an animal right now. I voted for everyone else. Only people who want this fucking minion can stay. Alright, that everybody? Alright, here we go. I rolled an 8. God fucking damn it. Alright. What the fuck did I get from all that? Oh, I gotta put that in the armory chest. Aiming. Maiming. I don't know why I even rolled on maiming. I don't need the maiming stuff. I don't have any of those. Healing. Yes, I should keep the healing. Scouting. No, I don't need that either. Alright. Oh, it's a... No, hey, stop. Stop moving, Arish. Stop. There. We are now cute. Wait. Your umbrella's purple. How'd you get a purple one? Tell me your secrets. Oh, market board. Well, it is lovely. Alright, let's see here. Well, the only thing left, really, is main scenario. And that's a movie night, y'all. Let's see here. Oh, I got the stuffed Android units. Yay. And scanning for style. It's probably not expensive anymore, unfortunately. You can probably get it real easy.
Okay, I'm back. Unpausing the audio. We're all back.
We're all back. Yay.
Alright, I stretch on my bones.
You need those.
Okay, kids. Welcome to Omega's Review Corner. I have completed Killzone Shadowfall. I will now tell you about it. I will preface it by saying it might not be worth the $8.
Oof.
This is a little bit of a rough one. So I've been thinking about this long and hard because, like I said, I really liked Killzone 2 and 3. I really want them to release them on a non-PS3 platform. so I can play them easily, and possibly release the first one. I never played that back on PS2. Give us a complete package. I know you're busy, Gorilla. You're doing okay, but I've been trying to collect my thoughts on this as for why I did not have a good time with Shadowfall in a lot of places, and I had a good time with it in some places. There are some nuggets of some really good, interesting gameplay that both for classic Killzone stuff and also just for brand new directions. But a lot of it is not good. So I've boiled this down to, I want to say 3-ish main points. Point number 1, I genuinely think this game came out at the wrong time.
Oh.
For its detriment. So, I believe I mentioned this to you, Lucky, off mic earlier, but if you look at the release dates, Killzone Shadowfall comes out in 2013. It was a launch title for the PS4. Titanfall number 1 came out in 2014.
Ooh, that's right.
If those years were switched and Killzone came out after Titanfall came along and let people know you can fucking wall run and double jump and shit in shooters, I think Killzone would be a lot better. Because Shadowfall has a lot of these, like, cramped industrial spaces, tight space-based hallways, with, like, catwalks and stuff. Or interesting, like, vertical industrial areas. And it does not use them well. Because, you can sprint, you can climb ladders, you can climb ledges when they let you. When you get to the designated press X to jump the ledge area, But it's not free movement, which is kind of a shame because, like I said, some of these areas are actually very interestingly designed with, like, vertical levels. There's, like, ramps and ladders and stuff. You'd never use it, though, because you're slow. You cannot jump inherently. We're still back in that era of gameplay. And it's one of those shooters that has weight to it. It's a weighty game. When you sprint, you feel the weight. You feel a little sluggish as you move the gun around, Your reload animations are nice, big, chunky reload animation. You get knocked out of zoom when you get shot, and it takes you a couple of seconds to actually do the, like, look down sights animation and stuff, right?
Yeah.
It's meant to have weight, but that's really to its detriment, because I get what they're going for. It's very clear that the game, especially at later points, is supposed to play up this kind of, like, I don't know if I would say, like, Jason Bourne, but, like, definitely, like, early 2010s kind of, like, you can't trust your backing government. You're a lone agent trying to find the truth kind of a thing, as hunting terrorists boils over into government mistrust kind of shit. Like, it's playing up both more Cold War themes, because that's thematically where the game takes place, is like 20 years after the big dust-up war. And like I said, it really nails those themes. The new Helgen with the literal wall with the checkpoints is, like, really interesting. You could also get some Korea vibes with the, like, heavily militarized, DMZ around the too. And infiltrated, making you feel outnumbered and all that stuff. Like, certain areas have infinite reinforcements respawn. But God, it's not fun. It's not a fun, like, being a little underdog guy, right? Like, it just sucks. You're not that hardy. 2 or 3 concentrated bursts of enemy fire will kill you, or will make you so injured that any motherfucker's stray bullet will do you in. And it's not entertaining, especially not because they play up the limited resources, You've got adrenaline packs you have to pick up. Even, like, pinging enemies is sluggish. It takes, like, 3 seconds to do a full ping to your maximum range. You got to hold the button down. And you can't execute it when you're starting, like, a sprint or a climb, so you have to be, like, stopping what you're doing to go hold the D-pad and not do other actions. And it's a little clunky, and I think the game would genuinely better if it was more mobile. Like I talked about before, there's a zipline function on your little robot buddy, but you can only zipline down. So imagine if you could zipline anywhere. Like, if I could do that horizontally or vertically, even, that would make the game so much more open and make me feel so much less trapped when, like, 3 dudes with automatic rifles are, like, 5 feet from me, and I'm like, well, I'm gonna go down. Did you give me adrenaline packs so I can get back up when I die? No? Okay, guess I die then. We'll do it again. So yeah, there's some frustration in, like, obviously some of that is just it's dated. Like I said, literally it came out a year before Titanfall. They're not gonna have jumped the gun and have invented things Titanfall invented, because otherwise we would all be talking about how cool Killzone Shadowfall was, not Titanfall, right?
Right.
So I give it a little leeway, but it's definitely one of those things that you notice. You notice how old school this is. It reminds me of when we played Modern Warfare Remastered. right?
Yeah.
When, oh, you can't jump, you can only vault certain kinds of cover, you know, and it's like, okay. So there's a little bit of leeway there, but it definitely left me wanting for a little bit more mobility, especially because some of the seeds were there. For instance, there are zero-G sections where you translate, quote-unquote, perfectly into 3D movement. It's still kind of sluggish, but, like, you have, like, little jet boosters, and you can, like, move in zero-G and sprint yourself and stuff and, like, shoot a little rocket, and it's like, why can't I jet boost into gravity well if I can do this in zero-G? Like, come on. No jumpy bit, no, like, extra bit. So you can kind of see where they could have gone that extra bit, and that's my first issue. And I think that's probably the mildest. My second issue is this game doesn't tell you fucking shit. No. And I don't mean that in, like, oh, it's espionage, you're in the dark. No, that's, like, typical. You're as informed in the plot as anybody is ever. What I mean is the game does not have a very demonstrative, informative UI.
Oh, no.
You have the ping, right?
Yep.
But you got to hold down the ping. So if you want to do your maximum range, you got to, like, hold it for 3 seconds. You may be getting shot with bullets. It's not very helpful. The ping goes away after a while. And other than that, it's very hard to track enemies. The color palette is very samey. We are still in an area where, like, yes, they do occasionally employ more color. Like, I think I talked about how in the first map there's, like, an actual, like, forest and river area, right? That plays with some of the colors. There's some, like, brightly colored cityscapes. But a lot of the game is dingy, rainy, concrete gray ruins or gunmetal gray industrial mining metal, you know?
Yeah.
Which the Helghast uniforms blend in perfectly, and you'd think the bright glowing goggles would help. They really don't, though. Like, especially when your whole fucking screen turns red because it's, you know, a first-person shooter and you've got strawberry jam in your eyes and you're gonna die. It's not that easy to pick out these guys sometimes. So you have the ping, and it gives you the full, like, highlight. It goes around walls, but you gotta hold it, and if you hold it too long, you alert all the enemies to your location, so all your stealth is blown. Which sucks, because sometimes when you blow stealth, you trigger infinite reinforcements. So there's, like, those issues. Like, it does not necessarily call it enemies. You can scan to highlight, like, adrenaline packs and other things you can pick up, but not very well. It just gives you these little gray dots, which you may not notice because they are barely distinct from actual objects in the universe. And it doesn't really, like, call you up where to hold them. I also noticed a bug where a lot of times adrenaline packs they had physics. They would sometimes disappear into the geometry. So you could still pick them up, but your only clue that there was an adrenaline pack on that wall or on that floor was that the icon went there and you could press the button prompt. You could not see it because it was in the floor or in the wall. So, like, okay, little rough there. But the other big thing is there's no mini-map. And there's no maps. There's no maps, period. You can tap a button to get a waypoint to where your next objective is, but sometimes that's a very general waypoint, right? Classic waypoint technology, you tap up, you get a little orange dot. Your objective is 160 meters that away, up a little, and you're like, okay, great. How the fuck do I get there? I'm in a literal maze of ruins. There is no map. I can't tell what is an area I'm supposed to walk into and what is just a colored ruin that goes into a bottomless pit. I nearly fell in one of those ones. I think I actually had to die and reset because you could jump down on a shelf and then you couldn't get the fuck back. And I'm just like, all right, this is just really confusing. And the most annoying thing is when you tap the objective button, that gives you your waypoint, right?
Right.
When you hold the objective button, that pulls up a little menu. It gives you your list of all your objectives, including previous one you've picked, for no fucking reason. This is not helpful at all. Like, it lets you recap, but these are usually, like, in-universe objectives that don't make any sense or are very plain. Like, you know, go to the lab and collect Dr. So-and-so, escape with your squad kind of a thing. And it's like, okay, very general. But here's the most, I don't even know what to say. The most, like, disappointing and annoying thing, Lucky. Mm-hmm. When you open up this menu, there's a big image box called Intel that is useless. It's just a fucking screen cap. Like, it's like, Intel, a picture of the level. And I'm like, why is this here? Why did you build this giant UI element to show me pictures of the level? You could have put a map here or something. Or, like, a plan or anything. Tips? It's just a picture. Why is it here?
Actually, when did the first Dead Space come out? Hang on one second.
Oh, Dead Space was like 08, I think. Fucking lines to your objectives? Yeah, that would be great.
It wasn't 08, but...
I don't know, it was 09? It was pre-2010, I'm pretty sure.
It was 2011.
Was it 11? Damn, it's later than I thought. Still a couple years before this.
Yeah, no, and I'm thinking about that, and I'm just like, wait a minute. Dead Space literally had, like, maps in it, and I've always loved their fucking, how do you find the way? It doesn't, like, show you, it's just like, here, follow the blue line.
Yeah, it has a automatic pathfinding tool which draws you a line towards your objective. And yeah, no, that's something that this game did not include and probably could have. Like I said, I don't even need a mini-map. I would have just loved a map, and I would also love a simpler marking system, which is a shame because Killzone 2 and 3 had a marking system. I think it was mostly in multiplayer, but that was an actual like power you could use for certain missions or in multiplayer classes. Scan and mark, and it would give dudes dots over their head and be like, hey, that's an enemy assault, hey, that's an enemy that. With this, it highlights enemies, and if you hover your cursor over them, it tells you what kind of enemy it is and what thing they do, right? Like, these are assault guys. They're usually armed with automatic weapons, and they move fast. This is an engineer. He can create barriers or turrets. Like, you haven't noticed him creating a turret before you've scanned him and highlighted him because it's shooting you in the face, you know? But, like, there's some input, but just, like, the gall to have this, like, giant UI window for no purpose other than to show you, hey, we made a cool level. Okay, thanks, guys. I'd love a map in this literal underground maze I'm in. Or this above-ground maze of collapsed buildings where I have no landmarks. Everything looks the fucking same. So, yeah, it's just, like, sometimes you can forgive some of the UI stuff, but there's just a lot of, like, lack of communication in the UI. There were a lot of times where I was, like, literally lost and frustrated. I'm like, I have no idea how to get to that yellow dot you've given me. I'm just running around with no idea, and you just, sometimes you're getting murdered, too, while you do this. Just like, what am I doing? Where am I going? What's my objective? Get past this thing. Okay, cool. I'll figure it out, And then my third thing, and I don't want to be too damning with this. I don't want to phrase it like, oh, the game developers are too far up their own asshole or anything. Like, I feel like there were certain creative decisions made that feel a little back-patty, but they could also just be filler, because I was thinking about this, and I haven't done any research, but if anybody knows, let me know. I also considered maybe Sony was, kind of breathing down their neck, hey, we need a launch title for PS4. Maybe they were a little rushed. Because this game has definitely a little bit of a, like, padding, oh, hey, look at how cool our maps are now feel to it, right? Let me explain. I think I talked about it a little, but first of all, every cutscene is first person. Some of them are not skippable. So you have to stand there in first person, and you can kind of look around but kind of not, while character models walk around and yell at you. And unfortunately, most of them are dumb and are not as charismatic as previous Killzone characters. So it's mostly just annoying. But other periods, it's all first person. Oh, we can't possibly skip. We don't need to do a loading screen. We'll just put you on a giant elevator, and you get to watch, miles of shipping containers fly by your head, or you get to see how deep the spooky Hellzone tunnels are. And it's like, oh my god, guys, come on. The worst case of this is the penultimate level. You're sucked into a giant gravity pillar up to a space station that has a horrible, gribbly WMD that wasn't established at all in the fiction and just exists. I thought I was working, the scientist I was fighting, I thought she did biohazard weapons, but this shot red radiation out of it, so I don't even fucking know, right? I literally don't know what this weapon is or where it came from. I guess it's connected to the lady that I was tracking that we killed because she was nuts. Whatever. There's a big bad super weapon on Helgen. We're gonna go blow it up again. Yay. But, like, you get sucked into this anti-gravity pillar, right? This is all playable. You have to ride up this pillar. And you can't, like, put your controller down because there's physical objects that if you hit and bonk your head, you'll die. You auto-die if you hit your head on something. There was a pseudo-parachuting gliding sequence earlier that was a little bit like this, but was much more interactive and made sense. You fell through, like, rotating wheels and stuff, right? This was way worse. And then when you get to and there's missiles that get shot at you, too. If you hit those, you die. And at the top, you have to, like, find your way into the space station. That kind of goes back to that bad, like I said, hard navigation thing. But guess what? If you bonk your head or you get hit by a missile or whatever, the checkpoint is at the bottom of the gravity lift. So you have to go through it all again, including the parts where there's literally nothing for you to do. You don't even have to move. They're all just cinematic, and it's just like, guys, you've automated checkpoints. You couldn't, like, move this along a little? And I had to do it. I got confused. I thought I bugged something out. I reloaded the checkpoint. I realized I had to do it all again. I set my controller down. I bonked my head. I had to do it a third time, and I was just like, okay, this is not very good gameplay, guys. I know I'm being sluggish, but, like, damn, dude. Similarly, there's I feel like there are a lot of game design decisions which are made just so we can show stuff off. Like I said, I complained about the only 2 weapons thing. It's bad. Like, why do I have this one gun? Well, lucky, I kind of figured out why they justified this one gun, only it's dumb.
Okay.
So later in the second half of the game, there are these enemies who show up called Armadillo Troopers. They have energy shield. While their energy shields are up, they are immune to bullets. Regular bullets do nothing. You can defeat their energy shields in a couple of ways. One, this explains why the fuck you have a stun function on your little robot buddy. It is literally useless otherwise. There is no reason to stun people. It just, like, distracts them for a second, and it's not stealthy. It's like a big AoE electric explosion. That guy drove a car off a cliff.
Yeah, this area is weird. You have to jump off certain cliffs.
But, so, like, that's one way to get rid of it. Melee works, so you can just walk up behind these guys and shove a knife in his shielded face, and it works. The other is the charged sniper shot from the gun we won't let you drop also peels off their energy shields for some reason. You know, that thing that uses up 12 out of your 24 bullets. Because that's really the solution we want when a guy who's literally immune to damage wielding a, you know, heavy assault weapon is fucking bum rushing you. You want to, like, have to hold down the charge button and then have to reload after 2 shots. I just fucking bum rushed and stabbed everybody. But it feels like they, like, had to justify why you are forced to carry this gun 90% of the time. Same with, like, like I said, your robot buddy stun mode.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, it's full of these little things, and it just, I don't know why. Like I said, I genuinely wonder if the game was maybe rushed a little. Because, like, I feel like there's a lot of this pack filler, and there's a lot of times when they could be more creative when they aren't. My favorite level was the true stealth level. Mm-hmm. You are captured by the Hellgast. You're stripped of all your gear. You know, a spooky voice with a voice changer, you know, slips you an earpiece and is like, "I'm going to let you out. Follow me." And, like, you have to sneak out through the city to the detention area filled with patrols while you have literally no guns, right? So for the first half, it's true stealth. You have to, like, be patient, watch out for not stepping in flashlights, wait for your voice and internet connection to take out cameras, kind of a thing, right? Halfway through that, you meet up with your contact. She's a character you know before. She's a major supporting character. She's playable at some points. She hands you a silenced pistol and tells you to go to town, and that is your mandatory weapon for that chapter. They don't stick you with the dumb railgun assault rifle thing right? Mm-hmm. That was cool. And when you're with her, she teaches you new functions because you don't have your robot buddy. You learn to hack maintenance drones to, like, overload cameras and security features. You can signal her to use her sniper rifle to take out guys, right? I talked about this last week. And eventually, she does the reverse. She's like, I need to infiltrate. You take my silent sniper rifle, the only silent sniper rifle in the game, and you cover me. And it's great. I love this. We never do this again. Even though the whole third act of the game is you tell your superior, who's like, you can't trust the Hellgast, Lucas. They're monsters. They're evil. They're going to fuck us over. I'm going to declare total war on the Hellgast. You can't stop me. He's like, I'm going to leave you on your own now, soldier. I thought I knew you. Blah. You betrayed me, even though I raised you after your dad died to the Hellgast. So you're on your own for the third act. It's only you and Echo, your buddy, who's like, she's in the same situation on the reverse side because she works for the Hellgast normally. Mm-hmm. They don't do anything with the fact that she's with you. She just turns on her stealth cloak and fucks off. You are stuck with your full robot buddy mode, so you don't get her cool stealth sniping, even though there are stealth segments after this. You don't use her ability to hack maintenance drones, even though you're in another Hellgan facility. She just exists to, like, be the character who's on your internet connection telling you to do orders and stuff and, like, not help you at all. And there's an even awfuler section later where she's like, cover me, I have to push the buttons to hack the consoles, and you have to, like, fucking hack consoles. Oh, yeah, that's another thing that bothers me. Hacking consoles. You have to do this a lot. You can only hack through your robot buddy. Mm-hmm. You have to press L1, and your robot buddy will hack the thing. Only guess what? It's very finicky about your hitboxing. You accidentally push that L1 button when you're not looking dead at the thing you need to hack because perhaps you're being shot at by men. Well, guess what? He's going to do whatever his normal function was, and if you want him to actually hack, you have to wait for him to do that for a little bit, start his animation, and then you recall him, and then he has to fly out again to do the hack. And it would be so much easier if you could just, hold circle and do the hack. But you can't do that.
You can't. Not allowed.
And it's just like, guys, okay, there's some good ideas here, but, like, some of your choices are so limited. Like I said earlier, later, you can play as Echo. She's got her, got her suppressed pistol again. You can pick up her sniper rifle. She has access to the maintenance drone hacking. She has a fucking cloak. You can cloak now as her. So you can go invisible fully and like actually do stealth simulates. And I'm like, wow, this is really creative and stuff. Why is this literally the last level? It's the last level because, spoilers, you're annoying boss guy who thinks that you betrayed him. When you win the mission and stop the super weapon, he comes along and puts 2 in your chest because everybody played Modern Warfare 2. And you die. And you're like, cool, great, thanks. I'm deeply moved by this by this character death of this character who is literally a nobody. He is a first-person character only. He has no personality other than, I don't want the Hellgas to blow up my homeland, but also, maybe we shouldn't commit war crimes? That's it. That's all we do. You're a good soldier, but not that good of a soldier, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay, cool. Great third act twist. Modern Warfare 2 literally did it better. I'm going to say it has to be earlier because that was on the previous generation. Not the mobile game. Modern Warfare 2. Still calling it a mobile game. Our initial release date, 2009. Yeah. So, like, 4 years earlier, somebody did this twist better. But it's like, why only on the penultimate level do I get access to, like, true stealth gameplay? I can, like, cloak and blow up cameras and, get silenced guns. And it's like, okay, guys, I feel like we had some ideas. We had good ideas for how to move the setting forward, right? Like, I talked about that before. If you care about the Killzone universe, Shadowfall is actually very interesting. But, God, like I said, definitely, like, a C or a C minus. Like, it's got some rough edges, and I don't know why. So that has been my TED Talk. Thank you for coming. But I even talked about this on Twitter as well. I was like, I feel like I need to stream this game so people can see how frustrating this is for me. Like, I had some rough times. Some parts of this were rough and bad. Some parts of it were really fun, though. So here we are.
How like life?
Does your liking life have to do with being surrounded by 50 bajillion wyvern things? With big feet?
And big eyes.
Oh, is that eyes on the front? Christ.
Yeah, we're trying to summon Angramanu because, Final Fantasy is just like, what demon names are in the common?
Arman, Angramanu, Ars Gotia demons, the works.
The works.
But yeah, those are my thoughts on Killzone. Like I said, I'm not sure it was worth the $8, maybe $5. It's very dated and very rough around the edges. But like I said, if you like the universe, you may find some of the lore pretty interesting. Or you can probably just watch a compilation of all the cutscenes, because that's basically the plan. But here we are. I'm going to scratch that off my list.
Scratch it off the list!
So, there's a couple of things we could shift to now. Obviously, you're busy doing that.
Yeah, unfortunately, I am not in the prime position to switch to straight ascending.
So we'll pocket that for now.
Mm-hmm.
Because I do want to talk about it. We put some hours in the game. But it might be better with a visual aid. Or aids. Or at least so people can see the art style.
I will track down thick cat girls. I will. I'll do it.
It's not hard. Because that's how the models. Yeah, we mentioned it. It's not worth. Anime NYC is not worth drilling down super hard about. Like, all the news will proc by the time we get to our next show anyway. So we'll cover it in depth with some more things next week unless I get you.
Yes.
But yeah, so in that case, I got a couple of quick things together. Well, look, it's punching.
Please and thank you.
So I will say this kind of will branch out into a couple of other stories, but I was kind of busy this week. I've also been a little tired lately. I don't know if it's been warmer, so we've had the windows shut more. I don't know if lack of fresh air is making me a little stuffy and groggy, but we'll see. I've been trying to get my sleep a little more even, but it's been a little rough. Maybe I just need to rotate my mattress or something. Because I've been vacuuming and washing my sheets lately, so it shouldn't be too dusty. But I've been a little wore out, and I've been a little busy this week. I haven't watched Shang-Chi yet, so no commentary on that. Because, guys, I've had stuff. Obviously, we have our usual, Monday streaming. We finished the Sprawl on Sunday. I also, on Monday and a little bit into Tuesday, I did what I said I would probably do because I'd already had the idea, and I immediately like sketched out the rough sketch for the next job of the Sprawl. But also I, finished up writing on the Star Wars adventure that was next, the big double offensive you guys are working with. If we pivot back to that. And I gotta be real. It's Saturday. I don't know what we're doing tomorrow.
Yeah, no.
I added Dallas, but he has not gotten back to me. He appears to be away from his PC right now, so I don't know if that means that he will be too busy or won't be.
Oh, hey, there it is.
So, I don't know if we'll continue the Sprawl adventure because other than, Dallas and arguably even X, though, he also has a lot of stuff he wants to, He's working hard on school stuff, so he needs the break time. Dallas, I don't know, because he's at a higher educational level and, very big in the brain sciences. I don't know if he straight up has the period. But, so, it's the end of the school year. Those guys are busy, so everybody seemed enthused, though, to get into another round of Sprawl, and I was like, well, I have the idea. If Loth is not champing at the bit to get back in Star Wars. Seems to be doing all right.
Nah.
He's been talking about, it's starting to get super hot, so he's enjoying the ability to sleep in. Because it is a pretty gross time. It's a different time of year than when we did Sprawl previously.
Yep.
We did our first run of the Sprawl in, I believe, March. That was about when you and I were finishing up Cyberpunk. Why I was like, damn, I want to play this Sprawl game. So I straight up don't know what we're doing tomorrow. If we're doing anything, I don't know. We can fuck off and give me some free time to do some stuff. We'll see. We'll see what happens. This is how I phrased it. I will continue to see what comes when it comes and see what the scheduling gods give me.
Yeah.
But I sketched out so both of those are ready, so I won't have to do that next week. But, I did the prep for either. And then we did some various streaming. Obviously on Monday, like you said, we had a bit of a short stream, but we wrapped up Alan Wake. On Tuesday, and we might want to talk about this in depth, but on Tuesday, even though most everybody who would have been in a fail portrayal showed up for a couple of hours, I kind of understand why we maybe didn't do a fail portrayal. So I decided to bust out the Jackbox. You guys did not immediately reimburse me for the $40 I spent on Jackbox game, but that's okay. We didn't even get to Jackbox Party Pack 5. But I did actually, decide to go for it, and I bought Party Pack 8 on my PS5, and I also bought 5 because that's got some patently stupid, Split the Room, Mad Rush City, and stuff. So we checked out Jackbox 8. That stream is up. You should go check it out. We played it for a little over 3 hours. Basically did, I think, all of the games except Drawful Animate. Well, I say we did all the games. We attempted to do all the games. Weapons Drawn crashed in the second round both times, and so we had to move on because we were done with that the second time.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's about 3.5 hours. We played 4 of the games. Lucky was there for 3 out of the 4, and then we did Coal Mine, which was an interesting one. I might want to try that one again, but we would probably want to do it earlier in the night so we get more people involved. Though I don't know, Lucky. That's a game about polling people about stuff. You like me might be upset with people's responses to things. Yeah, that's one of those games. It's like what goes with a Bloody Mary, and half of us are like, we don't drink. I don't know.
Yeah.
In other cases, it's like, list your top 5 things to be bathed in at the spa. And got stuff like oatmeal, aloe vera gel, coconut milk, and I'm just like, I'm slightly disgusted with some of you. I don't care that oatmeal is what they do in spas. I will not put oatmeal on me.
I'm about to say, no, that's whole things. Fuck. I was looking on how to do better hair treatments, and they're like, yeah, you want to mix fucking eggs, milk, and honey into your hair. I'm just like, am I baking a fucking cake?
I mean, I know that those have, animal fats and proteins like what are in your hair, but that's a little weird to do on your hair.
I'm just like, no.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. But yeah, no, so it's like, it's a game like that, and it pulls the people in the audience, so it's interesting with the cooperativeness. I do think it might be a little unbalanced. It was team-based, and my team got dobbed on pretty hard in the first one because it just kept giving the other team who was already ahead the ability to go first.
Oh, yeah.
Which meant that they got easy points, and we were, behind, nearly dead, and it's like, okay, game, help me out, help a brother out here. But also, the way that the last round works is you have to pick all the options from lowest to best, so I don't think anybody's ever nobody's ever answered all 10. It's it's like a double elimination round, so if you run out of your lives, the other team has to get one corrected, otherwise you get one back. So it's rough. So like it's one of those games where a lot is decided at the end. But we had a lot of fun with that. We might want to talk about those games now. But like combined with that, I've been trying to finish Shadowfall, which is very frustrating. I wanted to get some hours into Killzone Shadowfall. I have been trying out Blue Archive. I started that. I've also been occasionally trying to do interludes in video. So like I got a lot of stuff going on. Some of which we can move on to. We could probably talk about Jackbox since I talked about that one a little bit.
Yeah.
So, I mean, even if it is ground up, it's like I don't want to. They don't phrase it that way, so I'm like, I don't want to be bathed in oatmeal. It sounds like you're turning me into porridge. Don't do that. But yeah, so Jackbox Party Pack 8. It's got 5 games. There's Drawful Animate, which is just drawful, but you draw like 2 or 3 panels of animation, I think. We avoided that one because some of the people did not want to necessarily be super deep in the drawing, in the middle of the night.
Oh, yeah.
It takes a little bit of effort. I mean, I know I can't draw very well, but I don't care. But I know some people, and it's a game with people in the community, so I'm like, we can skip it. The first game we did was Job, where you pretend to be job applicants at place and corporation. Mm-hmm. And that one was pretty fun. It took us a little bit to get into it,
Oh, yeah.
Always new growing pains of the Jackbox game, but it's mostly about word scramble.
Oh, yeah.
So it's ultimately you type entries and then the game shreds them all up and hands the other players random snippets of what you wrote.
Yeah.
So there's kind of this art to taking nonsense and forming it into sentences. But you also get points if people use their words, so I feel like it's kind of encouraging you to not be too crazy because then nobody will pick your statements.
Oh,
but you want to be a little crazy because you don't want people to have easy sentences that get votes,
Yeah.
So that was pretty fun. It's definitely got that Jackbox problem where, in round 2 when points are doubled, if somebody runs away with it, they go out and they don't come back, kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
That happened in both games where Axe got double synergy. That's what they call when you get the Quiplash, basically, in round 2 of the first game, and handily took it away even though he was in last after round 1.
Yeah.
And in the second game, you did that round 2 thing, and you kept strong in the third round and scooched all the way up there. But the game is pretty fun. I think our standout, though, was the Wheel of Enormous Proportions.
Yes.
Because this is a trivia game. But also has a Wheel of Fortune random element. So it's like Trivia Murder Party, but instead of disqualification games when you get it wrong, like Saw type shit. If you get good enough right and you're in the lead with the power slides, you go to the wheel spin, and that gives you more opportunities to get more points just randomly from chance,
Yeah, no, the wheel has 2 very distinct segments where one is knowledge based and the second one is just straight up luck based. It's
yeah,
and
I mean, there's a little bit of skill because if you answer your questions correctly, your trivia questions, you get more slices on the wheel. So there's a little bit of strategy to that, because the more people have spaces on that single slice, if it gets rolled, the more the points get distributed.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a little bit of strategy, but what happens is just, oh, hey, Marth, it's your turn. Spin the wheel. Tap or scroll. All right, good for you,
And honestly, you wouldn't think it, but even with when you have everyone in a call and the wheel's spinning, it's very engaging. Yeah. You're yelling, you're screaming, you're trying to you're talking about the wheel, you're yelling about the points. It's
Omega's watching the preview, so he's 2 or 3 seconds ahead of you and has to bite his tongue, but sometimes can't. But yeah, and it's a pretty fun time because it's got a pretty decent. It's like Trivia Murder Party. It's got a pretty decent wealth of trivia. Some sports shit came up and we were all like, "Fuck, I don't know anything about NBA." These are the 6 guys I recognize, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
And it's got the back and forth. And I think from playing Trivia Murder Party, most of us are decent at trivia, at least certain areas.
Mm-hmm.
Some stuff is better than others. There was a thing about modern art and matching the names of artists to pieces, which I was able to clock out a little bit more than some other people. Dallas probably would have had me beat or at least tied, but he didn't understand how to do the interface. But, and also that's the thing. It's got various types of questions. Sometimes it's straight up just, type the answer, right?
Yeah.
Other times it's pick all the correct answers, and then it's this or that kind of a thing. That was a very funny one. He asked us a series of rapid-fire questions for points, which was who's taller than whom? And you know, you gotta like sometimes it's you gotta compare obvious things like it's like which one of these people is taller, less tall than Andre the Giant, or like it's got all these back and forth things, and you're like, who's taller, Napoleon or Michelle Obama? Who's taller, Joan of Arc or Napoleon? Joan of Arc, of course, was quite short, I assume, being a French peasant. So like, yeah, there's a lot of these like different variables. That one was a lot of fun, and I think that would probably be our go-to icebreaker game if we were to pull it up right away.
Yeah,
because it's solid. I like it a lot. And I mean, among our community, I probably have a little bit of a reputation about Trivia Murder Party as killing it because I'm good at reading random facts and recalling them. But we had a pretty decent display. I'll spoil it for you. I won the first game, but only not for lack of trying, because to win you have to get enough points and then spin a winner's wheel.
Yeah.
Now your slice of the winner's wheel gets bigger every time. I had to go to that wheel 3 fucking times to actually get it. In the second one, it was pretty competitive, but I don't remember. I think it was a wheel spin, like got you points lucky and squeaked you into the lead. And it puts you up on the winner wheel, and you just squeaked it away first time.
Yeah.
Like, this is exactly how this goes.
Yeah. Fortunate or unfortunate.
So that was a lot of fun. Weapons drawn, I think, should be fun if we could complete a fucking game. I like the idea of the game. It's just, it's a little weird on how to, like, I think, handle the crosstalk and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So the way Weapons Drawn works is you type out your name. You go to the draw phase. The game clips out a random letter of your name. It's uppercase in the first round and lowercase in the second round. And you have to work this into your drawing of a certain murder weapon. And you want to hide it because this will be how people can tell it's your murder weapon and that you did a murder, right? Mm-hmm. So you want to conceal it. Sometimes this is easy, sometimes this is hard. I was daubed out by my lamp pretty hard with a big uppercase A in it because how the fuck do you hide A in lamp?
How do you hide A in milk?
True. Also, yeah, there was another one where they're like lactose intolerance, and I'm like, you've given me an uppercase A. What the fuck do I do?
Milk.
And they were like, well, clearly it's Omega. There's no other reason why you would put an A. It's the same A, forensics. But like, so some of them are obvious, some of them are not. You then you have to type out the name of a guest, and then people try and guess who did what guest. That was very funny. And then you get to the detecting phase where you have to choose to solve crimes and work on it and work together, but also not work together. Maybe, I don't know. It's a social deduction game, so there's some real weirdness. You don't want to out yourself as the killer of a certain character because then you lose points. You get more points if you're uncaught or go longer for being caught.
It's the Among Us problem. You gotta deflect away from you while pegging other people.
Yeah, which as usual for Among Us, I think I carried out okay, but unlike Among Us, actually no, there's sometimes in Among Us, but this definitely leans itself more towards hard and fast evidence, because first of all, every player has a drawing that the others can compare it to, including your letter. Your letter is hidden somewhere in the drawing that isn't used as the murder weapon. Oh, sorry, I was tabbing over to Discord. People are asking to get this Poliz icon as an emote. We could probably do that. I don't know if that's
what?
Just check it. Let's FGO. Poliz. Liz Police.
Oh, Poliz.
Yeah, Poliz. We could maybe. We'll talk. We'll see later. We're in the middle of something. But, so, yeah, there's some deflection, but also there's some hard evidence. There is a system where, the person whose character was this murdered gets to control, zooming in on stuff for more evidence, which is a little, rough. It seemed I never got to do it. None of you ever picked to solve the case of my guy getting murdered. So I don't know how weird it was to control, but it seemed like it was a little weird to control. So, there's a lot of bits and bobs. I'd definitely like to try it again. I would want to, maybe not on stream, test if we can do a complete game of it, just to see. Mm-hmm. Because I would really hate to get to the end of the second round again and have it explode, which it did twice.
Twice, yes.
So that one seems fun. We just probably need to like play it a little more and actually play complete game to like get the feel of it. I like it because it's not as hectic as Push the Button, which I don't think we ever played with you for good reason. You would not enjoy people playing that game because it's on a timer and it's very yelly and it's just like nobody can say anything and you're all just, you're the alien, no, you're the alien, fuck you, die. Blah. So like, yeah, there's some. There's some. I think this is a little more fair and balanced, but it's also really easy for it to give you a really dumb fucking murder weapon, and you're just fucked. It's like Drawful asking you to draw esoteric shit, so it would be cool. And I played, like I said, I played Pole Mine. You did not play that one. It's kind of interesting. Basically, it asks you poll questions. It tells you to rank them, Family Feud style. You start by ranking 3, 4, then 5, and that 5 is out of like 6 or 8 options, so it's very tight. Mm-hmm. And then it's the same 3 questions every time. She asks you, what's the top 3? What's the third, the second, third, and fourth? So not the top one, but the bottom ones. And then the last one is correctly guess from 8 to 1. So like it's a little fixed. It seems pretty interesting. The aesthetics are great. All the aesthetics of these games are great, but Pole Mine in particular has a dark, gritty, old school style dungeon crawler feel for like how its art works, with some weird gribbly monsters, but it's interesting, but it also makes me kind of want to yell at people for their poll choices. But also it makes other people. Dallas was like on the Bloody Mary question is like, if any of you picked onion rings, you're dead to me. I'm like,
no,
Dallas.
that's a thing that they fucking put in Bloody Marys though. Like that's
also
like...
as a guy who's never had a Bloody Mary, because I don't really drink alcohol. I don't know if I've had tomato juice before. It's not my favorite.
Yeah.
I was just like, okay, celery's the number 1.
Yeah.
Because I know that's how that works. And I believe it's spicy, so maybe some of these spicy options, but like, I don't know. I like onion rings. I put it on there. Dallas, gosh, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know. It's the kind of... I think the game is designed to breed those kinds of questions from people, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's designed to make you go, wait, you voted for what?
But... Oh yeah, shout out to Dallas for being wrong constantly.
Yeah, Dallas likes to think he's the great detective, and he says his opinions like, I know who killed my guy, Johnny Ringo, spelled incorrectly. Only Omega would get that, and after the run was over, because the game crashed, you were like, no, Dallas, I killed Johnny. I knew it was you because you couldn't fucking spell it. And he's like, no, it's a Johnny Ringo who spelled it. I'm like, well, that's not how you spell Johnny. I tried to kill you, Dallas, because I knew it was you also, but I couldn't. He was dead already by the time I got there. Or like, yeah, or like Dallas calling out who did certain drawings and being wrong. It's funny.
It's hilarious.
Dallas has thoughts. But yeah, Jackbox 8 seems good. I'm also glad to get 5 because that's got some games that we might have streamed though. We played them mostly off stream, like Patently Stupid, Split the Room, that are like a lot of fun. So I don't know when we'll squeak them in, but we will probably do a couple more Jackbox throughout the year and stuff. Try out those games, get back to it. I don't know what I'm doing this week for stuff. I should mention this at least. I already begged people to actually watch the episode of Progression, but I talk about it on the episode. So we're taking a break next week for Progression. We're not recording an episode, period, because there will be fucking nobody to record. After last week's episode, Loth decided he wanted to take a break. And he himself, he kind of apologized for being a little extra salty, but, there was a little bit of the back and forth on the audio, and he felt a little talked over, and he was just like,
No,
okay,
I can understand that. Playing Jackbox with the lad, I wanted to talk for literally a half hour, but no one would shut up. Literally no one would shut up.
Everybody had, and I think it's because, like both with Yu-Gi-Oh! And with Jackbox, there's always something else going on. Mm-hmm. So the games will move on quickly, and you can lose your points. Like at one point, I got cut off by the game moving on, and somebody tried to jump in with a new conversation point. You were like, wait, no, Omega said something I want to hear about. Shut up. Omega, finish your thought. I'm like, okay, all right, we'll scroll back.
Yeah, no, I try not, like I said, again, it's one of those things of, I know I'm kind of an asshole, but I don't want to be an asshole all the fucking time.
Yeah.
So, it's I try not to, get mad, but some days I'm just like, alright, all you shut the fuck up so I can get what I want to say out, and then we can go back. Because fuck. Ah.
Yeah, and Yu-Gi-Oh is sometimes the same, but
Yeah.
and I'm sure for Loth in particular, it was because he was salty because me and him just got done with a very high intensity match. It was a very good back and forth. It was anybody's game for a couple points. We went the full 3 games. I won in the end, but after Loth having been defeated, everybody else is kind of like talking over him and like interrogating me about my win and stuff. And I think that's probably why he felt maybe a little left out, because like he was the guy who just lost.
Yeah.
Couldn't even hardly tell me good game or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I feel like, the full-blown silence is a little much, but that's kind of how Loth gets. Like, he's usually pretty on the keel, but when he gets really ticked off, it's like really big. So he basically sat muted for the whole thing until the end. And he said that he wants to take a break to our future formats. And I'm like, that's okay. That's like, honestly, that's how I feel. Like, legitimately, breaks are needed. I can't really take much of a break because I have to record the tournaments. So even if I take a week off, I have to be here to record. So don't expect me to take a lot of breaks. I'll probably just, fucking shit if I'm, really dead inside. That'll be the empty jar week.
Yeah.
But it's not quite time for that. Though I was telling people, I think most of it was off mic. I was like, guys, I don't know what deck to play next week. I don't know. We're the meta's going weird. We're doing weird places. But I still think it's an interesting set of episodes. You should watch it if you can. Go back to it. But we're taking off next week. Marth's already blocked out. He got kind of in a weird way where he won a tournament, but he got some stuff hit, and he wasn't super happy about that because his deck wasn't really that high spec.
Mm-hmm.
And I've already got it in my rotation because we unbanned stuff. I'm like, no, we're gonna completely unfuck all that. Even though that'll be like 5 weeks later, so it'll probably be too late. But the thought that counts.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say, I hope Marth doesn't mind me saying this, but I've noticed Marth really thinks about the legitimacy of his wins. He doesn't like to feel like he cheated you or just bad circumstances got him in there. That tournament he went to the finals because Dallas had a bit of a brain fart and misplayed. And it happens from time to time. I think all of us have misplayed at one point or another, and it cost him the game. Sometimes this takes the form of people playing banned cards accidentally and taking a DQ. Axe said last week that he straight up threw a game. He was just not in it and didn't want to win and just sandbagged for a little bit and then called it quits. Not this current week, but last week. That I like. So we're all getting emotionally frustrated. We really try and sell it. Dallas has even talked about he said to the guys, there's some jokes he doesn't want to do anymore because Dallas is really good at selling it.
Mm-hmm.
You can usually tell when he's genuinely upset when he's more just quiet and done with things, but
mm-hmm.
he's good at the kayfabe.
Mm-hmm.
So he plays it up for the camera. Sometimes I have to be like, Dallas, we're not on camera. You don't need to make that joke. And he's like, oh shit. I play it up for the camera too a little bit. I usually have either the video paused or when I do not feel good, I know to cut the recording and be like, damn, that match sucked, guys. Fuck me, I guess. I try not to bitch and moan too much, but Marth is definitely he keeps a lot of stats. He's great at that. He literally he calls a couple of his wins against me not legitimate because I think one or both of those was an infamous, very jank, hard to stop, alternate win con called Last Turn, and he got me hard with that one. And I was like, that sucks, and I do not like that deck, and I do not like that people were playing this deck. And he even keeps it in his notes. No, that's not a legitimate one. And I'm like, man, you're a little hard on yourself there, yeah. But I understand. And after that, he's taking a break as well. He'll be back before before Loth. But so we're down 2 people anyway. And next week, the actual recording day is the day before Thanksgiving. Now, I'm gonna fucking go anywhere. Like I said, I think I said this pre-mic on Let's Talk FGO. But I've been informed we're not going anywhere. We got turkey, we got a pumpkin pie. We're gonna see if we have some bread rolls. It sounds like we're gonna be a little minimal because we're at home. But whatever. Special turkey, special pumpkin pie. Hopefully we got some whipped cream. So, but depending on his like work scheduling and also his family stuff, David's not going to be there. Dallas, I think, either has family plans or school stuff, or both. So he's probably not free to like exercise his brain and record on a Wednesday night, kind of. Robin is still playing with us only every other week. Obviously, he's Canadian; he doesn't have to worry about that Thanksgiving. But his work schedule is so that he's only free on recording nights every other week. So it's like, nah, fuck it, we're just not going to record. It will be literally me and Axe are free. That's no good. So I don't know what Tuesday or Wednesday or whatever we'll be doing. I've talked about some things. We might do more Jackbox. I might see who's free on like Tuesday or whatnot for Fail Betrayal, if we want to get to that. I've also talked about streaming. We could either play some like modern Yu-Gi-Oh, get me and Axe on and like do stuff, or I could grab maybe a couple of other people who are free and stream some alternate formats, show people either the Rush Duel format that's out in Japan, which they are importing the video game version of that, even though they don't sell the physical alternate Rush style here, which is weird. Or Speed Duels, play around with that and just have some fun. Mm-hmm. So we'll probably I'll probably throw something out there on Tuesday or Wednesday, just to see what people are out there for, because I don't know what people's schedules are like. Like, obviously, Loth doesn't have to deal with Thanksgiving. He may or may not feel like hanging out with us on a Wednesday night and still playing some non-progression Yu-Gi-Oh! But we'll be back to regular recordings next, hopefully. And we will see our full recording schedule. I've already talked about how that last week in December. Don't count on me for nothing. Wednesday's my birthday, so I will probably be out. Still in theaters. That might be a good time to be Spider-Man. I know that's a little late, 2 weeks after, but it lines up with the dates and stuff. And then after that, I've got the whole cavalcade of family is coming for a few nights in the second, so over the weekend. So, I might be able to do some casual stream stuff. We might be able to play games, but I will be expected to be out of my room and probably hanging around on a couch. Maybe look at some Switch gameplay. Maybe I should. Yeah, maybe I'll order me SM. Nah, I don't know if I want to play 5. There's some weird TDD in that game. I can probably curl up on a couch and play Switch, and be present for people. But we will probably not get a lot of recording done that week. Mm-hmm. I'll see what the schedules are like. But so that week I'm definitely blocked out. The week before that is Christmas week, but I think it's Christmas. Is it Christmas Eve? Is the Wednesday? Let me double check. No, okay, it's on the 22nd. Yeah. Christmas Eve is the Friday when we record Let's Talk FGO. Which we could possibly do live, because we won't be doing a live for New Year's. I don't know. We'll figure that out. We got a month. We'll think about it. Depending on what people are doing, we may or may not have a Christmas Day live What's Up. I'm not 100% sure if we've got anything special planned for that day. I might, like I said, my family's not... I'm not getting a big family gathering until the next week, so we may or may not be able to carve out a couple of hours. That would, be also what Lucky's plans end up being, all that stuff.
I'm not a big family guy, so usually I go hang out with my folks for a couple hours. I'm like, all right, my spoons are gone, I'm out. And,
you hang out for a little bit, you get the recompense. My family is a big thing that we always usually it's early afternoon because it's when I drag my ass out of bed. But we pop up in presents and stockings and everything and go about our business, and that's it. Usually there's some cinnamon rolls. That's about it.
Ooh, cinnamon rolls.
But yeah, so we will probably be recording stuff that week. Whether or not we do progression that week, I don't know. But like I said, that last week in December and in January, I'm busy. I have a decently sized family, and like I said, we haven't all been in the same place since lockdown, so it's been 2 years. And it'll be interesting. I think we're all safe, though. Everybody should hopefully be vaxxed or had the COVID. So I had a couple of siblings who got it. But yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be loud. There'll be way too many fucking people in this house, but whatever. It's family,
Mm-hmm. Oh, someone spooked the dragon.
So, yeah, we'll have some plans next week, and that may or may not just involve into, if I don't feel like overcomplicating it, I'll just be like, murder, Jackbox. Jackbacks.
Back.
All right. So, scratch Jackbox off my list. Take that. Lucky, do you feel like you're in a position to switch and we can talk about Astrea Ascending?
Yeah, let me just find this treasure chest that this bunny wants to give me.
All right, I'll pause the audio then, and since I've been talking a lot, I'm gonna get a new bottle of water. We've been going for about 2 minutes. I'll pause the audio and let you finish your business. Switch over and talk about Astrea. Burb, everybody.
Oh wait, I'm dumb. I'm going west. It's over. Oh, lovely! I'm gonna put this in my fucking house. At some point. Alright. So I want that dragon to come back because I want to hang out with it. Like the animal I am. Ah, there it goes. Big booty dragons. It's sleep.
Okay.
Alright. I sit. I hang out with Dragon now.
Eepy.
Alright, so let me grab this.
Do the old switcheroo.
And then let me mute that. And then we switch to boom, Astrea Ascending. Everything should be working perfectly here. Okay.
Yep. I see it in the preview. Here we go. So, Astrea Ascending. A JRPG if there was ever a JRPG.
It's very JRPG. Wait. Did I start over?
Yeah, you hit start game, not load game.
I'm dumb.
I mean, you could show them the opening.
I guess that's true. Oh, here's a save load here. Let me see. Is there a return to title here? Main, field, battle, journal. No.
Well, you get to preview the menu now, guys. There's some menus.
There's menus. There's menus for days. All right, let's go to the. Well, we missed the thing, but okay, we're immediately into battle.
Rip. Hey, you found the swamps.
Yeah.
So, I probably should have checked when you had the menu up when your playtime was. But we've been playing this game. This JRPG. Astrea Ascending. It's very JRPG, guys. Did we mention that?
Okay, finally I get to go. Jesus.
Yeah, those guys are fast. Damn.
Well, they got a surprise attack on me, so.
Literally surprised me. So, Astrea Ascending, it is by what is the parameter? Maximum Games. I think Dear Villagers is a publisher. Or is it Artisan Studio? Maybe Dear Villagers. Anyway, it's an indie title. While watching the credits, obviously there are a lot of Western developers I see in there. I do also know that there are a lot of well, I don't know about a lot, but there are several ex Final Fantasy guys on this game as well. I think Axe commented when he was very interested in this game's art style that it is apparently the primary artist is the guy who does Bravely Default, which kind of follows. It has a very distinct visual style, which you see. And it has like I said, we missed it, but it has a JRPG-ass intro.
Yeah, it does.
It has a lovely history of the world kind of thing where they drop a lot of proper nouns, if that makes you really annoyed for some reason, because I know that does bother people. God forbid life be full of proper nouns. Try describing how America started without using proper nouns.
A bunch of dudes came over on a boat, fought a bunch of things, settled down, and built a bunch of towns.
Yeah, it's like you're doing drunk history. It's not very illustrative at all. So, yeah, that's a particular thing I don't really fight a lot of people out, but I have heard people make that complaint. Alien to me. But so they explain that, you live in the beautiful, perfect city of Harmonia because of the Harmelon, which are harvested by the, what are they? Moongills? Oh, there is a world map. Cool. I'm not that far yet.
And I'm trying to remember how to get back to the I'm trying to remember how to pull up the... Oh, wait. Nope. How do I do the map? I need the map. There's the map.
Because I know about the city, obviously.
Yeah.
And I know about, like, some of these locations I just haven't gotten myself to. Okay, that's cool. I was actually gonna kind of not really complain, but observe that I hadn't seen a big boy map. But okay, good. There's a map. Good.
That's true.
Because this game is big.
It's big.
It's deep. There's a lot of stuff. So the game intro goes and it introduces you to the concept of the Harmelons, which are harvested by these little imp guys. Their name starts with M. And then it runs through like there's so many districts in this city where you have all your different races. There's humans. There's fish people. You can see one of them on screen now. They have little bobbleheads. There's bird people, also seen on screen. The cat people. The cat people are great.
That's my
because they have classic anime sexual dimorphism.
Yeah, they do.
That's a male cat guy right there. As you can see, his shoulders are huge. All of them are shaped like that. So like giant fucking shoulders and big beards, manes of hair. What are cat ladies like? They have huge thighs and they don't wear pants.
It's great.
They also have nails and stuff, but yeah, no, it's like, and there's a lingering like slow pan shot by one in the intro.
They know what you're about.
Also, no, this is Astria Ascendant. It's got a lot of, again, you can tell the Final Fantasy influence. There's a lot of random Zodiac terminology in there. Like I did a side quest which gave me a lead on there's a secret treasure in the Pisces Temple, and cool, go there later. But yeah, so there's this big intro, and they explain kind of the setup. The beautiful perfectness of the harmony is protected by the demigods, because they're actual gods. We meet one. She's our boss.
I do like that she's literally just like a corporate bigwig at the top of the office. She has computers and everything. He's like, no, I'm a god. It's cool.
Yeah, she's the goddess, but she's at the top of the tower. She seems nice. She's not, for the first time in like so they explain we have a lot of power of 3, rule of 3 stuff going on here. So there's a whole selection process where you're selected to be a demigod. It gives you the power of the Zodiac, but it costs you your life. In 3 years, you will die. You will transcend. There's supposedly stories about how you go to join the court of the gods or whatever, but as far as everybody knows, you die. You be dead. So our cast of characters, the core 8 characters we meet, and yeah, there are 8 heroes.
Immediately, this was
yeah, no, they are not shy about dumping on you like, hello, meet everybody. Your core character, the viewpoint character, usually is Ulan, the captain of the demigods. You see her on screen now. Ulan's great. I like her. Not only is she a cool armor lady, but also she's got this persistent gesture thing where she does like finger guns. Basically, I love it.
she's not skimping on leg day either. By the way,
no. I mean, she has to work out. Have you seen her giant Dorito shield? It's her idle animation too, as she just pulls it out and leans on it. But so Ulan is the captain. She's kind of your main character you use to run around. Like, he's in a dungeon right now, so you can kind of jump and stuff, and you can attack things. You can solve some basic bitch puzzles, so it's got all the classics of a JRPG. But we discover that our crew of 8 is the 333rd generation of demigods, and we all have 3 months left before retirement, aka dying. So I was talking earlier about our boss, Yuno. She seems pretty relaxed when, for the first time in 333 generations, the enemies called Noises have invaded the city itself and caused a ruckus.
Oh wait, no.
So yeah, there's generic bad guy demon-y type enemies called the Noises. I assume the idea with Noises is we're big on the watchword harmony.
Yes.
Harmelon, Harmonia, Harmony, the Harmony, that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of people being in harmony and union. That's what it looks like when it's not all crushed up. Cool. That's where I am in the story, is when you first arrive in the Fishman country.
All right, here we go. I made it back.
You can show people around our course.
Well, I'm going straight for. Yeah, there they are.
In the lobby. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a little bit, but there's two of them hanging out in the lobby, and you can see. There you go. There's our art design. This is what you saw what the male Catman looks like. He was in the party, and these are what cat ladies look like. Great. Very distinctive art style, very detailed, and it's pretty equal opportunity. I've noticed that birdmen don't wear shirts either.
No.
They're like, no, dude, we're birds. We don't need shirts.
Like, I'm sorry. Like, I saw this. I'm like, I'm here.
Yeah, I know, exactly. I was like, people are like, this game's got a really good art style, but the mechanics are kind of like whatever, and the story is very typical. I'm like, I don't care. Cat girl thighs.
Cat girl thighs.
This game knows what it's doing for me.
That's all I needed. Thanks.
And I was like, all right, I'm sold. Cool. Let's play some game. Play some RPG. So, you've got your very, very obvious JRPG setup. You're a group of empowered enforcers doing the will of the gods. You live in a city that kind of like has these districts that unify all these races that have their own kingdoms, and you're all like one great big happy family, and these noises are in here fucking your shit up, I guess. And so, you kind of deal with that. It's not like, it's technically an indie, I think. It's not very super produced, but like, there's still, there's basically cutscenes, like they actually do like punch zoom and animations for the characters, right? Mm-hmm. And they're all voiced. Like all of your main 8 characters have their own voices and their distinct personalities and stuff. They're all introduced to you as you go through the little intro bit, so you get to see all their characters. Ulan's the captain. She's kind of like, she's the leader, but she's a little put upon because we're dealing with all these guys. You've got your little fish boy, my sweet fish child.
He's a little bit of a brat, though.
I mean, he's a brat, but also I feel like he's a little put upon. Like when you do his flashback to his hometown and like his childhood friends, like, well, you'll come back and swim in the river, right, with me? And he's like, yes, I promise. And then you show up and everything's fucking fire, and he's like, no, my home, shit. And I'm like, no, my sweet fish child. So he's your healer, or starts as your basic healer. Everybody's got classes, and we'll talk about the mechanics in a second, I think. Mm-hmm. There's a lot there. So, I think your most represented race is humans. They're about half of your team. Because you've got cool blonde soldier guy. I have not yet learned all their names because I've only played the game for 3 hours. You got your bird girl with the sword there. She's nice. Mm-hmm. She's cool. Right now showing you can really switch between all these people.
Yep.
Yeah, you've got your fencer, the lizard lady.
I love her design. I really do. It's very...
Yeah, the lizard people have very interesting designs.
It's very rare that you get someone who actually has a reverse joint, like the bipedal reverse joint. Like usually, like I said, everyone's like knees are forward.
Yeah, but they actually do the digigrade thing. Mm-hmm. They have like different sexual dimorphism for male and female lizard people as well, and to be more spiky and bony. Ladies are a little more like curvy, but not like it's not quite like the same difference between say male and female cat people. Mm-hmm. So you've got her. She's your fencer, so she does like magic and physical stuff. You've got Fishman. You've got Cat Guy, who's like deep-voiced and taciturn.
But he's also your mage, right? I think
yeah,
right.
He's your sorcerer. He learns all your elemental spells like on the cheap. It's very interesting, right?
Right.
And your thief is a crotchety old man.
Married old man, by the way.
Yes. His wife is another one of your party members. She is your summoner, so she's kind of a support caster. She's kind of like mature and responsible and like investigate. So everybody has their own like little personality quirks and everything. They've got their own designs. Everybody's got their own abilities, and they've got their places. And like I said, everybody's when you're all speaking as a group because you're all together. Everybody kind of like has their own voice actors and lines, and we go through all this stuff. So there's a decent amount of good production value in this. Obviously, like, you know, the art is all really good with all the like 2D sprite art and stuff. Very nice. So let's talk about mechanics, because boy, this is a JRPG ass JRPG.
All right.
It's been a little bit since I've played one so directly. So you have your combat, which has your basic stuff. You can attack, guard. You have abilities which cost MP period. And then immediately in your like main screen, you see one of the special mechanics called focus.
Yes.
So you have this meter above you called focus. You always start with 1 point of focus. I'm going to assume as you go down the class trees, you maybe get abilities to get more. You can use a focus command to generate more focus. So you saw Lucky do it a minute ago when he did that thing that tapped it to 200%. That was he used focus.
Yes.
So you can at any time tap the shoulder buttons, you know, L1 or R1, to use up your points of focus to increase the effectiveness of your abilities. It's not just attacking. If you do it on a heal, that will be that much more extra HP. So you kind of have these little like extra luck points or limit points or whatever to push yourself farther. How you get focus is by playing to enemy weaknesses. If you hit an enemy who is weak, you generate 2 points of focus. You can also lose focus. You go -2 if you hit... I believe it's -2 if they resist, or is it -1 if they resist?
It's -1
-2 if they nullify.
I think it's like -3 if they absorb.
Yeah, it's a -3 if they absorb. And it might be like 4 if they like counter or they like reflect it or not, but I don't know. It might just be 3 for absorb. It's a little rough, you know. Luckily, you do have a full guide of all enemies, so you can double check their elemental resistances after you defeat them. Otherwise, you've got a little bit of guessing. But so this is a big part of the economy, because not only does, you know, hitting weaknesses like Lucky just did there give you extra damage, but also it gives you focus you can use, which means you get more damage or more effectiveness in your abilities. Enemies also have focus, which they will occasionally use to hit you harder. And your party members have their own different weaknesses and strengths.
Yes.
So, and everybody's got their own little charts that you can use. Also, you have 8 characters. Obviously, you can only have 4 in a party at a time, but you saw Lucky do this earlier. You can freely switch. Anytime it's your turn, you pop them in the menu, you can switch out 2 party members. It uses up your turn, but it does get those people in there. So, this works even for KO'd characters. So you got a guy who's down, you don't want to heal him, you want to cycle somebody new in. You can just be like, nah, you're out, this guy in, you know? So you have a lot of flexibility with your characters, but this does mean that you have 8 people to manage, which is a little much because this is like I said, this is a full-blown class and level system. You have level ups, you have class trees. Lucky and I have already both noticed that when you go to the class menu, you have your starting job, and then you have your, you know, what is it like? You've got your starting job, your base job, and your like special job. Like there's like 4 job slots.
Yeah. I'll pull it up here
which we don't know shit about yet.
No, like, this is the first time I just summoned something, and I just summoned one of the MiGs. I'm just like, oh, so this is what this does.
Yeah. It replaces your party. That's interesting. I hadn't done that myself, but there's a trophy for it. There's a lot of trophies in the game achievements. I didn't get a trophy, but I got an achievement for fleeing for the first time called Coward.
Oh, calling you out, I see.
Yeah.
Let's just...
Also, I wasn't a coward. It was a fight I wanted to get out of because I didn't need it anymore. I was done with that side quest. So yeah, I've played about 3 hours of the game. I did the starter dungeon, and then I bummed around for like 2 hours doing side quests. Pops back. Lucky is clearly a little bit further along than me because he's in the main story area a little bit after where I am, because I just got the Fishman City. But, you know, you get out there, you get called on to go around and explore some stuff. It sets up the usual plot. You know, you guys are 3 months from retirement. And there's suddenly a big, huge crisis. I'm very interested to see where that goes in, like, the meta story. Though, definitely there's some interesting things going on, right?
Right.
Like, I think related, you can see the call for crests on the job menu, and your boss tells you about these crests, and Old Man Thief Guy is like, what? You didn't tell us about these things to power us up before? And she's just like, you didn't need them before. Now with 3 months left, I'm going to tell you about crests you can seek to power up your abilities. They're gifts from the gods. Have fun. And I'm like, okay, all right, okay. I have thoughts and feelings about maybe, you know, where twists and turns might go in this.
I mean, we're supposedly in a perfect paradise world of some sort, and if there's one thing games have taught me, there's no such thing. There's something always crawling beneath.
I mean, I'm sure there's some kind of cost, but at least the city of Harmonia seems like functional, and there's still like, it's not perfect. Like, you know, you can do side quests to like catch criminals and like, you know, help people who are like down on their luck and stuff. So it's like, it's not like Utopia perfect, but it definitely seems like there's not like outright warfare, and the noises normally don't bother you. So, but still, I'm like, okay, but who set up this you know, demigod racket?
But anyway, let's see.
Do we really have to snuff it after 3 years and 3 months from the gameplay now?
Yeah. Okay.
You know,
So I pulled up the thing. Yeah. Yeah. So we have here's Ulan. Her base tree is her base job is captain. Then there's a main job, a sub job, and a support job. And I'm gonna go. Let me just go into captain.
Pop over to her ascension tree for captain.
Yeah, look at all this. Look at all this.
There's a lot of, like I said, there's a shitload of zodiac and constellation bits to this, so you get to see. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah,
look at that shit.
All of these cost some SP. SP is a resource that you gather separately from experience.
Yes, but you gather it through fighting.
Yeah, you gather it through fighting, and then, you know, everything has its own SP costs. But you still, like, later down, we're getting costs like 800. I mean, not 800, like 100, 200 right now. Right now, I'm getting like 3 up 5. And I'm like, oh.
Yeah, there's a decent amount of the grind, but there's also side quests to do that. And maybe, like, when you get later, it gets more, you know, you never know. We're not very far.
Something I do.
The other thing is, the stat nodes.
Yeah. So with stat nodes here, I actually found this really interesting, but it's also, I think, maybe a little bit of a headache. But when you actually go to, like, I'll do this one actually. When you actually level up things, you actually get to pick what stat you level up.
Yeah, when you unlock a stat star node, it will give you a choice. This one is strength, def, magic, or magic defense.
Yeah. I will go defense. Yep. For this one.
Ulan's a tank. Her literal first 2 abilities is she gets the cure spell and she gets taunt.
Yes. And let's unlock this one. Scan. Display target HP and weakness. So that'll be useful.
Ooh, that is useful. All right, yeah. I'll have to go down that direction. I didn't realize that at the end.
Yeah.
Listen, there's a lot of nodes. I have not fully seen what's in the future.
Oh yeah, no, like, because I'm talking about, like, we're gonna keep going. Here's echoes. I'm like, oh, okay. Fuck it. We'll do. Let's see. That's 30 and 50, 30. Let's see what's this way. Action P.
I've done a couple of these. He's got some cure all. I think cure all is in the left-hand side of his little staff there.
Oh, there's raise though.
Yeah, he has raises. Though the summoner can get raised pretty early.
But, like, this is like one of those things of...
And we talked about the sorcerer guy, right? He has, like, all of the different elemental spells right at the beginning for cheap, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have to buy all of those, and there's a lot of options, and this is only one job. I don't know if this gets different when we unlock more jobs. Also, to your question, I don't think this is a replay thing, no. I don't know if there's a new game plus where you keep your levels.
There could be, but I don't know. I'm not gonna go in. I'm not going.
This is meant to be like an 80 to 100 hour JRPG, and I'm here for it.
I'm here for it. But the thing is, it's like, the thing that bugs me about this is now that it's giving me more options, I have to start worrying about builds and things. Luckily, they do have a thing where you can break the stat orb. It'll deactivate it, and you can reactivate it.
Yeah, so you can switch your build. Though for a lot of characters, like, your choices are pretty obvious.
Yeah.
It's only once you get later you're gonna want to worry about stuff. But, like, for instance, like, for your characters who are normally casters, like, obviously, like I said, everybody uses MP for their abilities, so you probably want some MP ups in general. But, like, when you pick HP or MP plus 10 for a character, and you're like, well, golly gee willikers, you're my sorcerer or you're my healer, I probably want to give you plus 10 MP, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And it goes up from there. And when you get to some of your higher levels, you can get some passive stuff, like you can generate, you know, MP per turn, HP per turn, kind of a thing, depending on the character.
Yeah, like for
they
this
have
one,
passive bonuses as well.
Like for this one, I'm gonna go with HP 10 because right here there's one that gives they will give plus 40, but I'm gonna use that for MP because again, you don't necessarily want to sleep on your stats, even on your off stats. But again, this is the thing that I already know. It's like, this is gonna give me some agita later.
Yeah, luckily you can undo it and you can reset the stat bonuses. Though obviously you need to go far more stat orbs, but you know it's got the flexibility in there.
You just I just need more spells. Just get more spells. Just get more spells.
Yeah, just get all the spells.
What's this?
This is another thing I did as well with all my farming side quests, with like locking in all those things, those options.
And you just need MP because you cast like every single fucking turn.
Yes. Oh gosh, what's the sorcerer's name? I can't see it with over the
Dagmar.
Dagmar, right? Yeah, good old Dagmar man, Dagman.
Dagman.
Yes, no, he never leaves my party almost ever because it's like, do you have an elemental weakness? Well, Gully G. Williker, my guy with like 5 elemental spells, can probably help. I know that Bird Girl here, down the line from that, she has haste. That's after that star node is the haste node for like 25.
Ooh,
that sounds cool.
I'm gonna get that actually.
Yeah. She's got a lot of like status effects with like speed, it seems like, because her default attack is like slow blade and then the dark damage. You got your thief, obviously. You can steal. He can also turn enemies into tokens for your requisite JRPG collectible side game.
I mean, I'm in for it. I played it. It was fun.
Yeah, Jester with a dash, Jaster. But yeah, so there's an obligatory collectible token game you can play. Little hex tokens that have numbers. It's very funny. By the way, you can fuck up the tutorial fight against the guy, and if you do, he mocks you again, and then you do it over.
Oh, I beat him my first time. I was like, "Fuck you, I win."
Yeah, I got a little clumsy, and I didn't quite do my best plays. That's also very funny when you do that tutorial. You go up the elevator to go back to your like HQ room, and one of the elevator guards is just like, "Captain, J-Star's all the rage. Here, have these tokens for free." And I'm just like, "What the fuck?" And then you get fucking challenged to a game to kill time. But yeah, so you can see some of the passives as well. This is the soldier guy, so he's got like abilities where he does extra damage when his HP is full, stuff like that. So you can kind of do some fun builds. Ulan has another really good ability down one of her ranks, which is like if an ally is at 20% or less HP and they get targeted, she automatically jumps in to take the hit for them. So you can kind of see their builds in just their humble, normal jobs. But where does this go from here? I'm actually genuinely curious because there's a lot of customization.
Oh, yeah.
This motherfucking game better be up for Best RPG next year. Look at these customization.
Oh no, I got kicked out of Eureka. Shit. Oh well. Let's see here.
Yeah, I haven't encountered any trapped chests, but I bought caution.
I might as well.
No, I'm not gonna chest. So yeah, there's a lot of options, a lot of activity, and obviously, as you can see, there are many different directions you can go in. There's a lot of branches, so you can kind of pick and choose where you're going. It's got a completion tracker. You get to see all the stuff. So, you know, and you can kind of like build out everybody and see what's up. And it seems like there's a lot to go there. There's a lot of, you know, you have 2 accessory slots. You've got classic, you know, equipment slots, weapon, shield, hat, armor. There are weapons in the weapon shop that nobody can equip yet. That's got me kind of like,
Let's go.
So like, there's a lot of interesting stuff going on here. I will probably, after we're done here, because I just have to edit audio, I'll probably go play some more hours.
Yeah, no, I probably won't go back into this because I'm just gonna work up on clearing up another game, which shouldn't take me too long. Because I'll probably talk about it at some point here, but
yeah. But so I figured since we both put in some hours, we should bring it up because I mean I'm having fun. Like I said, like the art style, the aesthetics of the game are really good. The plot's not really going anywhere new yet, but also I don't really give a shit. I'm playing this game for, you know, big thigh ladies and, you know, cool lizard ladies and fucking Dagmar to beat people up with his staff when he's out of FP because he's huge and what the fuck.
Yeah, he doesn't have the greatest hit pool, and his abilities cost so much.
Yeah, they're expensive. But I think it's because he learns so many. It's such an easy way if you know people's weaknesses. You just jump out the fucking.
Oh, he's just weak to everything. Okay, fuck. Except my fist.
Rip. Not weak to physical. Unknown type. Well, that's easy. You can use Fencer Girl to do whatever on him. But yeah, so the game's you know, it's fairly fun. It's not like really annoying. You know, you've got overworld enemies to pick from. You can freeze them with the Zodiac ring, so you can avoid fights if you don't want to. You can also just, you know, hit him for preemptive fights, Persona style. So yeah, it seems really well put together. And I had a lot of fun playing it for a few hours. I will not mind killing some time, you know, playing this game.
Oh yeah, no. I was a little worried when I first got into it because I I got a free shield.
Nice.
Yeah, like you only start with like the most bare fucking equipment. Like I was just like,
yeah.
Let's see here.
And you can't even. If you can go to the marketplace in town, which it does not explain to you, by the way. You gotta do a little bit of your own exploring. You can't even buy upgraded armor there, or upgraded weapons. Like I said, it's only the basic tier of like all the weapons that everybody can use, and then some other open classes nobody can equip. I mostly went there and bought some basic bitch shields and hats, because those were in the marketplace.
Yeah, once you get to this area, there's a store literally right out in the area that you can start buying your first upgrades.
Yeah. And I mean, you know, it's got the usual JRPG economy. I went to an accessory shop and they're like, it's 30,000 for this, you know, no get poisoned ring. And I'm like, cool, I have 3,000 money. I'll be back later. But for considering that was in like the hub city, that probably makes sense that they've got, you know, a wide spread of things. You know, finding people for subquests is pretty easy. They have exclamation points over their head. I think the only thing that bothers me is you get to track your main quest and a subquest. You cannot track multiple subquests. So you have to do some picking and choosing if you want to track people. But mostly it just, when you click R3, it tells you where to go to get something. So yeah, it seems fun. There's a lot of different environments already. The art style is really beautiful. I don't recognize them by name, but I'm recognizing some of the Japanese voice cast, you know? So it's like, yeah, the game seems well put together. I paid $40 for it. Seems fine.
Oh yeah, Amazon almost got me because the game did shoot up in price for a little bit when in this, but I was able to get back my old order when I was like, oh no, give me the $39.99 version. Fuck.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, people are buying it apparently.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't mean to heal him. Fuck. Oh well.
So yeah, it seems nice. It does JRPG things, and I like I said, I really appreciate the aesthetic and the art style. And you know, there's some.
Oh, that was nice.
I don't mind deep RPGs. I've always said, you know, you guys know I'm a big fan of like Final Fantasy 12 with like a job board and all that stuff, which are really complex and fucking gambits, you know. So for a good RPG, I'm not afraid to get in the guts of those mechanics. And we all know we're gonna lose way too much time playing Jester.
Yeah, no.
Especially because they have different like anti-rules, which I love. Like they tell you what the match you're getting into, so sometimes you're like, you know, you win all the ones you flip. Sometimes you don't win anything. Pick. And like I said, one of Thief Man's basic ability, because when you do this fight against him, it tells you his rank. It's a Grandmaster. So, but one of his basic abilities is for 5 MP, he tries to turn an enemy into a token. That's pretty funny. Otherwise, you randomly get them as drops. You know, I'm sure there might be some shenanigans with hunting for drops and stuff later. Look, he's also just showed off one thing that's a little weird to me, which is you can hit square to like do an attack slash and like, you know,
it seems
start enemies, but it's the hitboxing is weird.
It really is.
I mean, it's okay. Like, I don't need the preemptive strike every time, but I am not necessarily sure how to get the preemptive strike. Even if you like freeze enemies and then flash them, it doesn't necessarily matter. Just don't, you know, let enemies run into your backside and then they get to preempt you. Also, as far as I can tell, there's no way to check the attack order?
Not that I know of.
Usually, like, it makes sense. If you have Bird Girl, for instance, she almost always goes first. She fast.
She nooms.
You know, Thief Guy also usually goes pretty fast. Ulan's kind of slow, but it makes sense. She's big tanky. And yeah, it seems nice. Let's see. Any other, like, really... I don't think there's anything crazy to talk about. Oh, actually, I should mention, there's one thing that I do like. Regen.
Oh, yeah.
When you're in the city, or in any city, your HP and MP, like, automatically refills. When you're in a dungeon, your HP will slowly tick up, like, over time, and refresh after battles. Your MP will not, but you can still use items and stuff to get it back. So, yeah, it's... like, pretty decently conducive. And if you're just doing side quests, like I've done some already, which are like, kill 10 noises in Pesca Springs, done sewers, and you're like, okay, cool. I can body all those guys. I'm over-leveled for them, so I can just do basic attacks and don't have to worry about this. For those one enemies that are immune to things. Actually, they're probably not immune. I just do 0 damage, so maybe they have, like, crazy high damage reduction. Whatever, anyway. But yes, there's some decently varied enemy designs. The first boss was kind of fun.
Oh, I love...
Like, yeah, normal water lady, and then she gets, you know, huge and tentacly, and you're like, oh shit, phase 2.
Phase 2.
But great art design. So yeah, it seems like we've got some some real love and care and heart in this game, and I enjoy it.
You
Lucky, do you enjoy it?
No, I enjoy it. Like I said, I am trying to fully clear out some logs so I don't, so I'm jumping.
You know what's your backlog. That's why I made sure to beat Shadowfall, because I was not going to go back and play that game otherwise before I moved on to starting as Trail.
No, so because I picked it up, I played for a bit, it's like, no, I do like this. I am not going to send it back. And, but, like I said, I want to go plat Voice of the Cards, because I did beat it. It Yoko Taro'd me, as Yoko Taro does. No spoilers, because I want you all to go out there and play it and get Yoko Taro'd. But it was actually, like, at the end of it, like, despite its very simple design, it was still a very good story. And, like, and it does have, I will say, that does have, you're being a fucking, see, this is what I'm talking about, he's being a fucking brat.
I mean, he's only doing it because people are literally racist to him. Bird Girl was like, hey, you're just a kid and also a pesca. And it's like, wow, guy. Like, it's interesting that these guys have worked together for 2 years and 9 months, and, like, we've still got some things to iron out over here.
Yeah, no, I still call him a brat because we're waiting for, like, back at the tower, we're waiting for the fucking guy to go talk to the goddess to find out what we're due. So we decide to play the play Jaster. We finish one game, and he comes in screaming, why are you waiting down here? Have a little sympathy. I'm like, dude, we played one game. We were waiting.
Yeah, no, I mean, I will say, because obviously, again, there's, dub titles and stuff. I can understand from the language. Yeah, he's a little bit, like, he literally is supposed to be a child. Like, he's kind of a brat. But also, I do also feel like, man, with some of the other characters are, like, really racist to him, too.
Yeah, no, especially Bird Girl and Grandpa. Ugh. Anyway,
and it's like it's kind of interesting. I feel like maybe some of these things should have been polished out in the previous 2 years and 9 months, but whatever.
Who knows?
Well, it leaves room for character growth.
All right. Anyway, we will switch back to Final Fantasy, where I got kicked the fuck out because I was AFK for too long. Ripperino. Looks like everyone else is still in, though. I guess I'll go do my own thing until I get out. Actually, let me see if it'll let me back in, actually. Nope.
It scooches down my notepad.
I'm just doing my own thing. Fuck it, I'm gonna go put this bunny in my house.
You're the return of home decorator.
I love home decorating. Listen, I started this game and I made this this free company, the Crow Mafia, to just be all like, oh no, we're gonna get a big house and I'm going to decorate it. Well, Resh, I have to do my own thing because I can't get back into fucking Eureka. I literally can't. Oh, excuse me.
So I think then maybe while you're doing your own thing, we got another thing we can both talk about a little. We can talk about Blue Archive.
Yeah.
Because I did try it. I talked about this. I've been playing it. I'm not super in depth. I still haven't unlocked some of the areas because I'm just plunking away at missions and story. But I'm working on it. Mm-hmm. I'm playing a little bit at night. I will say, I mean, it is what it is. I do notice that the game is down for maintenance a lot. It's, seems like because I'm getting a lot of maintenance rewards, and I have actually been kicked out of the game a couple times for, emergency maintenance. Mm-hmm. So it's a little unstable, but I don't really mind because I'm playing it very casually, right? So I've noticed it's a thing. If you're, wanted to go hardcore on it, I would make sure to warn you about that it still seems like they got some bugs to iron out with the service. But I mean, there's a lot of free pyroxene, so meh.
Oh, this bunny's big.
And that it does a lot. I think I talked about this on my FGO. I have had a couple of 10 pulls recently with the current rate ups where I have gotten 1 and 2 star units, and none of them have been new, and I'm just like, okay, all right, maybe roll a little less.
Yeah, that's what like I said, I've spent way too much money on this game already. But I checked.
But you I assume we're spending to hunt those elusive 3 stars and get those points, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I kind of understand the mentality. It's there's a lot. The roster's not very huge out of the game, and that's okay. I mean, I don't even know half these characters, so it's good to get introduced.
Yeah, but I was actually looking at it. Actually, very few of the characters actually become super limited. Most of them are the seasonal variants, I think. that become limited. So once, you know, they're out, they're just fucking out. So you don't necessarily have to super save on for like specific raid ups. But if you want like bunny girls or summers, you gotta wait for those though. You gotta save for those.
Yeah, you gotta be ready.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think my personal preference is just now I just want to string a couple rolls together so I don't feel disappointed on one tenor, you know?
Yeah.
But otherwise, yeah, I mean, I don't care. I'm just rolling for new units. I want cool new people.
Mm-hmm.
I need new cute girls to do new things. I've like built a couple teams. Like I've started paying attention to like my, you know, different strengths and stuff for different terrains. And like, you know, I've got like, these are all my girls who like outdoors. These are all my girls who like indoors, kind of a thing.
Yep.
Kind of comp them together and stuff.
Yeah, basically the way that your teams are going to be split up is going to be by field, ammo, and probably then roll. Because...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten super deep on it yet, but like I said, I've built some teams, I've leveled some characters, I'm keeping up at it.
Mm-hmm.
It seems... the gameplay's pretty fun and like, mostly relaxing. Like, I know... Like, later stuff, you'll probably have to pay a little closer attention to your skill activations, but for the most part, like, doing a lot of the non-story missions, you know, gameplay maps, it's just turn on auto skill, go vroom, just make sure to level up the girls.
Yeah, like, later, like, you probably have to start paying a little bit more attention to that, but for right now... It's
yeah, I've unlocked some hard mode missions, and I've had to actually, like, look at them. And another time I had to actually remember to, like, level up stuff, because I didn't get 3 stars because one of my units died. I'm like, I need to, like, level people up and pay a little bit of attention here. But it's definitely fairly approachable, and you know, like there's only so much you can do anyway, right?
Right.
Because it's mostly automatic. It's just mostly about when you pop your skills and what skills you've got in the deck. So it's for me as a player, it's low effort. I don't want to say the game is low effort. The game's got a lot of stuff. I think we talked about last week often. But like there's a lot of live 2D stuff. There's fucking 3D chibi models. There's stories. Like there's a lot of graphical effort in this. But like the combat is just waiting for your skills to charge, picking when to activate skills. If you set auto, it just uses skills whenever you've got enough points to use it.
Mm-hmm.
And most of your decisions are made in team comp or on the TAC map, the hex grid. You know. So I like, and this is, you know, something you kind of sold me on in the first place. I like how like generally light and approachable the game.
Yeah.
Like, yes, there are questions. I have questions. I have thoughts. What is this business about how I am vulnerable to bullets and you are not? What's going on here? You know, what was with my weird gotcha dream thing with my amnesia? My gotcha amnesia? That's basically a trope now, gotcha amnesia. Hell, you technically have mild amnesia in FGO. You don't know what the fuck you're doing here. How did you get here? You don't know. You were knocked out. And you know, there's some serious stuff where like you said, like a BIDOS is struggling with the fact that they've got like 6 students left and everybody is gone and they're gonna fucking close, right?
But
like, so there's some stuff going on.
But at the same time, it's like it's serious, but it doesn't feel serious, as you know, Serika's like the fucking tsundere working at our fucking, you know, ramen shop. You know, Nozomi's like, you know, brightness and sunshine and tries to solve everything with a credit card. I'm like, you know, Hoshino, it's just like, no, but it's nap time now. And it's like...
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking Hoshino, like, literally they gotta wake her the fuck up because they're getting raided by a, you know, delinquent crew again. So, yeah, it's very light. It's not, like, super dark and gritty. It's not trying to be. It's you've got schoolgirls. Everybody's got their, you know, different aesthetics we talked about. You know, there's some fun with the guns. You got the little cute models, and you just kind of hang out. You know, you've got your affection system. I've already done some of the character side stories where, you know, you hang out with people individual. You both get to send them text messages over Momo, but also, like, actually hang out and do stuff. My first 3-star Maki, for instance, I bailed her out from the police because she was engaged in vandalism. Fudi's not vandalism. I'm like, it's a little bit of vandalism. I apologize on her behalf as her teacher. She's like, Sensei, don't do that. Nah, I'm doing it. You can't stop me. I'm trying to get this mean robot man off your back.
Yeah, no.
Excellent. Dallas has just messaged me that he will likely be free Sunday. Okay, we'll probably do the sprawl then.
Cool. I'm excited. I will. Well, we can probably talk about the sprawl in a little bit after.
Yeah, I've got that in my notes. We'll probably talk about that. I don't know if we have a lot to say about Blue Archive. They're not really like doing any events yet.
Technically, the only thing they're really celebrating is they activated their raid boss mechanic. It's not really a raid boss mechanic, but
They've activated some special thing you can do for extra tchotchkes and content.
Yeah.
But there's not like special event stories, for instance, we can do yet. It's all just main story stuff. Yes, Boss Hunt, very good. The 3D chibi models are very good. Like this game is very nice looking.
Oh yeah.
And like you said, it's so bright and shiny and just happy.
Yeah, no. Like again, like I wasn't sure how I was gonna feel about this, but no, it's like the positive vibes keep me going.
Like, listen, I think there's a place for like dark, gritty storytelling and examining the human condition and shit. But especially for like ongoing content type games, you have to be careful to avoid, you know, the what TV tropes calls darkness-induced apathy syndrome.
Oh yeah.
Where basically just like the setting is so fucking dark and everything's pointless and it's so there's nothing you can do about how dark and gritty it is that like the audience just goes, okay, I don't care anymore.
Yeah, no, that happened with me, Girls Front Lane and Arknights.
Yeah,
it's like
those lingered a little too long in the dark sections of the story without like much positive outlook changing, and I'm just like for Arknights, it's like, fuck, dude, I feel like this is going to be miserable for like 12 more story chapters. I'm not here for that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like FGO has its dark moments in stories, but usually they are like it's relatively self-contained, right? It's usually in main story drops, and then because the game has to keep progressing, usually you win in some form at the end. Like, you fight the final boss, you might not feel good about it, but, like, effort is expended, you know, you have positive ups and downs, and it modulates it a little better, as opposed to just crushing home the darkness and then being like, but in this limited event, you hang out with this guy who's just a penguin. And I'm like, okay, cool, penguin guy's nice, but, like, you also want me to progress the main story, and I don't feel like doing.
And FGO usually has ups and downs in the story, too. Usually there's jokes and stuff and breaks. It's just not slowly grinding you against be sad. I'm like, I would like to avoid being sad right now.
Yeah, I think I kind of like for Arknights, I think I got the sense of it in, like, what is it, like, chapter 3, I think? Or you have that one, I don't remember their name. It's been way too many months. But like the grenade boss, right? You do that whole thing and you rescue that one infected like girl, and then you beat the boss. The boss can't even stand against you. The boss almost kills Doctor, and like Amiya like fucking melts them. And then like a couple story chapters later, that person you busted your ass to save from getting caught by the cops puts on the suit for like the morale of the bad guys and like goes up to fight you and dies, and you're just like, what a pointless tragedy I predicted the entire time. And it's like I get it, right? Like it's you know, very common story beats. It's you know, cheap heat, as it were. OSP as a whole thing talking about like the tragedy beats and why people are interested. But when I know it's coming, don't try and like twist the knife. It's like, I saw the knife. I clocked that knife before you walked in the room. You know, it's like, put a little more effort into it, you know?
I'm sorry, I'm just thinking Black Dynamite. I threw that shit before I walked into the room.
Fiendish Dr. Wu, you done fucked up now. Darnold. I know, my God on. But yeah, so like, Blue Archive is the opposite of that. I mean, some people will probably have criticisms about how quote-unquote pointless and cutesy it is, but like, nah, dude, I'm just here to relax, man.
No, what? That's why I am. I'm just here to be sensei and have all these high school girls fawn over me. I'm just like, yes, no, this is what I need sometimes.
And you know, we can solve problems. You get busted by the robot cops. You need sensei to come bail you out. It's fine. You know, you've got your AI assistant. It's all fine. Everything's fine here. We're you know, education and guidance, everybody, and also guns. Lots of guns.
Sorry.
And also weird stuff. Like that one girl who's like special is to like drop a bomb of ice cream on enemies. How does that work? I don't fucking know. Don't know if I care.
Yeah, I mean, it's just cute.
Yeah. It's funny. She likes ice cream. She drops ice cream on her enemies. Okay? I mean, it's a little bit more creative than I've noticed that, at least for strikers, a lot of them have very similar abilities, like do big shoot on single man, which makes sense, but it's definitely like there's different levels of like flexing of the creativity muscles on characters. But at least everybody seems like they've got, you know, the different design themes and the nice, etc. It's all right. I will continue to play it casually.
Yeah, like I was actually looking at the schedule. I'm not actually sure we actually have like a fuck ton of events going on in Blue Archive. I know there's a couple, like talking about the there's the Bunny Girl event, there's the summer event. Actually, how long has Blue Archive been out? I should probably check that. Because I have heard people talk that we're probably going to be on an accelerated schedule. Probably because we're not so far behind that we can maybe play catch up. Like that's what Nier.
And there may or may not be that much content to catch up on. You know.
Yeah.
Apparently. Like obviously the bunny thing I believe was pretty recent because that was when the fan art fucking exploded.
Playing Go on Karen's ass.
Went fucking nuclear.
Yeah, it did.
I mean, I even, you know, boy Bakto's even getting in on it. Even drawing some stuff.
Well, you can't get
that in Hella or,
It's probably Hella.
Yeah, I don't know if it's super Hella, but because he hasn't drawn a nip yet, but that's definitely that is definitely nothing covering that nip. That Schrodinger's nip. Bakto does good work.
Thanks.
He knows what he's doing.
Thanks, dishwasher.
But yeah, so Blue Archive will be interesting to play, and I feel like even if it gets like hectic, it won't be hectic because it'll just be like, maps. Like, what are they gonna do to hurt me? I've already learned my lesson about not giving a shit about limited furniture. But yeah, it's a good quality game, and if you want like I said, a very relaxing game, it seems like it's pretty easy to play. It's not really like super demanding. You get fucking free stamina for logging in every day. You know, it's your daily quest to log in. It gives you like, what is it, like 10 or 20 stamina?
Yeah, and there's another point if you log in after a certain point too.
Yes, if you log in late. Your weekly login is like plus fucking 100. If you log in for like 5 days in a week or something, 6 days. Yeah, so like, yeah, it's pretty generous. You get a lot of stuff. You hang out with cute girls. You do cute things. Also, you shoot up loads of mass delinquents and robots. But apparently they're fine.
Yeah.
So there you go. There's our follow-up on Blue Archive. I don't think we have very deep thoughts because, I mean, the game's not very deep yet. I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just kind of just happening.
It's like you're here. You're hanging out with girls. You're being a good sensei. You don't know why you're here, but in the light of all the things happening, does it really matter? Nah, it's fine.
And it seems kind of like they maybe need your help. You know, there's supposed to be a person in charge, and they're fucking gone, and you have authorization to this magic tablet with the AI lady on it. So, like, I don't know. Maybe you got shit to do. Got some stuff you can take care of.
Yeah.
At the very least, some of these kids seem like they need some guidance. Need some help. But okay. All right. So we mentioned Sproul. So we can probably talk about that.
Yeah.
Brawl Sash. Even more cyberpunk world building.
Listen, it don't stop.
Like world building. Well, I mean, especially now with a Powered by the Apocalypse world game, it just lends itself to this kind of stuff.
Oh yeah.
So we completed the.
Nakamura.
Well, you guys completed the hotel job, Nakamura hotel job, last weekend. Everything did mostly go to plan.
Thank God.
Yeah, no, you guys were rolling hot. You should have been playing craps that night. I think like you got like one partial hit.
Yeah, I did. I was trying to think. Also,
and it was on like an assess, so you only like didn't get to ask some questions. It wasn't like a hard bargain or anything.
Yeah.
I think Axe got a partial hit on an assess too. Like I got to throw some of my curveballs at you, but you guys were able to roll good and approach them.
I think it was also like partially because we really stuck to the lay low and try not to cause waves kind of commotions.
Yeah, and I know Marth talked about how after that job, as a result, as the driver character, he didn't really get to do a lot because you guys weren't really doing a plan where his drones benefited you.
Yeah.
He's got a combat drone and a spy drone. Like he gave you like Overwatch with the spy drone and like looked around the room first, but like after that he was just like, all right, I've seen what I can see. And you guys didn't really trip in alarms and need to like rapidly get to the parking garage and flee. And I think we had a lot of discussion over the week about like how different playbooks play and what they do.
Yeah.
And that is kind of the driver's like weakness and strength is it talks about this, you have very specific talents for a job. A lot of the time your job is easy, but when your job's not easy, it's, really important. You get to, pedal to the metal, daredevil and all that stuff. And so like if this had gone wrong, Mart's character Squirrel would have been very important.
Yeah.
But you guys rolled pretty good and things didn't really go wrong.
Like this is why I rolled. I tried to keep all my rolls to things I was good at. That was the thing. I think
you stayed focused on what you did, and you pre-prepped. Like you had your, when you decided to switch to a gun, you had your.
Yeah. No, I remember. I got 2 partial hits because remember I did only a partial hit on the fast talk.
You were trying to act under cool on the fast talk.
Yeah.
We had a little bit of back and forth about how cybernetic nerves works, but
yeah,
I don't think it necessarily gives you a +1 on stealth.
Yeah,
because that's not a reaction. We had to clarify that. But yeah, so we had some back and forth. Like I said, you guys got some partial hits, but it wasn't super deep cuts.
Yeah, except for Dallas.
Except for Dallas, who was playing the hacker. He did the Matrix stuff, and he had the actual like full blown misses. He had fucking ice activate on him. He did some personal errands for extra fluff and stuff, which is not necessarily discouraged. We talk about this when we talk about your budgeting. Now that you have a hacker, you probably want your hacker to actually like skim systems for the move is called search for pay data, aka search for like data you can sell. So like you may actually want your hacker to post into systems and see if there's any like random data you can shill on the Matrix to make extra cash, because boy howdy, this game cash hungry.
Yeah, it is.
The scale's a little limited. It's 1, 2, 4, 8. So money racks up. Like really big vehicles and really high end cyberware is quite expensive. But he did the poking around, so we actually got to poke the Matrix moves. I think honestly the way the Matrix system is designed is, so long as you don't overcomplicate it as the player or the MC, it's pretty easy to do. It's like, okay, you're jacked in, you're logging into a new system, roll the login move. Okay, pick your options. All right, what do you want to do? You want to access a security system? Roll this move to activate a security system. You want to access use normal functions? Roll this move. ICE is activated, intrusion countermeasures. You got to roll this move to suppress the ICE before the ICE does a thing. Do you need to jack out in a hurry because maybe there's an angry immortal drug man yelling at you in the internet? Roll the jack out move. Dallas unfortunately had a lot of our, as with the first session, Dallas definitely had the funny bit where like he was the only one rolling hardcore misses, like straight up failures, and it was like, oof. He still managed to massage those failures to not really fuck up, though you had some funny conversations as a result. Yeah.
I might have offered to take him down as apologies for fucking things up.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah. So I think it was all in all a good session. I know there were some were a little limited in what they do, but I feel like at the very least with our players, I feel like you guys, nobody necessarily gets sassy about if they don't have something to do, because if we have a good plan, right?
Yeah.
Like you guys are pretty good at building the plan, thinking about the angles. Between all 4 of you, you have a decent set of brain cells. You have a non-1 number of brain cells, greater than 1. And think of a lot of the angles, and usually you and the other guys, have enough experience to be like, okay, we can't plan for everything,
Yeah.
But you're able to massage the plan. Like I said, I threw my curveball at you. You guys managed to rise to the occasion and roll good. So there were those did not turn into, those complications did not snowball.
I was honestly worried about the robot corpses though. I honestly was. I was like, that's like, but I kept super heavily leaning on like, no, they're not supposed to have robots, so they can't talk about this shit. I think it's gonna be like, so it's like, no, it's gonna be fine.
Yeah, and I even I acknowledged that and was like, when the security storms down to yell about their guy being dead, they go back upstairs and then they're gone for a long time before they call the cops. Almost like we're thinking about this robot corpse situation.
No, but again,
they're not going to raise a big stink about it. I just Sterncore Ritter has a threat clock because they are a force in the universe now, and they may have gotten a little somewhere.
I mean, also I think it was like I did fast talk like I think the fast talk ones like they won't figure it out like immediately, but I've narrowed enough time that we're able to get away.
Yes.
So. Like, it wasn't 100% clean, but it was clean enough that I feel like we can call it a resounding win.
Yeah. It probably won't come back unless, for like I said, like SKR's threat clock keeps going up and they start to figure out what you guys are doing and, like, you are an obstacle to their growing power or whatever their motivations are. You guys haven't, like, researched or anything. And that you guys may need to take side jobs and actually, like, work on the clock. So we had that conversation at the end. It was like, you guys want to, like... strike back and do stuff, and you're like, nah, I think we want to wait until, like, the corpos actually do something. Let's let the threat clocks actually, like, the corp clocks actually fill up.
Yeah, no,
before we, like, freak out.
Yeah.
So, seeds for future stuff is...
Like, again, the more we play the Sprawl, the more I like it.
Yeah. I think there's still some weird things. We talked at length about how the EXP system is a little weird.
Yeah,
I don't know if I want to go straight up and have it, but I might.
I'm not saying have, but I think it should probably be like 6? Like 6 to 8? Like
the only other game that I know of that scales that big is Dungeon World, and that's because it's like you need like 5 plus your current level EXP. So like it's meant to emulate dungeon crawling RPGs. It scales as you keep leveling up, right?
Actually, I think you might be able to do something with that for the Sprawl. Like say you want to do like this is what I would probably do. If you want to do just a basic advance, have it cost 6. But if you want to take an advanced option, have it cost like the 8 to 10. Because those are the big ones.
Yeah, some of the big ones also cost cred. You can't retire without 20 cred, for instance.
That's true. But no, I honestly do not like that it's 10, because
it's 10 and there's only like 2 ways to gain EXP.
Yeah.
You have to gain it through your personal directives, which may or may not come up. Like, Axel's actually talked about changing his directives, and I told him, no, you should keep the one about AIs, because I can bring that up way easier, and I can dangle that shiny key in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same for like some of your other webs, and sometimes it's hard. Like, I don't think Marth has triggered either of his directives, because every single time I'm like poised to like make his subplot slam into the game is when he rolls like. That's when he rolls like a 12, and I'm like, well, it will be shitty of me to like crash the entire job with his subplot now.
Yeah. I mean, well, sometimes
that is kind of the issue with like. There's an etiquette to like choosing moves. Like, obviously, I can do moves whenever I want to move the story along, but you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to like slam them with a hard move when they're doing well, right? That's rude.
Well, but sometimes like Also, I will say this: sometimes you shouldn't be afraid to. Sometimes. Just because, like,
yeah, I know there's some stuff dangling.
Yeah, like because complications do make the things. Like, I'm not gonna be like, oh no, like every job should go completely astray. But every once in a while, maybe things get noticed. Someone sees a thing, and something just comes out of left field. Like,
yeah, and I think that's how I designed this one. Like, literally, you guys planned your action plan, and I'll tell you that, you had the intel to do the question mark, but nobody really did any extra, like, research or prep time on the target himself. Well, the target's entourage, I should say. You did a decent amount of, like, Dallas did a basically nothing research roll to be like, how well regarded is this guy? Are we gonna, like, not be able to go to NCSA after this if we bump him off? And I was like, people will be mad, but, he's only one of many. He'll be replaced. It's not like you're going to have to worry about church hit squads or anything after you. It's not like you're going to try and go to the neo-papal states and assassinate the neo-pope.
I'm sorry, like, you just say, like, church starts with them. The first thing that popped in my head was nuns with guns.
Oh, there's probably nuns with guns. So, like I said, I talk about world building. I've done some more pocket lift. I've decided that one of our companies, because, the Italians are known for their guns, there's one of the names I picked was for weapons was Scorpione.
Ooh,
they are a Italian city-states because obviously Italy has fucking imploded. Italy shouldn't be a country anyway.
No,
if you know anything about history, Italy should not be unified. That makes no fucking sense. Like, the Florentines and the Venetians and the Romans and the Sicilians, they all hate each other. Why are they friends? And that's why I make the joke about the neo-papal states. But so, I decided that was, like, they are a line of, like, high-quality, like, bespoke guns, like the Scorpione Bambina pocket pistol. Or the Scorpione M39R Gatta, that's cat, machine pistol. So yeah, I've worked on some like brand names for stuff because I love when you can throw out these little details. Like Cyberpunk had this big thing about like what all the car models are and what they do and stuff.
Oh yeah,
so,
I loved reading that stuff.
And I did a little work on that too. We can talk about, but yeah. So like the thing though with like working on like sometimes curveballs are good, and I'm ready to throw curveballs. I think some of it this time is just like waiting for my moment, and then sometimes it feels like the plots don't line up.
Yeah,
for
that's
some
true.
curveballs.
That's true. I will say, if we've been like super sneaky, no one knows we're in there. Everything's going off the hitch, and then suddenly, like not trying to dub you out, but like fucking Marth's hated enemy just busting through the fucking window like the Kool-Aid man. You're like, it's just like how? Why? That makes no fucking sense.
Oh, I had a plan if you guys were doing like worse at the plan, or if I had to do like a curveball move. It wasn't going to be his rival. It was going to be Marco Gerardo, because he's a loner and he has a move to like suddenly see something. With Squirrel waiting in the elevator, I decided that he was on the same floor. He was just going to like sneak in through the stairwell and put like a giant hand on Squirrel's head and be like, "Hey, what you doing? Call your friends back here." Like, and like start that whole subplot, and other shit like that could have happened, right? I was really hoping you guys would you guys did not kick down well, you wouldn't be kicking doors, but you know what I mean. Like, you guys did not knock out as many people as I thought you would. You knocked out very important people. I was hoping we would approach some secretaries and get ambushed by monofilament Zweihanders, but you scoped out the situation first. And I think sometimes just letting players know that there's a fly in the soup is good enough. Sometimes that gets you all the tension you need. Because you guys were like in hushed tones in the lobby, being like, "What the fuck? Why are there weird German ladies with giant swords here? What's going on?"
Honestly, like, you got to talk a lot during that, which I personally enjoy. I enjoy when you're describing the scene, but like, no, I enjoyed that. But again, it was still like, oh my god, like,
or the robot guy. Like, you snuck up on him, like, yeah, you notice he's not breathing, buddy. That guy's not a human.
Because I remember I tried to go for the non-lethal takedown first, and it's like, no, he's not bringing it. It's like, rip the neck, seize its circuits.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, you don't need to.
Yeah, no, you're kind for me on that.
Your goal was to seize control of him, and if you realize that your chokehold doesn't work, I'll let you, like, you're a big, strong dude. You're the killer. You can take out one robot guy by stealth.
Yeah,
but it complicated things. You were like, oh shit, he's a robot. How many fucking robots are there? Where are they hiding?
Yeah, no. So, like, at that moment, we know the plan had gone completely awry, but we can't just back the fuck out. And
yeah,
like, again, like, I want to pat myself on the back here. When I used the intel, I made sure to give us for the security blackout, I gave us a generous but still limited timeline.
Yeah.
So,
and I was narratively ticking up that clock too.
Oh yeah.
I was like, okay, so you guys have scoped out the room. You probably lost like a minute.
Yeah. So, putting the time pressure, like, no, we can only advance, but we so we had to do things. So,
and I had some of those blind curves. You guys did not decide to. You guys played it very conservatively once you realized that maybe I shouldn't have had the robot guy right away, but I was thinking you would go for like this. Actually, what I was hoping you would do is you would throw a grenade at him and he would be fucking fine, like a Terminator. But yeah, you didn't. You went for the full chokehold, so I got a little bit of that out there. That worked, I think. But like, if you guys had decided to manually check out the terrace, I told you later because you like did some back research and stuff. Your hacky boy hacked some things to notice. That if one of you two had like just the intrusion team had just walked out onto the terrace, that was going to be like, hey, act under, roll cool, act under pressure. What's the pressure? Oh, a sniper's going to take a pot shot at you. Pew! Like, yeah, like that would have been like the big curveball for like, oh shit,
No,
that could have gone really wrong. But you guys figured out that stuff was happening, and you're like, Dallas texts you and is like, do not go on the terrace, sniper, and you're like, okay, not going on the terrace.
I do like that we just found the map on the wall, like you do in games. Like,
oh yeah, and it made perfect sense when you spent the intel for like, hey, can we get a map of this place? And you have to explain why. And you were like, I've got it. It's on the wall. I'm like, yeah, okay, that's fair. You see the fire escape diagram on the wall right here. You like take a picture.
Yeah, no, it's perfect. But no, like I do think it was Vince, and I do think it was tense. Like the assess the room. We found out there was the robot in the closet. Who found out the robot was in the closet? I can't remember.
I think it was X.
Was it X? It was probably X. X is good.
Actually, no. I think it was you that time. You were that second. Because maybe he assisted. Yeah, I think he assisted you.
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely. Yeah, he assisted me, and I think I only got like what, one question. That was the time I only got one question.
Yeah, and you were like, okay. What here should I be concealed about? And I'm like, okay, I can softball you, but that's fucking cheap. I'll give you the big one. Yeah, there's a robot man in the closet.
Yeah, no. Fuck. Yeah, fuck. So no, like I do think like we were rolling like hot, but it was like one of those things that like if we had rolled badly like anything, I'm pretty sure like things would have gone like completely and utterly awry.
Oh yeah, like if you'd botched that assess, it totally could have been like, oh, it's a bag of pillows under the bed, and you know the target comes out swinging with his epee that I said he had later. Mm-hmm. Or he decides to shoot you with his dueling pistol or whatever. If you guys had alerted SKR, for instance, I had this in my notes. One of the reasons, you know, like they have the privacy screens up for like security and because the principal's like being really paranoid. Because you guys did actually work up the legwork and the action clock a little bit, right?
Yeah.
You got to the point where the target might be a little aware that something's about to happen. They're not like on full alert. They're not ready for you, but his paranoia was percolated a little bit. Mm-hmm. So if they realized something was going on, what security was the bodyguards were going to do is they were just going to kill the privacy screen and the thermal shielding, and then the snipers would have just fired wildly into the room. Which I'm sure would have been a fun act under fire roll as like you dodge sniper fire through the windows across the rooftop.
Axe, I'm gonna call you out there. No, failure can be interesting because then we'd be in a firefight in a fucking hotel while snipers and that's just a big clusterfuck.
Yeah, I mean, Axe, I'll tell you this. I know a lot of GMs don't always do it that way, but this is why the principles exist. This is why the game tells me to make hard moves when you guys fail to cause the chaos, to cause those wrinkles.
Yeah.
But it explicitly says, hey, by the way, MC, you're fans the player characters. Like, you're not trying to like kill them for no reason. You're trying to tell an interesting story with these guys at the center of it. So
you know, like
the curveballs, but let them be able to work their way out of it. So,
like, cause here's the thing: we could have still succeeded at the mission. The only thing we would have lost is the one experience for not causing a fuck ton of collateral damage, and I would have a very, very long conversation with Himiko Nakamura.
Yes, you would like honestly, that would probably have meant that the next job would have been, okay, well, you need to pay back Himiko Nakamura because you fucked up her hotel and you kind of killed the subtlety on your last job.
Yeah.
But like, if you think about like, you know, talk about the principles and the agenda, right? Like principles, you know, begin and end with a fiction, address the characters and everything, you know, name everyone, treat your NPCs like disposable assets, includes bad guys. So like, I don't get attached to anybody, but I'm supposed to think off screen, make everything personal, complicate everything. Mm-hmm. That's in my principles, by the way. That's why I'm complicating everything. It tells me to do that. But like, I have a lot of variety of like my basic moves, for instance, right? Like I can show you guys the barrel of a gun, make your lives complicated right now, put someone in a spot, straight up just inflict harm as appropriate, use up your resources, offer an opportunity with or without cost. So I can offer you an opportunity which does not have an inherent cost, but just like be like, hey, there's a chance for you to do something well. And then tell them the requirements or consequences and ask, right? And then, you know, there's specific threat and corporation moves which are way more complex.
Like...
which are very fun. Like, I like some of the corporation moves. They're like, let me read you a couple of these. So you've got like, send a subtle message, send a violent message, hire disposable assets, deploy permanent assets, buy out smaller operator, right? Like, it's just all these little corporate buzzwords in the movie. So like, yeah, I do agree with you, Axe, that it is a chaos spiral, but that is the point. The point is that your lives get unnecessarily complicated. And honestly, I can kind of see why that might be a little bit of an interesting interaction for you, because we talked a lot about the different playbooks. That's kind of the soldier's thing. The soldier is, I am a professional. This is a job. This is a business to run, right? Like, that's their whole thing, is like trying to take this chaos and control it. So I can understand how, like, maybe it feels like you don't have a lot of interaction with some of that chaos stuff, or your character is better when things literally go to plan. But I think that's the point.
Yeah.
As opposed to, like, the killer, which is very easily summed up. Murder, meat, man. Meat, murder, man. Killer, strong. Killer no like NPC. Killer smash. Like that's how the killer works. It's a very easy playbook for you to do, which is why you kind of got there.
Yeah, no. I wanted to play something that didn't have to think too hard, and unfortunately, I'm doing the thing where I think too hard.
Yeah, a little bit, but I think it depends on the plan. Like,
yeah.
you were I don't know if I'm gonna say better is the right word, but you were more on goal in the first couple sessions about being like kind of hands off, and like you would ask the other guys about possible complications, but that plan was very much like the other guys coming up with like what was best. This one was kind of like you decided to take over because we talked about this last week. We were going in circles a little bit with the planning. This next job's going to be interesting. I wanted this one to be much more open spaced and a lot more investigative. This one will probably be like heavy legwork. No, I don't want to say no action because it'll be. I don't like to do jobs that are straight up one of the qualities they talk about. Like this one was infiltration and wet work. You know, even the starter job, the Rio Grande job, was like you need to steal something and also destroy something because you had to like break the prototypes or steal the prototype and delete the data. You know, so like this will be like investigation and extraction.
I think I was also a bit more invested in this job because it was a job that dealt with.
It's true. This was like it. This was your job. This was the job I pitched to you. The fixer was your contact. You know, the guy you're not handcuffed, but like you have the plus own tag with. Like this is your point of contact for your personal thing.
Yeah.
So you were very invested in making sure this went right, and we built up the backstory. This next one going to be interesting because the impetus for this one is going to fall on Dallas's character, actually.
Oh, interesting.
He will be the one contacted to go to the fixer about this job. We're going to have some fun there. I felt that was appropriate and it makes sense for what I want to do, especially because Dallas kind of, quote-unquote, outed himself to you guys, so now you know more about his character and real identity and stuff.
Yeah.
It led to some very interesting conversations where straight up when we did the links portion, Martha Skrill was like, I don't think anybody knows me better. And I'm like, that's a legitimate answer. You know? But yeah, and I understand with Apocalypse World, having run those threat clocks and stuff, sometimes it gets a little overcomplicated. And I think I have my own thoughts. I feel like there's a lot of clock running in the Sprawl, whereas in regular Apocalypse World, threat clocks and stuff are not necessarily required. They're good because they put a sense of like narrative arc and drama on everybody, but there's fucking clocks for everything in Sprawl. We had the conversation about the reporter, about how fucking weird the reporter is. They literally add 2 clocks to the game.
Oh yeah.
And like that can be like a whole thing. But I read some, at least earlier when reading some commentary, because I was looking into more about the EXP curve and like if people had problems with it. And I read some comments from the developer that supposedly the quote unquote real narrative of the game is supposed to come out of your corporate and threat clocks. That's where the quote unquote real game is like watching those tick up and having to like push back on them and stuff. And I can kind of see when they get involved how that works out. But he was talking about there that like mission directives are supposed to be like the spice then that like gets the characters onto those narratives, pits them against those corporations, and make those clocks tick up. And I'm like, I don't know about that though, because you guys don't get to see the threat clock, right? Because you don't actually. Like they're on my sheet, they're me facing. So you guys don't necessarily know what trouble you're in. I let you know when I'm increasing the clock for like legwork or action usually, because that's part of the thing. You guys need to know about that for stuff. I think in fact, I think usually if you do if legwork fills up, the target's supposed to go on full alert, and you basically have to go to the action phase. You have to do the job right the fuck now. So
oh, sorry.
Oh, interesting. Sorry. Axe talking about I think some people were like doing some Apocalypse World games he looked at. Some people were doing apparently some very broad sweeping clocks for just background stuff. I mean, that works depending on the context of your setting, but I always thought Apocalypse World worked much better as a very inter-character drama thing. Like, PCs and NPCs will very quickly play off each other. It works best if you have, like, your small community and you figure out all that stuff, and, like, you need things on the map to threaten you. I still have my Apocalypse World notes from when I ran that couple of short game sequences. Lucky was in some of those.
Yeah.
And, like, I had some like big motivations that worked directly against the players, but it was very much like it made sense because, hey, for instance, one of our player characters was the hard holder. He was in charge of the community.
That was Ron,
you know?
Right? Yeah.
So yeah, it was Ron's character was the hard holder. So like, yes, having these big drama things that affect the whole community made sense because one of the characters is the community guy. And for instance, you were playing the Savvy Head, so I had to have like weird tech mysteries and stuff for you to poke in because that's what the Savvy Head did. You need to have these things so the characters can do them. Marth's original character was a brainer, so there was a lot of weird psychic shit in the greater setting. And then he ditched that character to play a new character. We started a new season. He was the Solace, I think.
I don't remember.
So like there had to be like good stuff going on. Yeah, so like I think maybe some people were just trying to do the clocks thing. Threat clocks are optional in Apocalypse World. You don't actually have to set them for all front. They say that like if you're on a time frame, they should have a clock, but fronts don't necessarily, or maybe fronts overall should have clocks, but not every threat needs a clock, and you can do a lot in the actual Apocalypse World system. I would love to do a deep dive, and I would love to run Apoc World again someday. I have a lot of affection for that game, for what it's done, but the Sprawl, I think, like I said, is interesting in that I think it wants to be a little bit longer form, and that's maybe why the developer is like, the clock, corporations need clocks, or at least the corporation established clocks. Occasionally new corporate clocks, threat clocks and stuff. But I feel like a lot of the drive is just, like traditional RPGs, is just, you guys need to exist, and like, it's easy to be like, oh, you need to get paid to get rent. Oh, literally 3 of you have plus owned and 1 of you has plus hunted. Gee, how do I get you jobs, Hell, I have another easy angle, even though Marth's not plus owned. I have an incredibly easy angle to give Marth a job. He has an intimate directive. He has like an NPC who he likes to support. I could just have her give him a call and be like, hey, I need you to do something for me. I'm in trouble. Boom, instant job. So like it's really a lot easier in the Sprawl to play to the characters' directives and their history of like being plus owned or plus hunted to get you into jobs. Jobs get you EXP, and then maybe because you need the XP, because you need the cash, that slowly grows the corporate clocks, right?
Yeah.
And so maybe because the corporate clocks are the highest level, those are the quote-unquote real story. I don't see it. I actually kind of don't like how fucking everything's supposed to have a clock. Guys, I drifted the game. I did a boo-boo. Marco Gerardo, I mean, not really, but like, Marco Gerardo doesn't have a threat clock.
Oh, really?
He just exists.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he doesn't. I didn't give him any deeper motivation. He is such a Billy badass. He has a harm clock, which they say NPCs can do. So like, yes, there is some interesting interaction there. But I didn't give him a threat clock. I think he works much better as just a guy who exists and sometimes shows up to fuck with you.
I mean, I can't say no.
Because you guys seemed way more interested in not knowing what his deal was and being freaked out by him, and I'm like, no, he's a fucking enigma. That's the point. That's this character now. He just exists to be freaky, and occasionally you're gonna have an angry, muscly, gorilla guy jump out of cars with a belt-fed machine gun and shout at you, and probably call you CIA pigs, even though the CIA doesn't exist anymore.
No, like, I was like, here's the thing, I was interested in a lot of those things, but it's one of those, again, like, I was hyper on focus with task and stuff. Yes. If this had been a job from Suzaku and I hadn't implicated myself into the fate of the hotel, I probably would have kicked down a lot more doors.
Oh, yeah, no, and that's why I put that as an optional directive.
Yeah.
At the end of the mission, if you did it subtly, you get extra EXP to, like, see if you guys would bite on that, because I knew that I could just have it be the Matrix shootout where you're like, okay, we figure out what floor this guy is on. Okay, cool. I'm going to walk up to the elevator. I'm going to fill it with my guns. I'm going to kick down the door and just blah, 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 blah. And we'll win. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, I could have made that really dramatic, but I think setting it up, we're like, hey, you get extra tchotchkes if you're subtle. That kind of like put the idea in your heads. Mm-hmm. And I think that is something, at least, that with the higher EXP curve, like, definitely puts it out there. But it's way too fucking slow, you know.
Yeah.
But we're already, because we're horrible monsters who can't not world build and plan. Like, you talk about letting me talk, like, I'm way too easy at that. I just love to do, like I said, like, you know, whether it's pocket lint or just world building, and just be like, yeah, it's a sunny day, this song's on the radio, you guys go to this region, you see these things, and like, just,
I love
world build the narrative and mood set, and
I love mood. Like
players enjoy having the mood set.
I did too. Like, it's like how we ended the session, you know, fucking Claymore staring out over the fucking Suzaku Karya as the sun sets, and you're just like, all right, this is now playing, and we're like, yes.
Yeah, and like, music plays, fucking jets take off over you, because why the fuck not? You know, it's just perfect.
I know. It's like, I'm like, yeah, no, I enjoy that aesthetic. It's like why, like, I do think this is maybe something like this. How do I want to put this? It's not. I don't want to say it's necessarily like the thing with like the rest of the characters. Like Axe and Marth and Dallas, they all do it too. But I think I'm definitely the one who's the worst about it. It's like I will just start going into little detail about what I'm doing and just keep adding pocket lint to stuff.
Yeah. And the thing is, usually, me and the other, I mean, I'm listening because I'm the MC. That's my job, is to like listen to you say these things and go, yeah, it's interesting. I'll remember that for later. But I also think the other players have said, like, no, they also like just listening to the world building. They do it a little themselves, you know. Axe has done. He's like, oh, well, this would be an interesting job. Oh, I want to, I'm gonna call that as my contact. I think it'd be interesting to like meet this person and talk to them about these things, this info, you know.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. And we do, like I said, we've had plenty of discussions, both meta and like non-meta, out of game. You know,
me and Axe
rules, and also about like character building and decisions and stuff.
Oh yeah, me and Axe had a big. Oh Jesus, that is a text. Had a big discussion. I think it was like a day or two after. Yeah, it was Monday. I remember this. It was Monday about air transportation and personal air vehicles and how that would work. Like, I think it went on for an hour.
Axe is that's related to some school stuff he's doing. He's been like studying the aviation industry, so he had some like cool facts he brought up TM, and then that spiraled into a world building discussion.
Yeah, and it was great.
And honestly, that also kind of like that put me on my current pocket lint thing, because that was, I needed to think about like what that would be called, and I came up with a name for that. You know, we talked about like the flying bus technique. You know, the hovercraft vehicles, or even above hovercraft, basically helicopters, which like pick you up and take you places. And like you, I think you had one of the best points about real life, where like, I barely trust people on ground roads. You think I trust people in the air? And I'm like, no, you're right. So like, I agree. I think flying lanes will be very heavily restricted, and probably mostly either on public transit or emergencies. Like flying ambulances probably a thing.
Oh yeah. Listen,
if you're rich and you can afford the ambulance service, you can get a flying ambulance.
Cross Nexus Medivac service or something.
Yeah, something like that. There's a lot of it in my branding is like thinking about the different companies. So like that was the model I decided for. That was the Cross Nexus C420 Skybus. Yeah, capacious and slow flying bus. Takes you from Arcology Towers to Arcology Tower. You gotta have you have a decent credit score to get in there. And that just kind of, because, I mean, I like just coming up with names and qualities, and it's better to pre-build some of this stuff than it is to come up with it purely on the fly. Like, obviously, we can hack all this stuff together, but,
Oh, healthcare is actually probably improved in our world. Remember, this is we're very fucking liberal over here. Very liberal.
Yeah, I even talk like in my notes I've got about how Pacifica's progressivism works. Yeah, no, we've even talked about, you guys talked about how you probably have, universal basic income. It's just not enough.
No. It's like, we have enough to pay for the rent and buy food, but if you want to get luxury goods, you have to get out there and work.
And you want luxury goods because, government and corporations are integrated at a high level, so the corpos are very good at selling you these things that you want. So, like, yeah, I suspect, for instance, prescription drugs are probably still advertised on media, even though that's fucking weird if you think about it, right?
It really is.
Only in America and I think New Zealand, maybe. It's one of those very unique things about us and Big Pharma. So, like, that's probably still true in Pacifica, but, you're probably able to, through work and the like, you'll probably have access to better, your job should give you some level of health care. There's probably better safety nets for people who just roll up to the emergency rooms and whatever. And, you know, if you have to have a huge emergency room bill, I'm sure we can work out that long-term debt that you've got, you know, kind of a thing. But your quality is probably perfectly fine and cutting edge.
Oh, yeah. Like, you can live a basic no-frills life easily. As long as nothing crazy happens or you don't want to do anything crazy, you can live a completely boring and mundane life and not have to worry about a thing.
I mean, for flying ambulance, I was like, no, that's got to be, you have to be fucking rich and have subscription services and shit, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because that's primo. A flying ambulance literally flies to you, picks you up, and flies you to the hospital of your choice. It's like having a private medevac helicopter, which isn't a thing. Right? But in the future, it could be a thing, basically. Yeah. Normal ambulance service on the ground or other kind of pickup probably works as normal, but then you have to deal with fucking midday traffic and all that other shit. It's part of the features of Cyberpunk, and something we have kept in our world is that the idea is that in this, you know, corporate capitalism gone wild future society, like, you know, the middle class gets smaller and smaller and stretched thinner and thinner, and the differences between what's available to the elites, you know, the suits, the executives, is wildly different than what's available to the normal person on the street. The normal person on the street is probably perfectly fine. You'll live, you know, if you're crammed into, you know, a capsule hotel style room in the Refu Hood, you probably can afford to eat, you know, instant ramen and snack bars and whatever, and you probably have a shitty job where you, like, you know, sort robot arms out so the robots can, like, build cars or whatever. At least in Pacific. We've talked about that. How NCSA keeps people happy is they don't have robots. Robots can't take your jobs. You gotta do your jobs. Never mind that robots can build all this shit way better. Gerbs. You can tell that my opinions of both sets of the political spectrum are not glowing currently.
No.
That comes out a lot in the sprawl. My commentary cuts both ways, but like, you will probably be able to find some job you can do. I mean, fuck, it works for, you know, people who are hard up on money now. I've done this work. Corporates probably pay, you know, tiny fragments of cred and crypto to, like, watch way too many fucking ads and do surveys about them, right? Focus testing. You probably, you know, you've got basic income so you can afford to feed yourself. You want a little extra, you can probably, like, do shitty freelance jobs. But our culture will make it sound like that's not really living, right? Because that's the cyberpunk excess. I mean, this happens in real life. You think about the way.
Well, this is literally advertising and marketing 101. You want people to want things.
Yeah. So, you know, you will tell people that, like, hey, you don't want a shitty capsule apartment. You need to move to the you know, gardens above the bay arcology tower. Literal gardens indoors. I was going to list a square footage, but I don't actually know what would be an insanely luxurious square footage for an apartment these days.
I don't know, but I know it's tagline: "Return to Eden."
Yeah, exactly. And it's got these beautiful shots of fucking apple trees. There's probably some kid who's secretly CGI because nobody needs child actors anymore, who, like, walks up and plucks an apple right off the tree and eats it, you know, and you've got this giant neon billboard outside your capsule apartment telling you to go move there because of fucking course that's where they put it. And that drives people, and that drives our player character. You guys, well, not all of you. Some of you are, like, adrenaline junkies, but, like, I assume the core of this is, like, actually, no, most of you are adrenaline junkies, but a decent amount of this is you have professional skills, you have desires, you will not get them through the normal corporate structure. You are here to do jobs. Like, Dallas's character is literally a fucking, you know, corpo scion who's basically bored and rebellious. He literally talked about getting an implant weapon, and he's like, which one of these is the most rebellious? And I'm like, on a wire whip. That's the most exotic and rebellious piece of where you could get a fucking monofilament slasher in your thing.
No, actually, I'm probably gonna try and work on maybe getting myself, like, maybe more of an angle with Claymore. I'm probably gonna see. I'm really debating on getting just another piece of Cyware so I can get hated, or what's the term where you have
hunted.
Hunted.
You pick one of three things when you take the when you get your starting cyberware and when you take the move that gives you more cyberware.
Yeah.
You have to explain how you got it. A corporate help you out. You get plus owned. Corp paid for it. That's what most of you picked. You got, your starting cyberware was Suzaku.
Mm-hmm.
They hooked you up. This is the same for Axis starting cyberware and Jalus's.
Mm-hmm.
You had to fuck somebody over to get it. Get plus hunted. That's what Marth picked. And that would be the one you're thinking. And then the other is you scrimped and saved. Pick a negative tag. Pick a downside.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely like, because I think there is some potential for me for Claymore to have fucked some people over in his backstory, and I think I would like to play on that because I think one of the peak things about Powered by Apocalypse things is a lot of games and a lot of focus is completely player driven. So you basically while there is the, I don't want to say broad, I want to say it's like a cosmic narrative. It's out there, it exists, but it's something that you drive forward. So I was like, because we were talking about
I don't bump up corporate clocks or threat clocks. That's when you guys miss moves or when you do something that makes sense. You've ticked off a lot of people. That clock's going up.
Yeah. So I was trying to think of because we were talking about retiring to safety. I was like, okay, why would I want to retire to safety? It was probably because I did something very big and something big and stupid. And I literally need to get out. And then I was trying to think of the thing is no, I think Claymore has probably something he wants to do before he books it out. That's why he's in here doing these jobs and whatnot. So it's
Mr. Jules.
Yeah,
just one last score.
Yeah, it's just one last score before he gets out and retires to some abandoned Pacific island with him and his crew.
Your rival, the Chinese ambassador. He was a colonel on the other side during the war. You're gonna raid the Chinese embassy and nuke it with a tac nuke, maybe.
Well, actually, I was actually kind of thinking of something of that line because Claymore's ex-military, and he went through some shit. He went through some shit in the Singularity War and the lead up to it. So I can definitely pull something out. And there is just someone that before he goes, whether he goes out swinging or he retires to an island, that he has to take out before
you need your Atom Smasher.
Yeah, so
it would probably make sense for it to be either an Op 4 guy, so somebody like Russian or Chinese or something, or even better, you were betrayed by your unit. You were left to die by a guy.
I mean, it could I think I did put it in Claymore. It's he's from what he did, he's usually thought of in three ways: a hero, an adrenaline junkie, or a damn traitor. So
yeah, so we can work on some stuff there.
Yeah, so I'm definitely gonna do that because I have been looking at at Hunt. I'm all man, that really does put in some implications. Because again, I immediately started Claymore as just kind of a not so serious character. Oh, I'm here. I love animes in Japan. I'm gonna shoot people. Bang, bang, bang. But unfortunately, the thing is insert war builds loudly. I'm just shit.
Yeah, your character basically started as we discussed the setting. We realized that there was going to be big stuff in Japan, and you were like, well, I'm an ex-soldier. I don't know. I was probably a weeb marine. I happily chose my posting in Japan, and then the shit happened.
Mm-hmm. So I'm just oh. So I definitely want to double down on that, man. You're already seeing I'm already starting to put that plan slowly together. This is the reason why no, I'm gonna need backup. Me and my boys, we were all betrayed. We even have a cool name. We're all the Swords of Betrayal or something. Because Omega immediately was all you're Claymore? Well, your friend here is now named Rapier. I'm all I didn't cotton on to that immediately.
Yeah, when well, it's because Rapier didn't show up until later. I chose not to do that path because of just like I said, how the job worked out. But that was one of the twists in the first job was because you had your directive about Suzaku Fraternity, Fraternal I think it is or whatever. I was okay, so how do we complicate this job? Well, so Suzaku sent an intrusion team, an actual on the clock intrusion team to this job, and they are doing something completely unrelated, which. Technically, that's good for you because it's smokescreen, but you, Claymore, will be kind of I don't know if I want to sell out my old buddies, I'm good with them.
Mm-hmm.
And, Rapier was going to be the point character there, but we didn't do that because you guys very sneaky, and then you were not sneaky, but you hit underground, so it was it came up later that, Rapier, gave you a call and was hey, thanks for the assist, bub. Wink face.
Wink face, but,
yeah. And also, that's just using the sword names is just great because you can get all your fun names. Of course, you're going to have, you know you're gonna run into katana and saber spelled with RE, so we don't get copyright strike and and fun stuff like that. Maybe a scimitar. And then you're gonna run into the great weird ones. Like you already came up with Kopesh, your Middle Eastern friend, but you could always run into Falchion, Xiphos,
Shotel.
You guys will always be great to. You'll love it when you run into Flambert, very French demolitions experts. I've decided if you ever want to name the maybe your old drill instructor, that's got to be Gladius. After the Roman legionnaire sword. Yep.
So it's I'm starting to really work on these details. Something I came up with. I came up with the V22 Masago, which is the tilt wing rotorcraft that I want.
A cyberpunk Osprey, because Ospreys are cool, especially after they ironed out all the bugs that made the first generation kind of shitty.
Yeah.
This happens a lot with military vehicles. Yeah. Your first couple runs are probably a little shit, and then they actually pay the money to get the kinks ironed out.
Yeah. I've decided that technically, this is how I'm gonna spend this, because it's gonna be 8 cred, but I was trying to think about it. Who just loses a fucking military grade VTOL? I'm like, you don't. I already have one. It's just gonna take me 8 creds to get rid of all the fucking red tape and pay people off.
Yeah, you've got it in boxes somewhere, but to get it actually shipped to you, you'll have to pay all the fucking taxes and bribe people and all that other shit.
Yeah, no, this is why I came up with Kopesh, because Kopesh has it, but like I said, Kopesh is getting this thing legal ain't cheap, man. So that's gonna be the 8 creds there.
Especially considering we talked about how he's had some experience in the Middle East.
Yeah.
He may be in the Middle East or North Africa right now, which is probably a fun time.
Oh yeah.
And that's a great smuggling run.
Mm-hmm.
Oh gosh, we should
want to make that an actual job.
That could actually be a job.
Make it a side job.
Maybe a really weird job. I just had instant thoughts about the Panama Canal. What the fuck is that doing these days? That's got to be scary. There's got to be a megacorp running it now. There's just the Panama Canal Company.
Well, yeah, no, because air shipping would still be fucking expensive. So if you wanted to ship in bulk, yeah, you'd still have to go by sea. You literally can't get around that.
Yeah, and you can go around the bottom of South America, but then you got to walk by all those countries.
Mm-hmm.
Got to cruise by the Falklands. Oh, let's go around the tip. Same if you want to, similarly, Suez is probably owned by a corporation.
Mm-hmm.
So, there'd be a lot of this stuff going on over there. And obviously, with certain types of future materials, certain things can be made lighter so you can ship more over air. But it's still going to be, a big thing, especially because I'm sure air shipping is fuel intense. That's probably burning a lot of hydrogen stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Which everybody is obviously, we're not, a full-blown peak oil, but, environmental damage has started to creep in. Oil prices have probably, freaked the fuck out during the Singularity War. So, people are okay, we need to be careful with our fuel. Everything's electric or hydrogen because we have to.
Listen, Max, I understand that people want to kind of make, more common air travel a thing, but it's real, it's, to me personally, it's an idyllic dream. It really is. Being up in the air is super fucking expensive. You guys don't understand. This is why fucking passenger flights are so goddamn expensive. Because
and why the companies try to milk everything out of it. They try to cram as many people as possible in there, right?
Right. It's
I think that ultralights and helicopters are probably maybe a little more accessible. Maybe people own private one-man helicopters more frequently, but long distance air travel is that's expensive and a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because lots of national borders are redrawn. Do you think you can just fly a commercial passenger jet from Pacifica into the Republic of Texas? No, you probably have to go through certain lanes and make sure you don't accidentally fly over a military base or anything, because they'll fucking shoot your ass down.
Mm-hmm. Again, this is another reason why I have to spend 8 creds. Damn.
Yeah, you can't just fly your mil-spec tilt rotor. Somebody will be like, "Hey, Jim Bob, is that a V40 Masago?
Who's it registered to? No one? Well, I guess it's now name targeting practice. Yeah!"
I mean, that was I think I thought about already is that would be the joke that that Kopesh would make. He's like, friend, how you'd ask him how's business. He's like, you would not believe the amount of flacrons we are selling in the Middle East. It's a non-stop fireworks show.
I love Kopesh already.
He takes off his giant sunglasses. Brother! Does the fucking Predator handshake.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the only handshake Claymore can do is the Predator handshake. Just the big arm.
Yep. Why are all my friends swole? But I'm sorry, I'm gonna wax more poetical about that. But yeah, no, it's like that's why I'm gonna get a big stonking military vehicle, get me lads, and yeah, I'm probably gonna go Johnny Silverhand on a corp or something. Probably some sort of Chinese corp or Russian corp.
We'll figure it out. We'll work on the details,
Yeah. But that will give me something, because this is the thing, because I always knew, like, when I was looking through stuff, I was like, oh, well, how do I want to advance? I was like, it'd be really cool if I had a gang of dudes and a really big and sweet, vehicle that could shoot missiles and, I can maybe live in.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, all right, so how do I want to do that? And then I was all like, because I talked to Marth about this, like, hey, Marth, do you think I'd overshadow you if I had this vehicle and stuff? And he was like, yes. And I was like, nope, yeah, no, I should expect that. So I was trying to be like, all right, so I don't want to necessarily overshadow Marth being the driver, but I still want to fucking do this. So we talk
about this a lot. This is why we got in this discussion about playbooks. Being the driver is weird. Your primary thing is like flexibility, because you can like get drones, which he has, and maybe he needs more drones. I don't know. And you can get vehicles. And one of your advances is just get +2 vehicles, which I think Marth is thinking about taking sometime soon.
Oh yeah,
flexibility like a hovercraft. And I think was he talking about maybe getting a Panzer as well?
I think he said like a tank was like the lowest on it. He was like no tank, no motorcycle. I think he was talking about getting a fixed wing aircraft and a hovercraft and maybe a boat, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong.
But yeah, so but you're supposed to narratively justify your advances, but that is the thing about the driver is you can start with 3 vehicles if you take that as your starting advance. Marth picked drones instead, but you could have flexibility. So it's like that is your thing is you are the man who has the mobility, but other people can get mobility too because you can work on vehicles. Literally, one of the characters, the tech, is just a flex choice. He's just, oh hey, our party doesn't have this role, I do this role now. I heal people, I do hacking, guns, whatever, So there's some interesting flex options. I'll be interested to see if we can get some more growth out of stuff. And
this is also the part where we find out things are expensive, because if I want to do this right, I have to spend a lot of credit.
Yes, because you can we figured this out because I was doing the research on the cyberware and how it's busted out. You already have a neural interface.
Yes.
So you can take the advanced second skin to gain the driver move without any complications. And it doesn't count against your advanced total, which is actually good for you. That gave you an extra option. Yep, cross that off. But you can take that as an advance, but it's a normal advance. You can't get the remote control driving operation until you buy it like it's new cyberware. Now, I'm thinking about it. RCM might be 4, not 8, because that's probably the most... Well, actually, I don't know. Would brain computers. We should probably talk about that. I feel like there's a lot of remote operation that might be fairly standard cyberware.
I feel
but
like...
it might not. We've said that some stuff is kind of cutting edge, so...
I think a neural interface is probably part of your welcome to the middle level of this corp job kind of thing. Like, if you're especially even mid management. So, because it's
I could see you buying a new module as 4, for instance.
Yeah.
But the vehicle is 8, because you want a mil-spec vehicle.
Yeah, no, that's definitely. Actually, I think it'd probably be considering on what your first option. If you get the fucking targeting suite, that's probably 8, because that's probably military grade.
That's mil-spec, but and also that's the one that mechanically is fucking nuts, because it's you could add your synth to your harm. Well, shit.
Well, shit.
Do murder. Any gun can be plus linked for free.
Yeah, no. I bought that. I'm like, yeah, no, this is just now linked. And we're just like, okay.
Yeah. Yep. And but hey, that makes sense. You murder good.
I do murder good.
I don't think the killer's the only one, but the killer is one of only a couple of playbooks who have the targeting suite as their option. I think the soldier might be the other one. maybe the Hunter. But yeah, but like the neural database, because Marth has the remote control module, and Dallas retroactively, because he realized he needed that more than he needed his cybercom. The neural database, which gives you like access to information and hacking and stuff, storage. Those are probably, like we said, pretty standard for middle class stuff. The expensive shit is like implant weapons, thermal plating, which you already have.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, that reminds me. We probably want to talk about that like before the sprawl if we're doing that. But I basically take the extra cyberware options and extra cyberware tags in the back of the book as canon. Which would mean that because you want to get cyber limbs, but also for your dermal plating, which you already have, I believe, right? I would probably want to. I have to look at the list again, but I would probably want to figure out the list and be like, okay, pick 2 of these options. Like, do you want the thermal shielding? Do you want the chameleon coating? Yeah, because some of those explicitly say they talk about they would be mounted on dermal plating.
Oh, so my thermal plating should have some tags too. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Because like they make sense to go on there, and I'm like, oh, so you should already pick a couple of those tags. If I take those as a given, you should get a couple of tags out of it.
Okay. I'll totally pick that. I'll think that.
Yeah. Well, I'll double check the list because they don't all work for dermal plating, but we can figure out which ones do and be like, all right, pick 2 from this list. Just like you pick 2 for tags for like cyber eyes, cyber comms, cyber ears.
Makes sense. Yeah.
And I think it's a good expansion to add those tags because like. Obviously, you do get bonuses when you get those implants, but also tags kind of like use some extra fluff and stuff, you know?
Yeah, the tags don't necessarily have, well, they kind of do and kind of don't have mechanical weight, but you never know. It's never...
Some tags have very strict rules, like, you know, auto fire. You can choose to make your attacks area. Or, you know, breach, this does, or AP, right? But others are just loud. The gun is loud.
Bang.
Encrypted is, you know, the MC has to make a move to access your comms or let you know. But then stuff like thermographic vision is just, no, it's thermographic vision. No, what it says. You can see heat. Cool. So, yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on there. And it'll be good to get in there, and we'll talk about some of this stuff and do some other things. I came up even with some future threat moves. I should talk to you guys about the canyons. When you go looking for a little something, a good time, gear, intel, offense, whatever in the canyons, roll edge. You know, give you some options for like picking up some stuff. That should be fun for you guys. But yeah, so like I've been going through a lot of brand names and stuff and been thinking about like, you know how Cyberpunk 2077 has its like fashions, right? That has its different styles, you know, military, kitsch, neo-kitsch, whatever. Like trying to think about how we did some of the aesthetic stuff already, but like thinking about how that applies to tech. So I've been thinking about like brand names and fast stuff to rattle off because I am supposed to name everything. So having a couple in the pocket is good. So for instance, thinking about like vehicle names, I thought about like, okay, so Cross Nexus is our transportation corp. We know that, right? We've locked in that they are transportation. So they probably make commercial vehicles and like mid-level, you know, utilitarian stuff that you want when you're trying to go places and do things. So like, you know, the Skybus, obviously, also the Cross Nexus T18 auto truck, capacious workhorse cargo truck. Literally an auto semi, right? Nobody needs to drive trucks anymore. Road control truck. But also stuff that has appeared before, the Cross Nexus M77 sedan, a non-script sedan. That was AKA the getaway car from the first job. And also, you know, if anybody's looking for a nice bike, Cross Nexus B82 cycle, a sleek racing motorcycle, stuff like that. But then, no, we didn't make up Neoclassical. Neoclassical is a legit straight up. That's a straight up architecture style. I turned that into Neo Imperial later because I felt that verbiage worked better. But I had a little fun with this. So, led on by some inspiration, and this comes back in when I did some weapon designs too. But led on some inspiration by you actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because you have a machete, and you decided that's Northwest Industries. And I was like, that makes perfect sense. So Northwest Industries does consumer goods. So I was like, okay. They have a subsidiary, Toyota, which does shitty, low-income cars. So if you're looking for a cheap car, you buy a Northwest Industries Toyota, such as the Toyota Bulldog Subcompact, cramped car. Or the Toyota Meteor minivan, a quirky, unresponsive. Or perhaps you were interested in the Toyota Swift scooter, a fast, fragile motorcycle.
Mm-hmm.
You know, little stuff like that. Suzaku obviously produces military vehicles. I kind of followed your lead on what you did for the Misago. So, you know, you've got choices like the AAV-8 Otohime amphibious cramped APC.
I love that. That's neat.
Claimer's probably spent some time in some Otohime models. The AH-28E Suzumebachi, you know, Wasp or Hornet, armored workhorse military helicopter. Also because I love the Jigobachi Coppers from Ghost in the Shell.
Yeah.
Which literally look like wasps. It's dumb, but it's cool. There's also the, you know, we talked about the jets, the F-77 Raiden, fast, sleek fighter jet.
Oh, man, I'm loving these names.
The M5 Susanoo loud armored panzer.
Oh, we got a Susanoo tank. That's great.
Yeah. So, like, I figured, you know, taking names inspired by real-life military vehicles, you know, 77. The AAV-8's not even trying that hard. That's like one number up from the amphibious carriers we use now. AAV-7s. So, like, it's pretty obvious you see the outlines, but that makes sense. So those are, like, our big, you know, in-brand stuff. And then I decided there should be a couple import brands. You know, Texas Motors produces vehicles which are, you know, lots of classic American style or mil-spec throwback. You've got the Colt muscular racing car, the Diamondback dirt bike and off-road motorcycle, the MV4 Desert Hog and off-road military Jeep, and the R6x6 Canyon Mule, a huge guzzler cargo truck. Big truck. And the other import brand I decided was, there needs to be a European car brand still. Eurowagon, EW.
EW.
They produce models like the Eurowagon Camelot Coupe, a vintage, easily repaired car. Or the Eurowagon Durandal Executive Car, a sleek luxury car.
Durandal.
Yep. There's also the Eurowagon Griffin, a luxurious helicopter, and the Eurowagon Volcana, a vintage van. It's 100% a future VW bus.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, those are the models I came up with. Those gave me my naming schemes and stuff and some other stuff. You know, thinking about weapons and some other things. And sometimes these are just names. Like, mechanically, there's no difference between a... And I believe this is a joke I did in the session. But if not, I'm doing it again. There's not a mechanical difference between a Heckler & Colt I-8A4 assault rifle and a Suzaku Security Type 2035 Kusanagi assault rifle. But they mean something different, right?
Oh yeah, rep your brand,
different names. They would have different looks. The I-8 probably looks like a future M16 because of course it does. Whereas the Type 2035 has got to look like a fucking space gun like you'd find in Ghost in the Shell. It's probably got a weird bullpup magazine or a helical mag, or it's got a fucking top loading mag like the P90 whatever. Future guns. Everything is future and high tech. And like I said, I had some fun because you already did the machete. I made a whole slew of technically weapons under Northwood Industries. Some of them are actually possibly weaponized. You've got, the field crossbow, the Northwood Industry X4 stun gun, a hand taser, but also stuff like the security baton and the fire safety axe. And clumsy.
Mm-hmm.
Just little bits of pocket link call on. I had a lot of fun with that. We could also name check different bits of tech and cyber decks, but I don't know if we're gonna go as to that as cars or weapons or whatever.
No, I like coming up with things, but I think I prefer coming up with things in the moment because that's part of the principle. That's why I didn't go ham. I did let's do some 4 examples and let's establish some naming themes and. Sometimes you guys are going to ask, what's a car on the street? We're going to break in. Okay, it's a shitty car. You find, the Toyota Meteor minivan. Well, fuck, it's what's here. I'm just waiting till we find the fucking EW Excalibur. It's just going to be oh.
Yeah, a nice luxury limousine.
Mm-hmm. Big, long, white and blue stripes.
Yeah.
Only driven by young blonde women. See, that's what happens when you buy. You get a free driver with it. That's how fucking luxurious is it.
I mean, we did talk about service androids.
Oh yeah.
Get a robot dryer. Auto taxi, the best. By the way, that's another thing. CD Projekt Red, if you're listening, don't forget, make the Delamain cab drive itself, please. For the love of God, I can set waypoints, make him drive places. What's the point of doing a quest for a fucking free cab with a robot in it if you can't drive me? I mean, I know that's kind of the point of the quest, but damn, it feels like that's one of those things. It's like quest. Anyway, let's see. How long have we been going? About 4 hours. So we could call it here. I do have some stuff to yell about Star Wars because, like I said, I was working on that.
Oh yeah.
We had some fun racking our brains about some things. I have drank a whole bottle of water though, so I need to take another short break before we do that if we want to keep going.
Oh, I'm ready to get going.
Fine.
Yeah, I'm fun. Like I said, I'm just commenting on you and just trying to do things in Final Fantasy.
Yeah. So I'm gonna pause the audio again. I'll be right back, and we'll yell about Star Wars some more. I think after.
Mm-hmm. Currently, right now, we're waiting to do a crab. Or fight a crab, not do a crab. Don't do crabs. Let's see, do I have anything to drink here? Is my water bottle? My water bottle is empty. This is a problem. Alright, Lucky will be right back himself. I hope the crab doesn't appear in this. Nah, it's a heat wave. I have a moment. I'll be right back too, my guys. Okay, I'm fortunate. Hecking crab did not magically appear. Legendary Boss Hunter, I wouldn't be surprised if that's where Axe got Golden Apple. Or Yu-Gi-Oh! I believe that too. I mean, Golden Apple's not just Nordic, my dude. For some odd reason, Mythologies is just like shiny golden fruit for some odd reason. Just golden anything. Golden fleeces, golden apples.
Yep, gold stuff is very popular. There are Greek golden apples and Nordic golden apples. That might be one of those Proto-Indo-European. Anyway, I'm back.
Welcome back.
I have. It was a little stuffy in here, sitting in front of the monitors in the tower. So I've cracked my window. It is cooler outside. Ventilation. I always remember, folks. Drink some water, get up and walk around occasionally when you're in the long haul.
Yeah.
But yeah. So I think the last big thing I could talk about. Though I should mention, while I haven't read it, I did buy the Great Clans of Rokugan Volume 1. It is on my shelf. I have not read the novella yet, but there. Tiny book. But yeah, so obviously we don't have a lot to talk about with Star Wars because we haven't played in a couple weeks. We are probably going to take another couple weeks off as well to do the next Sprawl job. So yeah, let's go, shake out some stuff. But I have been working on finishing up the adventure. I made sure very much last week that I was like, okay, I'm going to finish up my prep work on both, and then I can do either depending on how people feel, because people are kind of like, like I said, we're riding high on the passion with the Sprawl. God, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the screen and just this fucking sun of birds. This perfect sphere.
This is what we do in Eureka. There's like, in certain areas, there's just a mountain you get. Like here, everyone gets turned into a burning of the sun. There's the Behemoth one where everyone gets under Behemoth and they just jump on a ridge. It's like, this is just MMO things here. This is just MMO things.
people just hanging out, doing stuff, being funny. But so, like, I wanted to wrap up designing the adventure, which has led to many back and forth conversations in our secret cabal about stuff, because you and I both had some similar concerns about some things mechanically.
Yeah.
Oddly enough. So, because for one of the missions, the guys are going to get in a flying bomber, an aircraft, so they're going to go bomb. And it's like, well, obviously, if that goes wrong, their vehicle's probably going to get beat up, and they may get disabled and, have to crash. Now, there are supposed to be escape pods in the planetary bomber. I think Marth said for sure he's going to take his grab chute, which will be very funny. Bail out. But, like, there's options there. But what is the penalty for that? I had to look it up. And, in Star Wars, there's not really a rule for, like, hey, what happens if my flying space vehicle is in a gravity well and it stops flying, which happens when you exceed your hull trauma. And you, for similar, were like, how does falling damage interact with the vehicles? And I want to do a cool jump TM. And how does that work? And I'm like, it doesn't really. I guess if you really fuck up the roll, like, you'll do a collision, you'll take a critical hit. I might do, like, some falling damage with people inside, but there's not really any, like, danger to passengers ever. It's weird. So we had some back and forth about how I would, like, adjudicate that and how dangerous it was,
Yeah.
You were thinking about, like higher level falls and, like, will doing a short level fall kill everybody inside the vehicle? And nah, clone troopers have, like, 5, so they'll be fine. They get to roll to resist. They have that they have athletics as a group skill. They'll be all right. But, like, it was definitely, like, a question, for how does that work? And I was really racking my brain over it and hunting all over. And as written, the original Star Wars rules are a little limited. Like, the way collisions work is if you collide with another vehicle or a terrain, if it's a glancing blow or a major hit, you do two different things. You can reduce the hit if you have shields or defense in general. So technically, if you have talents like defensive driving and other stuff that, like, ups your defense in a vehicle, you would get those benefits. But still, if you're driving an unshielded vehicle, you have no crash protection. So and then you just take a free critical hit. And on the OG critical hit table for vehicles, there's, like, 2 options that hurt player characters directly, right?
Right.
At the very bottom, there is, I think it's jostled. Everybody takes 1 strain. And then at the very, very high, there is fire, where a fire, like, breaks out inside, and that can cause characters harm unless they put it out. And then there's a lot of middle ground in between where just, your vehicle thing. Now, obviously, I believe life support is components that can break, so, like, you could have shit like, oh no, the oxygen is running out, we're going to asphyxiate. But it's not as directly impactful, and I was like, gosh, is there really, like, no risk to passengers? And is there no, like, rules for, like, flying in a falling vehicle? Man, this kind of sucks. And I was like, and I said what I would do was I would, go to the internet. I would ask them what's up.
Internet provided.
Yeah, I put out some news. We were talking about this. I threw out the collision thing and, talking about different scales and stuff. And okay, all right, I'll work out and figure out if this is meant to be that or not. And yeah, the internet reminded me. I posted in some places and I did some searching, and somebody basically said, actually, yeah, I think it was the person who left the comment said they did the GM holocron, so
neat.
They were aware that this was not a rule, but it basically said you wanna look at these rules in Genesis. The critical hit table is smaller, but actually has some results that work, which I posted in our ball. And in the EPG, there's an optional rule for crashing and or sinking, which I kind of remembered existed, but I hadn't thought, oh yeah, crashing or sinking, because it's a completely different game line. Obviously, it's in the same mechanics, but it's different. So yeah, I actually ran those down, and yeah, the crashing and sinking, if it's appropriate, you can use it as an alternate critical hit. You can make it apply when it makes sense, or you can have it occur like as a result of like spending additional results to specifically pick this crit, and it's just like, yeah, your ship is gonna sink or crash. Roll a d5. I presume you have to have ends handy to roll critical hits, so that's why it's a d5 when you 10 divided by 2. That's how many rounds you have before it crashed. What happens when you crash or sink? Well, depending on the circumstances, maybe some damage or some falling or stuff, but I suppose if you like sink all the way, you should probably drown and die, I guess, maybe TPK. Maybe. The rules are, like I said, the rules are very binary. Like, it's like player characters in the old school are like basically invincible until you get to the very last where it's like breaking up. You have to get out in 1d5 rounds or TPK, and then vaporize 154 plus. Everything is destroyed. You are dead. And I'm like, yeah, it's very harsh. That's hard to work with that one narratively. So I kind of took this under like, okay, so basically they're telling me to like do what I was already planning on doing, and then maybe add a randomized component or like as an option to pick. So we'll probably use it as an optional rule where like if it makes sense if you're in a watercraft or a flying vehicle for you to crash or sink, we can just apply that rule.
Yeah.
The other thing is the vehicle critical hit table, which like I said, in baseline Genesis, because vehicle rules are optional in Genesis, period. They are in the optional rule section. Which makes sense, you can completely skip them in a lot of settings. But they have the critical hit table, which is much more compacted. In Star Wars, they have like the different components as like smaller individual packages where just like the GM just picks a component that gets damaged. That makes sense. Or maybe a player character is like, I disabled the component. Well, I guess I was aiming for their engine, so we'll disable their engine, This is the kind of thing that could probably be a randomized table, but it's not. So you've just got a suggestion table. In Genesis, it's like individually like navigation damage, blah, blah, blah happens. Look at this chart. Engines damage. Look at this chart. But the top two results are player-facing, and I think they are a lot more impactful to player characters. The first one is rattled. The vehicle suffers 3 system strain, and its pilot and each occupant suffers 3 strain, which actually matters, right?
Right.
Like, I bet when they did the first version of the chart, doing 1 strain to everybody riding is like, that's like everybody gets hit. 1 strain's fucking nothing. You roll 1 advantage, it's fixed. It's not a big deal, right? You'd have to be taking so many critical hits. So I think the 3 is better, and I think if you guys are okay with it, when we get back to it, I will probably just replace the critical hit result in the Star Wars chart, which causes the 1 strain to everybody, with just that one that does, because that makes more impact.
Yeah.
The other one is there is actually a shrapnel spray, like bits fly out and can hurt people. You have to make resilience or vigilance checks or take wounds. I'll probably save that for like narrative circumstances or other special calls and not like figure out where it fits in the normal crit chart. But like that is literally what I was like, is there no way for like, random shots to like ricochet around and cause problems? What about in Star Trek when like consoles explode and people go, whoa? I think in Star Wars a couple of times like R2-D2 is like, poking the wires and then he gets zapped and like flies across the room, So that's what, shrapnel spray kind of works. Like I said, I probably won't work it into the chart, but it was a very interesting conversation because we were talking for like, it had to be like 20 or 30 minutes going back and forth on this. And I'm like, okay, I think this is what I'll do, or I think this is the rule, because it's not really clear, Mm-hmm. I guess if there's no harsh penalties, I don't want to like hardball you on the rules, right? Like the game developers clearly didn't think this was a big deal because they didn't think of it. But I feel like there should be something, Like I said, the crashing/sinking thing was the thing that got me the most, because it's like, guys, everything in Star Wars flies. What happens when you run out of power? You say the vehicle is disabled and no go. What if I'm over a planet? How does that work? And basically how it works in Star Wars is figure it out, I guess.
You just enter geosynchronous orbit and just float forever.
You are perfectly safe. You cannot be harmed. I mean, like I said, I get what they're going for. They're trying to avoid the cheap TPK of like, why would you ever fly anywhere in your cool spacecraft if it could just, murder all of you at the drop of a hat? But also, like, you have to ask logical questions. What happens when you become disabled midair? Well, you fall. What does that mean? I don't know. So, like, those, I'm glad for the guidance. Mm-hmm. And then the other stuff is just, like, I think they realize that, like, you could be a little more harsh in, like, your penalties to people than vehicles. It could actually be meaningful, so we'll have some meaningful interactions. Okay, thank goodness that, like, Genesis was able to realize some of the limitations of the original and work on them,
Yeah.
And I'm glad that somebody was able to point them out to me, because, like I said, I remembered when somebody said it that was an optional rule in the EPG for like crashing, but like I wouldn't have thought to go to another game line for my answers out of the box, even if they're very simple.
Yeah.
And who knows, maybe the Twilight Imperium thing will have even more ideas for space stuff.
That'll be good.
Peace.
Like I said, I'm very excited. Like, I have this idea for doing a hot drop really stuck in my head, and this is one of those things that's like, this is probably not the great idea, but it's cool, and the only one I'm really endangering is me, so I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
But you know,
Cool jump.
I'm gonna launch fucking Sierra Mobile out of the Redeemer, probably into a water landing. And then it's probably just gonna, you know, roll up on the beach like it's like a Space Normandy. It's gonna be great. Listen, I am the fortunate position that I can just get excited about any game I'm playing.
Yeah, and that's usually how I feel like with good when we're doing the good game design. You know,
Yeah.
It's like I told myself like, okay, because you know we're all riding the passion. I want to go ahead and sort out this stuff so that my original thought was, later, if people want to do the sprawl, like either sooner or in 9 months or whatever, I will have the bits ready like I did this time and just smoothly transition back. But, you know, then it kind of turned into, well, we're really hyped for this, and I was like, okay, I'm in the middle of writing the Star Wars thing. I've been working on it for the past week or so while we're in, because I wanted the extra downtime while we did the sprawl. I will finish that this week, and I will be ready to roll on whatever works for the people, or everything, because you guys first brought this up on like Monday, like you and Axe were like, I could sprawl. And I was like, okay, well, we'll ask everybody. You know, I'm gonna talk to Dallas tonight when we do Yu-Gi-Oh. We'll fucking ask him.
Yeah.
So, and that's when it was like, maybe. So I'm like, okay, so we got some variables and stuff. You know, we're thinking about some things, and that was still a maybe until probably about an hour ago.
Yeah.
I think I even mentioned how it was a maybe for like an hour, and you know, we're fine.
Everything's okay. So,
But yeah, that's everything off my notepad.
No.
Look, is there anything big you wanted to get into besides obviously, you know, you set up the setup to switch to Estrella Ascending?
No, I did talk about Voice of the Card a little bit.
Yes.
But I really like again.
How are you?
Yeah, again, I can't really talk about it because I think I've already talked about the mechanics. The mechanics really never fucking change. Although I do love how they did the final boss. Usually, what happens in because everything's cards. Everything is cards, right? So you fight the final boss. The final boss is like 3 cards for like 3 different parts, but then he takes up like half the battle board and just all the cards of his body. I was like, oh man, that's a really sick design. I love it. So no, aesthetically, this like I wasn't so sure how I feel about all the cards and stuff, but no, they made it. They really brought it together. Like, I hope they make another one. I wouldn't mind another Voice of the Cards. I wouldn't mind like little things. Again, I discovered it's a little bit more than a weekend RPG. It takes a little bit more time than I thought. It definitely builds on. It goes on. It builds up some stuff. You know, has some payoff. So it probably more like a week. Oh, that's a gunny. That's great. Sorry, Love just posted something in the Crow's Nest. You should go look at it, Omega. It's kind of funny.
Oh, I'm already there. I just have to scroll through all your backlog.
Yeah, just go to the bottom.
Nice.
That is nice. I should get a tattoo of that. But no, it's very good. The story it does the Yoko Taro thing of how do I want to explain this? Relationships build very fast, and they don't necessarily drum down on every detail. Like in the game, like you meet a bunch of characters, and they're kind of you don't necessarily get along right away, but like by the end, everyone's like, "I will fucking die for you," and that's not always the most directly communicated in the game, but it's enough there that you believe it. And at plenty of times, you just call out that some of your party members are idiots, and it's like, no, this is great. No, so I do really recommend a Voice of the Cards. Give Yoko Taro that money so he can make more Yoko Taro games and make us feel like shit. I do want to shout out, though, that this game does have a golden ending, so it's not all shit. Yep. Things will get better.
Alright, cool. I'll put it on my list of stuff I can play.
No, I don't think you'll think it's the best, but I think you will enjoy it.
I mean, yeah, I played the demo. I like the aesthetics.
Yeah. Let's see here. What else have I done? I've been watching anime. I don't have my full list, but I do want to bring something to some people's attention.
Sure, go for it. Because I know you have been praising a couple of programs off and on in anime and manga. Our Discord channel. Go ahead, Discord.
Yes. So I want to bring everyone's attention to the anime ranking of kings. I'm literally calling this the shadow hits of this core, because it was one of those ones when you look at it immediately and you're just all like, meh. It's okay. But then you actually watch and you're like, oh my god, this is fucking amazing. And that's what Ranking of Kings is. It really is. The animation is phenomenal, but you wouldn't think it was immediately at the top because it uses a very simplistic art style, like you would see in like a children's anime or like something very simple. But it's actually really well done. The color palette and the shadows are amazing. The motion is phenomenal, and it seems like it's made with a lot of love. Now, Ranking of Kings is about a prince named Boji, who was born deaf and weak. And because he was born deaf, he does not know how to speak. So this is something that I found like really, really, really cool. It's like our protagonist is actually, deaf and mute. When he tries to speak, all he can do is, kind of just make the sound. And, people have to usually talk to him in sign language. And I actually checked this up. They actually do use actual Japanese sign language in this show. And I was like, oh, wow, that's so neat. But he runs into another character named Kage, who is just a blob shadow, who becomes his best friend. And, they're going on things. He's trying to become the best king in the world. There are things in his way, though. And the thing I love about this show so much is it plays with tropes. It super plays with tropes. Like, oh my god, like, I'm gonna spoil something, because this is something that really sold me on this. So Boji is the first prince, but the king's first wife died, so he got remarried, and the second wife also had a kid. He's the second prince. Now, because Boji is deaf and weak, he's not that well suited to be the king. Everyone knows this. The queen knows this, so she's pushing her son to be the next king. That's kind of that stereotypical fantasy genre thing. And so normally you would think that the queen is all about, removing Boji from, her son's path, right? Because that's usually how this trope plays out. The queen is kind of standoffish and evil. And
the evil stepmother.
Yeah. But,
stepmother, why is there a knife in my cereal? Oh no!
Oh no! And they kind of play with that in the beginning, but like, at a certain point, you realize, like, no, she genuinely loves Boji as her own son, and
she just thinks that he's not suited to be king.
He's just not suited to be king. For him. It probably wouldn't be good for him. He can't speak. He's very weak, so kingship's not good for him. But other than that, she wants the fucking best for him, like dearly and utterly loves him. Like, freaks out anytime he's near trouble. And I was like, oh my god. And they keep doing this with other characters. You think they're like one way, but because of like the situation they in, they have to act another way. Like, I don't want to spoil anything else on it, because like I said, some of the twists are just like, oh my god. So,
that's definitely a sort of tactic you can take with something that seems like in a very established genre, like noble houses and fantasy stuff, right? Like, dealing with like kingship and etc.
Yeah.
That makes it so you can actually like play with these things, and that means you can set up expectations, because everybody knows in their mind what they think will happen.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, the king remarried and she had another kid, and so she's gonna want that kid to be the successor. But like, and then you're like, oh no, she's not evil.
No.
She's, a reasonable fucking adult. And you can play with that, and you can probably play with lots of other character cliches as well.
Yeah.
Because people know the rules to, they know the beats of the dance, they know the game, so you actually you can shock people out of their comfort when you go a little bit out of your way.
Mm-hmm.
So that definitely sounds interesting.
No, like, I super like, I highly recommend it. Like, I watch it at work because I'm like, because I think it comes out Thursdays. That's usually the day I watch it at work. And I'm like, every lunch I'm just like, oh, I'm chomping at the bit. I'm like, give me that next Ranking of Kings. It's so good. So I definitely, if you guys have the time, definitely give it a try. It's like on episode like what, 5 or 6 now, so you can give it the good old 3-episode watch. and so you can see for yourself. It's very good. A lot of the anime continues to be anime, but like I said, I definitely wanted to get at least that one out. So maybe
and I was thinking of that one, but I also wouldn't know for sure because, like I said, you do praise a couple of things. But I was like, that is one of the shows that I see you talking about in our anime and manga channel. Like occasionally just being like, "What reminder?"
Yeah.
Awakening of Kings is good. Check this out, and I see that all the time. I feel like maybe lately, especially, but in general, our anime and manga channel has picked up a little. It's not. I mean, it's anime fandom. Sometimes we have dumb discussions that I'm just like, all right, guys, I'm gonna do this for a little bit. But like, I generally think we have a lot of going back and forth. You've talked before about 86. That's always like something that I see like percolated a lot in the anime and manga channel between people like, oh, I just started watching. Oh, I've got to catch up.
Yeah, no, people.
So,
yeah, we've been talking like 86, usually the world's greatest assassin. People like that one a lot. I know some people were yelling about Moe Love Alternative earlier and how it's like not faithful and whatnot. So
yeah, if you're waiting with bated breath for Lucky's anime deep dive, suck in some more. Suck on that copium. But you can join our Discord description, and you can hop right into our anime and manga discussion. And you will find people who will talk about stuff with you. May or may not have to yell at them a little bit. Hopefully not.
Yeah, sometimes I gotta yell at people. Well, I try not to yell at people, but there are people I'm just like, okay, I'm just gonna mute you forever now. I do not know you anymore. You do not exist.
And sometimes it's just like everybody got their own thing going on. We sparked a little bit of controversy in our own comments a couple weeks back, not really talking shit, but talking a little bit of smack about One Piece and just like how fucking big it is.
Just celebrated its 1,000th episode.
Yeah. In our anime and manga, I think somebody posted a link to a YouTube video, which is 1 second from all 1,000 episodes.
That's 1,000 seconds, y'all.
Yeah. A lot.
That's like 9 minutes and something.
Yeah. Actually, let me check it. By the way, 60. Oh no. That's 16.66 repeating minutes.
Oh Jesus.
That's over 15 minutes of just seconds. But yeah, so like, everybody's got their own things in the fandom. Everybody got their own back and forth, We talk about stuff and all the time. Everybody's got their own opinions. So it's fine, but you may or may not find some discussion about some ongoing stuff. Nod. We've been going for about 4.5 hours.
I think that's good then.
Yeah, right. You're back in the giant robot thing.
Mm-hmm.
Doing stuff. I recognize people. Things. Run into. That's right. Lucky has played so much on-stream Final Fantasy XIV that I occasionally recognize the background characters. Like, hey, it's that Sid guy. Oh, it's your giant robot thing. And I haven't seen a particular character or a boss fight to know if this is something you've explicitly done before, but I strongly suspect it is.
Oh yeah, it is. This is what we like to call movie night. It's basically a dungeon that has unskippable cutscenes, and some of those cutscenes can go on for a little bit.
Look at this motherfucker. Look at this red and gold motherfucker. This is Final
Fantasy.
I've just realized, you touch your ear. Do you have, like, magic radios? Or
yeah,
what?
Yeah, we have something called, link pearls. They're basically like little pearl earrings that we can use to communicate with each other.
It's fucking sick.
Yeah.
No, I don't think it'll be a 14 channel solely due to Lucky, just because...
Listen, I play 14 because it's the easiest thing for me to do brain dead.
Yes.
And also, like I said, I've been working on being able to just cut in and out of like things I do. Like we were talking about, this is a quality of life stuff. I can just cut to... I can literally just swap to my PS5 right now or to my BlueStacks if it's open. But me doing those things usually requires my brain. This requires no brain. I just smack keyboard and go. It's quite effective. Quite effective.
Sweet muscle.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think you were right at almost 4 hours and 40 minutes. A nice big long what's up for everybody. I already trickling towards the end here. It's probably time to let him go.
Yep.
And, go about our business. We can go back to playing more Stray Ascending after I edit this video. Editing audio comes first. I don't want to get buried deep in a JRPG and forgot to have finished the audio. But we can do the outro and we can get on out of here for y'all. Thank you for tuning in and putting up for this for as many minutes as you do, whether it's the last 5 minutes or the whole 4 hours and change. We appreciate you listening and tuning into us.
We do.
If you want more of our dulcet tones, please go watch other videos we have done. Maybe watch Alan Wake. Fucking nobody watched that last one. It's got like 50 views. Is it because people know it's the end? They know it's the last one. They don't want to finish it.
I don't think they were just wanted it in the first place. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, I mean, Alan Wake did a little weird. We had some good commentary response because Alan Wake's a weird fucking game. But yeah. The views were probably not hip, and part of that is probably because, as I pointed out, for several weeks YouTube did not have an entry in the gaming game for the Alan Wake remaster. So it was probably not percolating on algorithms, unfortunately. Not a lot of people were searching for old Alan Wake shit.
Mm-hmm.
But we work with the tools we've got. Hopefully God of War will attract. And if not, I'm sure I'll have fun. I like action games.
It's good. Like I said, I won't be able to like hold your hand through it, but I can definitely be all like, "Oh, here comes some shit."
And we can yell about mythology as we do.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But it's time to do our little windy down. So I would like to remind you, first of all, give us a like if you like this video. Click that like button right now. Don't worry, chat, you're off the hook. There's like 6 of you left, and there's like 9 likes. Nice. You fucked it up. We went to 710. God damn it. Ruined it. Soiled it.
Soiled it.
Well, everybody anyway respond with nice in the comments down below. In the comments. You can also join our Discord, as I shilled earlier. Link is in the video description and on our channel page as always. You can check out our many channels about many topics and talk about things. We've got a channel for gacha games, video games, general stuff, moving pictures. Martha's just neat. Combo breaker. You can hang out with people and other stuff, and many, many things. If you care about children's card games or D&D, we got a channel for that. If you care about VTubers, we got a channel for that. Stuff. So join our Discord. If you are new here and haven't already, please subscribe to our channel. Give us more subs. Like I said, my current plan to, like, if we either need a big push over 4K or if we get to 4K is Jack and Daxter endurance stream. I'll block out a day.
I keep thinking of what I could do as an endurance stream, but I don't know.
What's a game you're really comfortable with? You think you could beat probably in one-ish sitting without dying?
I don't know. I would say Jack and Daxter, but well, maybe Jack 2 or Jack 3. Probably Jack.
I don't know if you can do Jack 2 in one spring though. That game's decently chunky.
I mean, that means hey, endurance stream. I will go until I can't go anymore.
That's true. You would probably be better suited to a bigger run like that. Like, yeah. I tend to get a little more antsier and get a little, because I think it's because I'm naturally a pacey boy. I get a little antsy, like, sitting on this for long times. I get, like, sweaty sitting still. But Jack, the original Jack and Daxter: The Precursor Legacy was a game I played a shitload as a small kid, and even more so later through remasters and stuff. I think I could get that down to a single sitting. It would probably be a while, but... But, you know, consider those subs. Also ring that bell for notifications so you always know when we post a new video or when we stream. So,
operator game.
For that. And, of course, you can consider supporting us, our channel memberships. Hit that join button or the link in our description. Get access to emotes and membership badges as you see our lovely member sheep displaying now on your screen. And, of course... like we said at the beginning of the show, consider supporting us on Patreon. You can get access to it as early and get access to audio formats of the What's Up right after the live comes out. You know, if you missed the thing and you want to take it on the go, check that out. I noticed that YouTube's ads are shilling for premium more though, so I may have to consider getting that myself.
Oh,
going through like 5 ads whenever I want to watch something, it's kind of annoying.
Yeah.
Channels I support, the money. By the way, we get don't worry if you're a YouTube Premium subscriber. We get money that way too. YouTube carves out. They take a chisel and they chip out a tiny amount of your sub money and they give it to us. But yeah, that's support us on Patreon if you wanna help us out a lot and work on some of the stuff we talked about. We even talked about some projects we're thinking of. As we like to do, we like to play a little bit of the talk shop, play a little inside baseball. So consider it. And even if you can't, thanks for putting up with us for, once again, 4 hours and 43 minutes on the dot. And that is what's up this week. So that's everything.
That's everything. See you next week, everybody.
What?
All right.